Welcome to day 5 of IBN. Maybe our last meeting, we will see. We have a full agenda today. And if you could look over your agenda, and it's also posted up there on the screens. Okay, and our objectives for today, and I'll read them because of our audience. I'd like them to hear our objectives. Our first one, again, is to build relationships amongst all stakeholders, determine if option wording needs revisions. We have 2 groups that need to share today for that. Then after we finished that, we will determine which options require finance. We will evaluate our options against our standards, reach a collective. By the way, we're going to prioritize too our financial options. Evaluate our options against our standards, reach a collective agreement through consensus voting. Then develop research for the recommendations, assess if consensus norm needs revision. We discussed that at our very first meeting, and we wanted to wait until our last meeting to determine if we wanted to change our wording for the consensus votes. We'll discuss how all recommendations will be addressed, determine our IBN needs for next school year. We're going to list any recommendations that require calendar dates. We will then discuss board planning presentation, develop talking points for Creighton Connection, and then lastly, complete our evaluation. So as you can see, we have a packed agenda for today. Our IBN process skills, the team will complete a temperature check at the close of the meeting to protect individual opinions and perspectives. The facilitator will list talking points agreed upon by team to Emily. Emily will request consensus in chat before publishing IBN summary to the Creighton community. And we're going to check on time restraints, which we will do right now, starting over here. Ariel, any time restraints for today?
Time is money, money is time. No.
Okay, and instead of going all the way around, just if you could raise your hand if you have a time restraint. Amy?
I have one meeting. I'm kind of doing both roles right now, and so I was able to move everything else off my plate, but I have one meeting with Dr. Dupin and Dr. Pombo at 10:30, from 10:30 to 11:30 that I can't rearrange.
Okay, that's a short time, and our break is at 10, so that'll help. Okay, over here. Neighbor. 12. Okay, okay. Oh, boy.
I have a meeting at 1 p.m. and then I'll be.
How long do you think that will last?
It's on the calendar for 1 hour.
1 hour? Okay. Thank you. Our guiding principles today are alignment with student outcomes focused conference goal. And remember, we moved that one to the first one. Sustainable salary for all staff, sustainable healthcare benefits, explore revenue generation options, and adhere to budgetary recommendations. So those are our guiding principles. Our norms, remember them: respect and trust, confidentiality, ground rules for staying on task, caucuses, and consensus decision making. So make sure you keep those norms available today to reference. And the scope of our work is on wages, salaries, salary schedules, hours of work, compensation relating to fringe benefits, and conditions of work that are non-instructional in nature and district-wide impact. Okay, so next we're going to do our team building activity, and you had homework for show and tell. And the homework was to share your artifact with the team and explain how your artifact is representative of your or our negotiations, or which represent what you bring to the group. So I'll start as an example, and my show and tell for today is this book, Getting to Yes. It has taught me everything that I know about IBN, and I reference it quite a bit because it goes into detail about the IBN process. So this is my show and tell for today. Ariel.
I'm my own show and tell. And it's supposed to be something we think that represents the IBM process
Yes. Or what you offer.
for me. I will say I might show and tell. I think sometimes people forget that education is the great equalizer. This whole entire message that college is unimportant, school is unimportant. Why do I need to know this? Why do I need to know that? And it's trickling down to the kids. And I think we often forget that education is one of the great equalizers in the long run. It gives you options, it gives you resources, it gives you the ability of upward mobility. um Even with the student loan debt, if it wasn't for education, I'll be stuck in Memphis right now working at FedEx, and Jesus fucking Christ. I
Watch,
just
be
think
careful
about
with the
that every
language.
day, like even when I tell them to the kids, I'm kind of like, when people tell you like education is not important, I'm like, don't listen to them. I'm like, what are you going to do in this neighborhood? Like, what's the game plan? Work at Circle K? But yeah, I think so. As we're sitting here and we're coming up with these recommendations, and they want us to tie it so hard to SOFG.
Mhm.
Test scores isn't everything, especially like working with SPED students. We often talk about you can go to college, you can go do this. Who cares about? I'm like, yeah, you're not going to pass AASSA, but you can still go to college. Go for it, type situation. So
So what you're saying is you're bringing your educational background
bring my educational
to
background,
this process.
bringing poverty to the table.
Okay, thank you.
For me, I brought a copy of The Outsiders from over at the Gateway Library. Yeah, it's a great book. It's 160-ish pages. It's actually a pretty easy read. I taught it to my 7th grade students when I was an English teacher. They loved it. It was great. However, in the school district, I often been especially when I taught English, I've been discouraged from teaching novels to students because it's better for test scores to target excerpts and more specific skills. Also in our curriculum and our resources for English, even though this is one of the novels that's recommended in our English curriculum, there's not really a lot of resources for teachers. And so in order to teach this book, I had to sort of go out of my way. I had to find my own resources. I had to build my own activities. Our kids, can't always access grade level content, even though this is a pretty low Lexile level book. It's pretty accessible for them. I mean, there's still kids that need a lot of reading out loud. They need a lot of instructional time to read, and they need a lot of encouragement, a lot of connection with their teacher in order to, feel comfortable reading in class, especially something that's longer and more intimidating. And when we're here at bargaining and we're deciding things like wages, salaries, benefits, I think really what we're deciding is whether or not a teacher is going to go home, every 2 weeks when they look at their paycheck and decide, am I going to do the extra 2 or 3 hours of work this week in order to get these kids a novel study, do something that they think is fun, something that's engaging to them? Or am I going to go have to drive DoorDash for a few hours tonight to make my bills? Or am I going to have to, go to sleep right after work because I'm so exhausted from doing behavior all day, right? Or am I going to have to go make more money to afford, to make up for my health care, right? If we're losing money there. So when we are, deciding how much teachers are getting paid, when we're deciding how much, what people are compensated for their work, it's to help them make that decision that, hey, it's okay for me to do a few hours extra work to benefit our students because I'm taken care of by my school district. And also notably, like Ariel mentioned, not everything boils down to test scores. Like if you ever teach a novel to any of our students in our schools, especially the upper grades, I mean, you'll hear some pretty scary stories. You'll hear, oh, I haven't read a book in 3-4 years. Some kids will tell you they haven't read a book ever. So at least not a book without pictures. And so I think these are the things that I'm always thinking about going into bargaining as a classroom teacher.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name is Justin Moody. I was unaware of the thing. I wasn't here for the last meeting,
Mm-hmm.
but I would say that my representation is facility focused, but a non-biased view. I have a lot of family and friends that are in education, so it's just another opportunity for me to get involved in a conversation where I have multiple outlooks on the education foundation and kind of what's going on, and so it's very
Okay.
beneficial to learn, and I like to be here.
So you're well-rounded with all of your acquaintances experience. Okay, and yours as well.
I brought a rubber band.
Oh.
I feel like it represents us being flexible. It also has multiple uses, which I think can be outcomes within our negotiations process. It can be useful for bringing things together to tie them. And I think that mirrors the work that we're doing here today. I think there are multiple ways that we can look at problems and use them and try and be creative about the solutions that we come up with. And I hope that we can remain flexible and still be coming together in our work today.
Good, thank you. Neighbor?
I'm neighbor Rental. Obviously, we know I'm from the transportation department. I just brought a little school bus because I joined Meet and Confer and IBN, a part of the IBN process, just because I wanted to bring a voice of transportation. I feel sometimes, I think, and obviously teachers, I feel, are the big thing of a school district. But transportation, I feel sometimes is forgotten. And just to bring a voice from the transportation department to Meet and Confer.
Okay, well needed.
Hi, I'm Rebecca O'Connor. I am a classroom teacher within the district. I have a picture of my students on my phone. And it was a students plus a class yesterday. Unfortunately, that's the realistic of what our classrooms here in Creighton look like currently. And my reason for coming to Main Confer is just to do better for them.
Okay.
Because we can't have our student outcome, our focused outcome, if we can't do better for our kids.
For sure. Next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Cartier. I brought this plaque that says, work hard and be nice to people, because I think that I feel like the first part, I'm here to represent excellent employees in general. I think that I really don't want to support like anything less than excellence. And I think that I really want us to kind of kumbaya together and come to consensus and find common ground. So that's the be nice to people part.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was late. I assume we're
Dorothy.
sharing our thing.
Yes.
My name's Dorothy Green. I brought, it's an elephant puzzle, and there's a little baby elephant under the adult elephant. And I think for me, when I was on my shelf, I was looking around my room last night looking for something. So the little elephant obviously represents the children that we are charged with putting first and making sure that we're protecting and nurturing. And then to me, kind of each of the different types of people that are in our group represent the different puzzles pieces, because we all need to come together in order to do what's best and, make the right decisions to protect the children and do what's best for them. And then I also thought of kind of that, that old story about the blind mice that run up different parts of the elephant and then think it's something completely different, because I think we each come with our own perspectives and our own knowledge base. And so we need to share and collaborate with that information in order to understand the bigger picture.
Great. That is a wonderful symbol for our negotiations. Next.
I was really trying to figure out hard what to bring. And this came to me just the other day is like a multi-cord charger. Because, you know, and like my earbuds take one, my cell phone take one, you know, the whole thing. So when I was really thinking about it, I thought the USB-C at the end is really just the students. This is why we're all here and we're all united together, working together for our students. But part of this process is that there's also multiple perspectives. And I promised myself when I became a teacher, I wasn't going to forget what it was like to be a student in the classroom. So I try and bring the student perspective. And then when I moved into instructional coaching and administration, I didn't want to forget what it was like to be a teacher in the classroom and all the demands that teachers have. So I promised myself I wouldn't forget that. And then when I'm shifting into my new role as a director, I've worked for many years as an assistant principal and a principal. I don't also want to forget that perspective. So I think that's kind of what I bring to the team is all of those ideas and different perspectives that come together.
Okay, thank you.
Not gonna
Lourdes?
lie, I totally forgot about this. So thinking what I have besides my eaten muffin, my computers are artifact because one, it allows us to peruse all the data, all the resources, and in doing so, you know, everybody knows I've been struggling where we are since the last meeting and hearing some of the benchmark data and seeing that only 12% of our third graders are proficient. That breaks my heart. Thinking it was just kind of like a current problem, looking at data and finding it's kind of been systemic for Creighton for well over 20 years. And so that kind of really shifted where my focus will be in the options. And that's great. We have student governance. That's, you know, amazing. But we've been broken for so long that for me to kind of be positive on any outcome we do, it's really going to have to improve quality teaching in our district because at this point, I feel our district is predatory because it's been happening for so long and we're hurting generations of people. And that just, it doesn't sit well with me anymore.
Okay, thanks, Lourdes.
I'm Eve. I brought a Claire's gift card because I have a 7.5-year-old at home, and this is the best negotiation tool I have. This is like her currency. But the connection is that first I was an educator before I became a mom, and I think that being an educator first made me a better mom. Then I became a mom, and I think that being a mom made me a better educator. And I bring the perspective to this group of being a mom of a young child who's currently in elementary school, and she's in second grade. And when she was in kindergarten, she came home after the first day of kindergarten and said, "I'm going to be reading books by October." And I was like, that's cute. Yep, we'll keep trying. We'll keep reading. She was reading books by October. And when she was in first grade, she was getting ready for one of the Dibbles benchmarks. And the teacher had sent a newsletter and said, hey, make sure they have breakfast, make sure they are well rested. Like, this is going to be the week of testing. And so I talked to her before she was going to sleep that night. And I said, how are you feeling about Dibbles? You just have to try your best. And she said, oh, I'm going to be totally fine. Mrs. Boitner has taught me everything I need to know. And for me, that's so powerful. That is the kind of educators that I want in my daughter's life, the kind that empower her to do her very best and to set her up for success. That includes having rigorous goals, holding her accountable, and making sure that they're giving her the tools that she needs to be exceptional at everything that she does to her best potential. And I think that those are the kinds of educators that we want to nurture here in Creighton. And I want to empower our educators to have high expectations, just like my daughter's educators do.
Okay. I can't believe she's in second grade.
I know.
I remember when she was born. James?
Yeah, it goes by fast.
Yes.
And Claire's takes all our notes.
I I never get ideas from myself. I always ask other people that are way smarter than I am. So I'll start off with, this is not my idea. I think it's a level of high-mindedness that I'm not really capable of.
I think you don't give yourself enough credit.
Thank you. I always consider myself like a common sensocrat. I think there's craziness everywhere. And one of the things that I feel like that I try to work for is to think outside of the box. So that's what the box is supposed to represent, and come up with ideas that I hope will satisfy the needs of everybody. Sometimes it's been successful, sometimes it's not, but that's just the way that my mind works. And I try to present those ideas. So that's what the box is. And then inside the box is a book. And originally I was looking for just like a regular history book, but this is a book that is on my list of reads, a compact history of Mexico, because I'm often fascinated by that. And the reason I chose this is because I feel like I also bring a historical perspective that is unique, in the sense that trying to embrace the ageness of things. I used to be like one of those persons like, no, I'm not that old, but now I'm embracing my age. So I bring a historical perspective from the process, and for things that, like, if ideas come up, I can hopefully give an unbiased perspective on it, on like, this is what happened before, this is how it works, and add to that conversation. So.
Okay. And I think in the past 3 years, thinking back at this group, we've had some new members, but I really do feel that people have freely expressed their ideas, and they have been well taken, and conversations have been civil, and I really appreciate that as the facilitator. So thank you, everyone, for your show and tell conversations and items. Okay, our evaluation from last week, our question 1 was, did our options address the framing statements? If not, what were the reasons? We had 8 people that completed the evaluation, both questions, by the way. Of those 8 people, 5 just answered yes, and that's okay if you just answered and you didn't comment, but there were 3 comments. Someone wrote a comment that said, no, I needed clarification on some of the options in order to understand the intention or purpose. I am concerned that many of our current options are not in alignment with student outcome focused goals. So we'll talk about that today a little bit more. I think so, but I am not positive, because as we worked on rewording them, we were not also looking back at the framing statements to make sure. And then someone wrote, yes, the statements have clarified and easier to understand. Question 2, did you feel there was sufficient time for you to express your thoughts and opinions? If not, please suggest and change what changes you would like me to implement. Sorry about that. Someone just wrote yes. Someone wrote, there is sufficient time. I feel that we should still refine the process because there seems to be a good amount of grandstanding by some. So again, just kind of monitor maybe the length of what you say. If you could be maybe more concise, that would help our group, I believe. Yes, change in groups helped everyone's voice to be heard. Yes, I feel like I have plenty of time to express my thoughts and opinions. Yes, adequate time to dialogue and collaborate. Yes, I like the sparkly talking sticks. Yes, I feel I have sufficient time to express my opinions. However, I'd like to ensure not the same people talk all the time. So we will be posting, like we have in the prior meetings, the list up there. So maybe if everyone every now and then takes a look, and if you see your name up there a lot, you might want to think about that. And if you don't see your name up there, you might want to think about that as well, because we want to hear voices from everyone. Yes, I appreciate small group time. I think interruptions should be stopped. Anyone who wants to talk must use a mic to respect people who aren't in the room. And I also think a lot of language should be changed from teachers to staff. So a couple things there. Just make sure that, when you are speaking, your mics are on. And when you are not speaking, make sure your mics are off because it's picking up everything on the stream. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Ariel, did you have your hand up?
I don't know. It just bothers me every time we come. We hear like, oh, sorry, I don't have a mic. I don't know. It just bothers me every time I hear this statement that the same people are talking too much. Let's let other people talk. There's no one in the room saying that the people who are choosing not to speak out can't talk. And it's not fair that we keep week after week in these comments penalizing the people who do want to speak, who do want to advocate for employees, and try to make them feel bad for advocating and speaking too much. Everyone in this room, regardless if you're introvert, extrovert, shy, not shy, everyone has the same opportunity to speak. And we're all adults, and it's not the responsibility of other adults in the room to make sure that you're raising your hand to speak, to be heard, because there's nothing holding you back.
Okay,
So-
I appreciate that. And again, we want a variety of speakers, and that's why you're on this team, is we want to hear your voice. Okay, this is our updates time, and we'll start with Dr. Lauren.
All right, good morning. There are just a couple of things. Let me get this going here. Giving up on Air Parrot as a solution for Dells. All right, so for the request for information, I was able to complete the analysis of the separation data by year. So if you link to this document, what you'll see is a longitudinal study. What I did was I went through our Visions program, which is our payroll and staffing and budgetary program. And what I did was I did all employees from 2016 to 2024. I gave you the end count, so number of employees and number of separations and the percentage represented. It is also broken out by groups. So certified non-administrative, admin, which includes those who are identified as certified and classified in the administration line, and then just classified. So, and Lisa helped me out greatly because there are some reports that I couldn't get to because I'm still having issues with accessing all the years prior to me being in this role. So, thank you, Lisa. I also translated that into graphs and charts so that it gives you a little bit more of a sense. So if you read from left to right, you're going backwards in time. So the closest to the axis, intersection of X and Y axis, that's the most current year. So, and that's last school year. So we don't have complete data from this year about terminations, separations, things like that, because we haven't finished the calendar year. So this is based on fiscal year July 1st through January 30th. So same information, just shown graphically. So it's here for us to refer to. A couple of things that I thought were interesting, just to point out, if you're looking at certified, the trajectory of resignations or separations looks interesting when you think about where we were with ESSER funding and additional monies and things like that. So I thought that was interesting to note, and then what that impact was the following year when we didn't have that. So I think we had talked as a group about sort of a delay in retirees, a delay in people making different choices for employment based upon the fact that we had a $10,000 carrot out there, right? And then there was some retention, based maybe a little bit on the increases, which if you look at the certified or classified, you can see our rate of change for last year in the classified was much lower than it traditionally had been, which could also be a reflection of an increase in 10%. I don't know. Obviously, this is just data, so we can leave it up to interpretation, and you can interpret data any way you like, but this is just the raw information to give to you. So, any questions as we're looking at this, and then we'll go on to the next piece. Ms. Cartier.
How is separation defined? Is that
It's a termination, resignation, retirement, but not a leave of absence.
okay?
No, it's by person, by their status in that year, right? So if you're a teacher this year and you become a coach next year, you're still a teacher.
And then it's not including, this is only people who sign a contract with district?
Nope.
This is not, is this our contract employees? Like,
Oh, this does not include, that's a good question. This does not include contract employees, because these are people that we hire in the district. We pay them, we pay their benefits, whatever that process is. So they're within our hiring. You're welcome. Yeah. It seems pretty straightforward, but if you do have questions, just let me know as we're looking. Do you need a minute maybe to scan it? Okay. I'll be quiet.
Can we clarify this? I think you know the answer, but just to make sure, when we're looking at the number of employees, that doesn't include contracted employees. It's only district employees, correct?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I just said. Yeah.
so, of these positions that are like, and these, I'm sorry, and these numbers are also people who resign mid-year or
Yes.
resign a couple months into the year?
Yep. So it encompasses July 1st
Mhm.
through June 30th. So if they resigned on July 4th, they're included. If they
Okay.
resigned on June 29th, then they're included.
Do we know how many of those, I've got the number 112 separated teachers, how many of those positions were filled with contractors?
We do not have any contractors on this
No, I'm saying, how many,
document.
like, were we able to replace those 100?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
teachers?
I haven't pulled that data. I mean, I gave you that data about how many contractors we have at the beginning of the year or beginning of this process. So I would refer you back to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a good point though. And the other thing to think about too is that there were reductions in positions, right? So we cut our coaching team down from 29 or 26 to 12 district wide, and they are certified. So they're in the certified group. Other questions? All right, the second piece artifact that I have for you, I received information from the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Department. So what you have is you have 4 different tabs. There was a request to get information on what instructional minutes and minutes were required by the state. So the first tab are ADE's recommendations for time for primary and elementary upper grades, 4 through 6 and 7th and 8th. Little just a note, 7 and 8, if self-contained, is if you had one teacher in the classroom, right, teaching all content. The second tab, SEI models, this is what the state's approved models for structured English immersion. Yes. Where's what? It's linked in your master course schedule. You're welcome.
So kids who are new to a country are supposed to be in a 120 or 100-minute daily model?
These are the options that are available to the district for how to provide that instruction. So we don't do all of these models. I don't believe we do the newcomer model. I'm not in curriculum, but I think that if I remember correctly, we don't do newcomer. We do pull out, we do 2-hour, and we also do the DLI model, which is what our superintendent of public instruction had issue with and sued the district. So that's still ongoing. Statutory analysis, and I don't have a lot of context for this, so I'm going to defer to principals and assistant principals if you have specific questions, but this gives you sort of a breakdown of what, and it's based on, I know our times are different at different sites, but then the amount of time at each site is the same, whether you start at 8 or 9, whatever your start time is, it's still the same amount of time. So what this is based on a full day and early release days, including Wednesdays, how many days of instruction, what the hours are for each day, and how that breaks down. And what I would have you look at also is note the instructional minutes versus the non-instructional minutes. So that's another part of this calculation of daily time. And then just for your information, a different look at where each of those minutes are broken down, as well as some links to statute. So ARS 1590-901 and SB 1022, which were changes to the SEI model a few years ago. I don't know if Katie or Amy or James have anything to add. I know you're in the testing model or zone right now, so you might not have other thoughts about master course schedule. That seems a little far off, but just to see if you have anything to add. And it's okay if you don't.
I'll just add, like, looking at the last tab, the analysis tab, like it's showing that we have more hours than required by statute for both instructional time and non-instructional time. And like when we were comparing surrounding school districts, we identified that several of the school districts that had a shorter day by somewhere between like 30 and 45 minutes. And so like that needs to be part of our calculation, especially when we're talking about salary and wages, that not only could a teacher jump to a neighboring school district and make more money, they could make more money for less hours in a day. So they're making more money per hour than a teacher over here.
Well, remember their compensation is based on an 8-hour day, whether or not that's instructional or not.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about that, the amount of time as a teacher you spend in front of kids is the amount of time that like is the core of your work, I guess I should say. Yeah.
Good. I'm not discounting that. I'm just making sure that people understand you're not getting paid a full day for 6 hours or 7 hours. So,
And I would just add, like that's one point, but the most important is comparing progress and scores. So if other districts around us have shorter days and are doing much better, that's something for us to look at because the longer day isn't necessarily equaling better scores or even an improvement of scores.
You need a mic.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
All right. Yes, Amy.
Just one thing that, oh, that was really loud. Just one thing I'd really like us to be wary of, because I know the principal's been having maybe not wary of, just aware of conversations about the instructional minutes for kindergarten, because you can see that kindergarten is not mandatory. But when we write our master course schedules, they're oftentimes held to the same number of minutes as first through third grade. And so just thinking about the needs of our kindergarten students, we've been talking a lot about like including like some more, thank you, developmentally appropriate time in the day for kindergarten, because they learn through play. And so how do we bridge that gap between preschool where they're learning, but it's all play based, to suddenly I'm sitting in, a desk at a table. And so how do we kind of bridge that gap? So we've been a lot of conversations centered around how can we support that transition from preschool or Head Start to kindergarten. So it's not like I go from play based to sitting at a desk all day.
And I think that's a good conversation to have as you're exploring options and making recommendations. All right. We're going to call Mr. Ruth. Nam is going to give us an overview of the work that the Compression and Compensation Committee had been tasked to do. Dorothy is on that committee, so if you can fill in, if you don't mind, since Vanessa's not able to be with us today. So I can bring it up. You got it? Are you trying AirPair? Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't mind.
Before we jump into that, can I make a request, please? Can we please turn the air off, or at least, like, it's a little chilly, at least over on this half. I don't know how y'all are feeling over there.
You don't need a key, it just comes off.
Trying to find the PowerPoint. Sorry, I linked it, didn't I?
Yeah.
Master course schedule. Oh, here it is.
Check your messages. I'll send you right now.
There you go.
You just kind of slide down. Can I use the air?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
It's a little wonky because it's the iPad.
Yeah, I'm not used to the iPad. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Dominic Ruth. I'm the Director of Finance. I know I've met all of you briefly, at least. So thanks for your time. I was just presented this, or I was given this presentation this morning, so bear with me. If you have any questions and I can't answer it, I'll write them down and address them a little bit later, okay? All right, so these are the recommendations from the Compression Compensation Committee. They addressed a few of the positions that you guys have brought up at Meet and Confer, so bus drivers, nurses, psychologists, those types of positions. And we'll see what they came up with here. Okay, so these are some of the difficulties they ran into. The employee management system, so multiple salary schedules for same job groups. Salary schedules have multiple positions listed under the same pay rates. And I know this one's come up a few times since I've been here. Naming conventions for job titles. Basically makes comparing between districts very difficult, especially when we're using that next-gen software. Past efforts to fix compression had unintended consequences. I can't really speak to that, but maybe somebody in the group can later on. So compression fixes will need to be ongoing. And there's also some celebrations. So the compression committee was able to identify multiple ways to address compression in the groups that were identified in Meet and Confer. And the committee looked at the following groups. So like I mentioned, bus drivers, nurses, ed secretaries, psychologists, and facilities workers. All right, so this first slide is on bus drivers. It kind of shows a comparison between Creighton and other districts. We are the orange or yellow line, I guess depending on the monitor's settings there, but as you can see, we're at the bottom in terms of hourly rates. And that's the top part. The bottom graph kind of shows how years of experience affects your hourly rates. And you can see ours kind of remains flat. So the more experience you have doesn't necessarily correlate to higher pay. All right, so here's the recommendation from the committee. A $1 per hour increase for bus drivers, including transportation staff who also drive. And the cost to do the $1 per hour increase would be around $46,000. And then a committee note, amounts calculated in the group were too low and have been adjusted. So I can't really speak to that. Sounds like there was an adjustment that needed to be made, but you'll see on the final slide, the 46,000 is the effect in terms of cost. All right, the next group, nurses. Again, similar graphs for all these groups. So you can see the top where we kind of lie, or where we land in comparison to other districts, towards the bottom there. And then same thing on the bottom graph, where years of experience does not necessarily translate into higher pay for employees. And then there's some additional information on the right there. So the recommendation for nurses, our RNs are in alignment with surrounding districts when you factor in the longevity pay. The committee will need to manually collect data for LPNs. These staff are included on the ESP salary schedule, need to be put in their own category to address compression, and the committee will work with HR to correct this. So the compression is sort of created when LPNs receive salary increases and the RNs don't. But the potential cost to fix this compression issue would be about $7,260. Average 1,210 for existing RN and LPN. And then the amount could be less depending on the salary schedule outcome. So I think this one will probably be solved with a little bit of coordination with HR, and that number is an estimate, the 7,260. All right, so psychologists, you can see on this one, we're pretty far below other districts. And that's a tough position to fill, highly qualified people. Again, on the bottom, you can see that, again, the similar Yep, Creighton's all the way at the bottom there. So, years of experience does not translate into an increase in pay for psychologists as well. On the right there, that's the district salary schedule. It shows longevity, stipends, and their base pay. And then MA 60 is that master's degree, 60 credits, Joel. So there's some additional compensation for education. So the psychologist recommendation, adding $5,000 to each level on the salary schedule. So what that really means is if you're an A, you're moving from 65,766 to 70,766. K 70,478 to 75,478. So you can see those on the salary schedule on the previous slide. A would be, your lowest starting salary. K is the highest starting salary. So the increase would be about 5,000 to each of those letters. Adjustments to current psychologist pay approximately $24,200. And then the committee note 15,000 was not enough to address all categories.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When we're looking at the comparative, is that do other districts, like I see Baltz is much higher. Does Baltz also have a market demand stipend, or do they just take their market demand stipend and put it in their base? And I guess I'm wondering that for all of the other districts as well. Okay, that's what I'm curious. Because if we took that market demand stipend and put it in our base, it makes it significantly different. I'm sure we're still not be the highest, but I'm just, right? I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah, when we were together that night, we spent quite a bit of time actually going on each of the districts that we were comparing to see how they did their market demand. So we did take that into consideration.
So do they mix their market demand into their?
Yeah,
base
different
salary?
districts do it different ways.
Okay.
Yeah, they had different amounts, of course, and then some of them didn't have a market demand. It was in the base. So they all did it a little bit differently. But when we were calculating, we didn't just go by that graph. We added the 15,000. If like Scottsdale has if we added the 7,000, we added this, we added that, and then we compared. So we did do that work.
Sorry, can I ask a clarifying question then? So do those graphs include the market demand stipend or no? Like
Some
this
do, some
chart?
don't. It depends on the district because that's the information from Next Gen.
So
But we took that as our like base information, and then we went to each of those districts' websites to find out, and then we added. So we did that work on the side. You
So-
can't see that reflected in that.
can I ask you to go back one slide, please?
Mhm.
So on that graph where we're in the orange and then we're at the very bottom, does that include our market demand stipend or no?
No.
Because it's not in the base. So that's what I was going
Right.
to add is I think all we can do is compare the bases, right? And there's probably surrounding districts that have additional stipends or whatever benefits, but the only thing that we can do is compare the base. And whenever there is a proposed raise, it goes from the base. So the market demand respectfully doesn't really matter because it isn't included in any raises that are moving forward. So I think all we can do, that's great, Dorothy, that you all did that extra work to be able to like compare it more accurately, but like really the base is all that matters. So
Well,
And then-
sort of, but we also, what we noticed by doing that, I think that work was really important to us because then what we noticed was really where we were off was the placement schedule and our range from like the A to K, right? Because you can only go up to 10 years was very narrow. So, whether you are first year site coming or a 15-year site getting 10 years worth of credit coming, it was very narrow, the starting point, where those other districts had a much broader, like Scottsdale, for example, has a $20,000 range between their least experienced entry point and their most experienced entry point. So that's why when we talked about all the different options, that's the one that we came up with to target was that placement schedule. And then of course, provide equity for the existing, the continuing psychologists so that they're matching up. But that's where we saw the biggest deficit, even taking into consideration the range of market demands or not market demands and all of that other information.
So I just want to these are my thoughts, my perspective on this is that, I mean, we're bleeding psychologists in this district. Like, I don't know how many are coming back or not coming back next year. And we're constantly turning over and so many schools, I went with years without one. Like if I were a psychologist or even just thinking as a principal, if I were to go and look at a district and look at their salary, not looking at market demand, because, some districts do it, some districts don't do it. I would not necessarily look at that part. I would just look at the base salary and be like, oh, they're so much lower. I am not going to this district. But I do think one of the options that we talked about, and I just want to throw this out there, is moving that market demand stipend into the base salary, which would, because people don't always look at that difference, and maybe that might help it make a difference. Plus all of the other things that we're saying already, but I think that would make a huge difference. When people are looking at salary schedules, like, I'm not going to this district, they pay $20,000 less or 15,000, which may not necessarily be the case because we pay that, but it's not in that base. So just throwing that out there.
We did talk about that and we did look at that. That's why we pulled up the salary schedule. To be honest with you, I have some feelings about that. I agree that it makes more sense for both what Kelly said and what you're saying to have more of that if you're going to have any stipend outside of it. at least get more of it into the base for that very reason. Also, the thing that Kelly pointed out in terms of when raises come, there's a chunk of your money that's not getting that raise, which doesn't really feel fair. So we talked about all of those different options. This is the one that we came up with that was going to be the best immediate fix, knowing that we wanted to look more at adding that market demand maybe into the base later. But to be honest with you, it's pretty clear that there is a market demand on our salary schedule, and many of the other districts do have a market demand. It was pretty easy to find. It wasn't, I mean, I don't want to be mean or anything, but if you're a new psychologist looking at any of the districts and you couldn't see that there was a market demand, I'd be a little worried about your ability to kind of look at a salary schedule. But that being said, I do agree, and most members of the committee did agree that that's an area that we need to look at in terms of, is it base pay or is it compensation?
Who made this graph? Who
Vanessa,
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Well, the next gen one came from data that was put into that next gen system, and then the whole thing being put together was Vanessa. Yes.
Sorry, as part of that committee as well. I just wanted to add on to Dorothy that with the stipends, we stacked the stipends, other districts did not. It was like one or the other. So like for the the NCSB certificate in the doctorate, either other districts said either you get a stipend for your doctorate or the certificate. We stack all those, including the market demand.
Yeah. Sorry. So like for Scottsdale, it's $3,000 for your NCSP or 6 for your license. So but there's a huge difference with Creighton's. My only thing going back to what Dorothy said. So yes, we're having a mass issue with psychs, right? I think we're only going to have like maybe 2 district psychs for next year when we are staffed for 9, which is kind of crazy. But in adding to the base salary, like you're still only going to have a difference of 5,000 between step A and step K. And I think we're going to continue to have, or Creighton's going to continue to have problems with getting experienced psychs, which just as a forewarning, we're going into an audit in the next year and a half, and that's going to be crazy. But again, I think, I don't know, it's really interesting. And not everybody does have a market demand, which is really interesting. They've just always had higher base salaries from the get-go.
Yeah, we definitely talked about all of that because as a member of the special ed department, I have a big concern with this as well. So we brought up all of those things. And I think this was our best effort at making the first step, but certainly not the last step in addressing the psychologist situation.
Sorry, and can I just go back though, in looking at this, but also going back to the bus drivers, like, I don't know. And are we going to talk about these recommendations more later on, or should we do it now? Okay. Okay, well, I just, for $1 increase, like, I'm sorry, like, we need the bus drivers to be able to bring the students for a psychologist to test. Like, I'm not okay. Like, I that doesn't sit well with me. Like, I know we have an issue with psychs, but we also have an issue with bus driving, and it's impacting which kids could go to which programs, school start times, like all of these things, because we don't have enough drivers. So I have a problem with that only being $1.
I would just like to add, because I see we're talking about bus drivers. Little history, since I've been on Meet and Confer, and I've been, I don't know, consecutively for about what, 5 years? I don't know. Back when the first, long time ago. But every year we have discussed bus drivers and have implemented different things to get bus drivers, whether that was raises or making them 12-month employees. We have done things every year. Like, I remember one year back to back, we gave just a certain type of raise to bus drivers to try to recruit bus drivers. So there has been things done to try to recruit bus drivers. I will say there hasn't been a lot of work done to recruit psychs, but we have made a solid effort to recruit bus drivers.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna ask if Dorothy or Lisa, whomever else was on the committee, when these recommendations were put forward, was there thought in mind of the money that Meet and Confer has to play with as far as what Vanessa had brought forward? Like, are these within our realms of possibility, or was it just like, well, that would be nice, but we can't do that?
Well, what we talked about was, how we gave you guys the 200,000 back because we
Thanks,
hadn't,
Dorothy. We really appreciate that.
because we hadn't been able to get enough time to do all of this deeper work. We were going to ask for some of it back because now we've kind of looked at and earmarked recommendations that we think make sense. It doesn't spend all the 200,000 by any means. I forget exactly how much, but I'm sure it's on here. So we were going to ask for some of that money back, and that's what was going to fund this. And then the rest we were going to let you keep and use for longevity or whatever else you guys decided was the best use for that money.
I was gonna add on the bus drivers conversation. Like it's helpful to compare to surrounding school districts, but like something that is not necessarily represented here is that they could go drive for the city of Phoenix, and it's like the same skill, a lot of the same licensure, and then they can make just as much, if not more, right? And then not have to deal with kids all day. And so that is actually from conversations I've had with a few people, seems to be where we are losing some bus drivers rather than necessarily other school districts.
I guess kind of to comment on Ariel and Daniel, I know I've been in transportation for 13 years now here. I know there has been done a lot as far as money, like the district has tried or is helping. Not tried to have, they've done a lot to help, but I do feel like we have been behind. And how Daniel commented, we have people who leave to the city. They'll make more money driving a garbage truck, and all they got to do is pick up trash. I got a driver who left to go to light rail, city buses. There's people are finding, I'm gonna say, easier driving jobs that pay better. And that's a concern.
I feel like that's been one of the I feel like that's been a very difficult thing since the very beginning for education. It's never really been able to compete with the private sector. And there's always kind of just been other things to balance it out. For example, a pension, but you can also, I think the city bus drivers also get a pension. So it used to be like there was give and take, but I don't think there's any more give and take at this point. But competing with the private sector has always been a problem for education.
All right. All right. So yeah, we addressed the psychologists. Moving on to facilities. Let me use my computer. I can't really see that. All right. So you can see various positions here and the level where they fall on the salary schedules. So facility positions and other positions on the ESP salary schedule are too entwined and needed to be separated to address compression. The committee and HR will continue to work on the salary schedules and bring recommendations for compression fixes back to Meet and Confer as needed. The request is $20,000 to apply to compression as work is completed on salary schedules during the fiscal year 25-26. All right, educational secretaries or EdSecs. Here we're falling a little bit higher on this graph in the comparison to other districts. And
Dom, we can't see. It didn't.
Oh, sorry about that. Joel's screen is very small, so I can't really read it. But
Just a quick note: this is linked. Thank you, Joel, in the shared drive. So if you need to see it closer, it is there. I know some people were looking around. Okay.
Sorry about that. All right, yeah. So the EdSecs are a little bit more competitive compared to other districts. Again, sort of flat on the bottom there when you look at the salary average by experience. And so the recommendation here is no changes at this time. So out of 10 ed secretaries, 3 of them are entry-level staff with 1 year of experience, and they're making less than the surrounding districts. But when you factor in longevity, all other staff are above the average of the other districts. So this is a $0 recommendation. And then here's your number that you were looking for earlier, 97,460. And you can, oh, sorry guys. So there's that previous slide. And here's the total cost, 97,460 at the various position groups there. Yeah. And that's my last slide here. Any other, Amy, did you have your question answered? Okay. Any other questions? You guys need me to research or any concerns?
Do we have next gen data on the other positions we asked for?
Joel, can you speak to that?
Those were the positions that we looked at. So
Well,
don't-
like
I
at
don't
the
know.
beginning of the year, we asked for next gen data on, because when we asked initially, the very beginning of the year, because we had all the next gen data last year from like probably like a couple dozen positions, we were told that not all of those positions were comparable, like those facilities positions are an example. And so we said, okay, can we get some that are the same? They're not related to compression, just for salary data. So we asked for teacher, assistant principal, psychologist, bus driver, right? We got, but do we have those other ones?
Yeah, that wasn't part of the work of that committee because we were specifically compensation and compression.
Yeah.
So yeah, that didn't happen in the committees, the committee meetings we had.
Yeah, I'm just
So-
asking. Dom.
So I'll check with Vanessa, but it sounds like you need data on teacher, principal, assistant principal.
Yeah.
The facilities and stuff I think were already addressed there, but does that sound right? Okay, I'll look into that for you. All right. Well, thank you guys for your time.
I feel like I'm talking a lot this morning, but I would like to add just one more thing thinking about the bus driver situation. Because when we talked about extra roles and responsibilities that teacher or staff have, when we're short bus drivers and we have extra bus runs and there's teachers or office staff or administrators watching the kids in the office, that takes on extra roles and responsibilities for supervising students. That's not necessarily a part of the day because we're short drivers and we're doing extra runs. So just another little plug for that.
Well, and I think that's what the committee was looking at, where the two areas just, right, everybody's role is super important, right? That goes without saying. Bus drivers and psychologists are the ones we spent the most time on because we are seeing the hit that not having those positions filled is taking on the whole system, not just, those individual jobs. So that is why we focus the most on those. We tried super hard with facilities. There really is a problem with our specific way of naming things. I don't know exactly where that stems from, but there seems to be this attempt to be very creative with naming our positions. So we call positions differently than 95% of other districts call them, which makes it very challenging. So that's something that Vanessa was going to take back to the district leadership and try and figure out how we can address that. But it's not an easy fix. It's not like just snap your fingers and change the names of some things because they're so tangled in there. And there's often multiple levels of employees grouped under one category. So there's a lot to detangle to fix that, but that is definitely a top priority moving forward. But yeah, we focused on those two areas the most, psychologist and bus driver. We spent a lot of time on them.
I just wanted to ask real quick. So since I'm new, is this usually the time? Because my concern is we're already April 2nd. Contracts are already out. By the time any of this is finalized, like it's not going to be impactful for next year. Like the reality of it's just not.
I can speak to that. I think every year there's a sort of I don't know, it's like a push and pull because the budget isn't done soon enough for us to make super concrete decisions. Like our last meeting would have been the earliest that we could have possibly come up with salary recommendations, and we were still waiting for salary information and are still waiting for salary information for some positions and things. And so the goal every year has just been to try and have our options finalized before contracts are due, because contracts are out, but they're not due yet. And so whatever we finalize today, people will be able to take into consideration when choosing to accept or reject their contracts. So.
And it's the same usually with most districts. So it may not help us because the salary schedule won't be publicized, but the following year it would, for sure. Okay, wonderful conversation there. I put this slide in, but the next one we actually, because we are finishing up our revision of options, and we do have 2 teams that need to share their revisions, and we have to come to consensus on the revision of their options. If you would pull out of your folders that option paper that's in there. Maria typed those up for us. Well, Maria printed them. And how we're going to do this, because all groups, we didn't have time for all groups to finish. What we have there is what we did agree on. So you are actually going to just you will need to write the options as we go along onto that sheet, if you wouldn't mind, as we are revising them, because we will be using this handout to not to prioritize, to determine the options that require funding. So what I'm saying is all the options are not on that handout because we didn't finish revising all the options. As the groups share their options and we agree to the revisions, would you write them on your handout? Katie? Mhm.
I'm wondering if now is the right time. It feels like there's like kind of an elephant in the room and we need to talk about the board meeting comments and what and how many, just even like the sheer number of options that we're presenting. It
Right.
feels like there was some really strong messaging from the board at the board meeting. And one of the messages that I heard, I don't know if everybody else heard, was that they want a very limited number of options. And so I think even just looking at this list, it's a lot of options. And I just wonder, like, is right now the place to have that more generalized conversation and come to a consensus about that? Or do we just want to continue going through the process as is?
So I appreciate that, and I'm aware of the issues. But I don't want to have a conversation now regarding that. I want to finish the wording of all of our options. I would really like to get that finished. And then as we go through our options, then I think we need to have that discussion. But because we haven't finalized our options yet, we don't even know which ones to eliminate. That's usually part of our process as we go through and we talk about the budget, and first we'll talk about the budgetary ones, and then we'll talk about the other options. And some of those options we may say, we don't need that this year. So that's kind of how the process goes. So even though we have 20 some options now, we may not end up with 21 options. And we are going to have that conversation. I just do not want to have that conversation right now. If you don't, I want to finish where we started. I appreciate that, Katie, and we definitely need to have that conversation.
So is there a way adding on to that though? Because for myself, like I really don't want to spend a lot of time rewording an option if we know it's not in line with anything that the board's going to go, because I think we have limited time to kind of finish everything today. Like, is there a way where we can kind of run through to kind of
I have a suggestion.
like whittle them down before we do all of that?
And you know, I'm open, but I also
What
want to be fair to the interests, you know, that especially from the survey, and then we did the interest and the stories, and we came up with options. I just want to give each option a fair amount of time too. But you are the team. I'm open if that is something that you would like to do. We're not finished with our process yet, though.
What I would like to suggest is that if you personally put up an option, you can choose to take it off our list. Like you can choose to, revoke the option. And as long as no one else feels differently about it, I think this would be a good time to do that before we start revising language. So if someone has an option that they suggested that they no longer feel like is something that's possible or doable or desirable, and then no one else wants to take up the cause, I think it'd be okay to take them off the list before we fix up the language, so we're not
Well,
wasting time.
Okay, well, getting back to Katie's comment, and the reason I said what I did, Katie, was, are we given the option a fair chance if we haven't really settled on the wording of it? Does that matter to all this group?
I
Does
mean,
it not matter?
I don't know. Like well, I know there's a specific option that I actually threw out there, and then after listening to the board meeting and doing some pondering, I don't want it on there anymore. And
Okay.
then even like listening to some of the other things, I guess I have other interests now, which I know we can't redo all of the interests,
Correct.
but like an example would be like we really need to talk about putting a lot more money into kindergarten because and kindergarten aides and kindergarten teachers, because that's where we're really losing our kids is as early as kindergarten, because they come in quite further behind some of their peers. So anyway, that was just an example, but
Right. So, well, let's take a consensus vote then, okay? So is this team in agreement with just going through all of our options now? And we can determine if we want to keep them or not keep them, instead of taking the time to reword the remaining options.
Why don't we just go person by person? If anyone has an option of theirs that they would like to pull, we can get it done.
Well, first, I want to take a consensus vote that we're not going to take time to revise options. We're instead going to go around and determine if we want to eliminate options.
Just to clarify, since I'm new, when you mean revise, you mean kind of change the wording?
Correct. Like we did last meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let's just do, yes, that's what we want to do. Or I'm not sure, or nope, I want to spend time revising the remaining options.
So can you just say all of it again? So the option is to remove options right now before we reword and wordsmith the options.
We're not going to revise options. Well, yes, if some of them aren't revised, then I guess, and we want to keep them, we'll revise them.
Okay. So in giving
Okay.
a thumbs up, you were saying, I am okay with eliminating options right now before we go ahead and reword them.
Okay.
I'm confused. The team we didn't hear from last time? Yes.
If their options are still there, if we haven't eliminated them.
I'm totally not 100% sure what we're doing, but I can live with it.
Well, I want to make sure you understand. So what we're doing now is we're going to possibly eliminate options.
But that is the person who made the option gets to decide we're going to eliminate it. But what if other people in the group still like the option?
Then it's not eliminated.
So
We
they
have
can
to come
speak
to
up and say,
consensus.
don't want that one eliminated.
And this, just for you to know, this could take a very, very long time because we'll be doing consensus votes if you want to eliminate it. We just can't have the person who decided on that option determine if they want to eliminate it. The team has to eliminate it.
Well, what if instead of taking consensus for each one, if somebody has a rub with one being eliminated, then they speak up. But otherwise, if
Yeah,
someone
we
says
can just-
that one is eliminated and there's no talk against that, then it's just eliminated.
Okay, so what you're saying, do you want, well, first of all, let's do the consensus vote that we want to change our agenda and go ahead right now and possibly eliminate options. Consensus vote. And you 2, 3, Rebecca, are you okay? Are you able to live with this? Okay. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Okay, so now what Kelly, I think, is saying is instead of going through all the options individually, and by the way, that handout that you have, that doesn't list all the options. That's only the ones, it was this teams, and I think Kelly, your teams are on there, correct? Even though we didn't vote on the revisions, the only ones that aren't on there is Yvonne, your teams. Options aren't on there.
Sorry, one more clarifying thing. When we say eliminate, let's not let it fall into a black hole. I know Joel's been like very diligent with the capturing and linking and all the things. So if we can just make sure that they live somewhere, because I think they are all valuable, and I don't want someone to hear like that idea was terrible. Like that is not the message. But as to Katie's point, like the board has a very, in my opinion, narrow focus on what they want us to do. Which I also have opinions on that because it seems to be outside of what me and Confer's focus is.
That says options table for.
That would be amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I think in the same document. So just so that they don't fall off the map, and if someone does have passion around them, that we can make sure that it comes up, and then next year we can start with those, or at least look into where we're at that point.
Okay, so what we will do with the ones that we don't want to deal with this year, we'll table them. Is that what you're saying? Are we in agreement with that? Let's do a consensus vote. Okay. Then we'll table the ones that possibly team members speak about. Okay, so I'm going to give you time to go over the options, read them over. Plus, I think this handout that listed all the options, I don't know, I can't recall when you received it. Was it not last meeting, maybe the meeting before? I believe it listed all, there were 19 of them, and I didn't put the dental care on that one. And so that's the handout also. This handout that lists all them doesn't have the revisions in them though. The wording revisions. Just so you know, and this can be confusing because we're changing it up a little bit. I'm all right about change. But this one right here that you received this week, the new one, those are the revisions minus Ivan's group. Those options aren't on here. Okay, to even make it more confusing, Kelly's group's options are on there, but we never agreed to the revisions. We just went ahead and typed them up. I think it was group 2, right? Was that you guys were like 1 to 7 or something like that? And okay, so I'm going to give you, you can talk to your partners. I'm going to give you, what, 10 minutes? You think that's enough for you to go through these? You can converse, you can get up, walk around, and then we'll have our conversation. Welcome back. I hope everyone is ready. Do we need a couple more minutes? Okay. When I haven't thought about it in my brain, it's like, okay, what?
I'm very low on adaptive prevention standards, so I understand the plan and how much further I can, like, get out.
But I guess I was just thinking that the other options was that when people read it, they're like, oh, that's a good option, and then the other ones that.
Yeah, I am worried about, because I don't even know what options we're not looking at. But I guess that doesn't fully make it hard for me. Like I did this in like less than a minute. I
Yeah,
know
same.
X, X,
Well,
X, X, X.
and I guess
know which
it's
ones
the
I like and which ones
topic,
I don't.
and it, maybe the topic of the options. was
Yeah,
important, not the word.
I think if we, that everyone pays attention, we do not have to say anyone's name twice, everyone has, we can go really fast.
Okay. That's gonna be a lot of. Okay, everyone, let's get in here and get started. All right. Okay, so this is something kind of new this team is doing. We'll see how it goes. I can just say as the facilitator, I would hope that we could get this activity achieved in maybe 40 some minutes. So our goal today is to get to final recommendations. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so how you wanted to do this was if anyone has an option they want to eliminate, they're going to share that. We're not going to go into the long stories. You can give a reason, but we don't want real long, several minute reasons, okay? Yes, Dorothy.
Can I just say something real quick, just because this is really important and I don't want it to take 80 minutes instead of 40 minutes. I think we can do it in 20 actually, if we all focus and are 100% engaged. Can we close laptops? And I see a lot of people maybe distracted by other topics.
Yes.
So we don't have to repeat things or like, wait, what? Yeah.
Right, right. So if you're on your computers, can you please just put the lid down a little bit? That would help. And let's go ahead and get started. Okay, feedback. We're not going through every single option. We're just going to have someone share options that they would like us to consider to eliminate.
Can we go person by person around the table? I feel like that would be fastest.
Okay. Ariel? And by the way, Maria is going to be taking notes for us. And so we will hopefully have a final document of our options.
I don't think there was any ones that I wanted to. Oh. Does that be an option I gave?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I gave any options besides give me a raise.
Okay. Okay, Daniel?
Yeah. So I had two options I wanted to get rid of. So I'm just looking through all my papers to find them again. The two options, so for the purpose of allocating staff to sites under the district staff student ratio, students who are ELs count as 1.2, and then same for the option of balancing class sizes, students classified.
Wait a minute. Can we
Oh,
stop?
there's no-
Which handout are you using?
It just says options. It is a packet. There is no number on these ones. It is on page 4. They're just the option.
Because I noticed in the one in this one to this one, they're different. What happened?
Well, what happened was this one we used to revise the wording.
The big one. The big one has all of our options.
But
No, there's no numbers on them.
okay, so this is what I was saying at the beginning. This one here, can we all look at it? The one that,
That one doesn't have all the options.
aren't numbered.
right, that are,
Okay,
that is
I don't
not
have that one.
option, that is not numbered. These are not without revisions.
Okay, so but these are all of the options.
These are our options
Okay.
without the revisions.
The packet we needed to go through and
The
see.
pa-
if we
yes,
could
the
work-
packet with five pages.
Do you want more time again?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, can we just number these? Can we just start at the beginning and say that's 1, 2, 3, 4?
Sure, that would be helpful. Let's have everyone go through their 5-page packet of unrevised options and number them 1 through whatever. That'll be that's a great engagement idea.
If
Thank
we
you.
kept it in order when we did the teams.
The numbers might not correlate to the numbers on the other packets, so just be careful.
Some were revised and some weren't, which I don't know. Yeah. And this is done.
These ones were all of our options. Right. That we developed. Okay. This one last week before. Last meeting, we took these and we. I know that, I remember. But we didn't get through all of these. Correct, and that's what we're going to do. So all of these options aren't listed. That's what's.
All right, I have 19.
Yep.
Inside the orange. It's okay. Do you want to use mine and give it back to me? Sure.
Still feel like these aren't all of them.
Thank you.
Do you feel like these are all of them?
Yeah. Make sure you help yourself with snacks over there. This page completely. There. Yeah, add the numbers, yes. Are we ready to move on? Amy, are you ready? Dorothy, ready? Okay. So we're at Daniel now.
I would like to remove options 16 and wait, I'm sorry. No, sorry, 17 and 18. That is because when I ran the numbers, even with a much more like a lower ratio, even like 5 teachers to our school district would cost somewhere in the ballpark like $400,000, which when we have a total of $1 million to spend, factoring in the other things we need to spend money on, it did not seem feasible to me. Yes, numbers 17 and 18. For the purpose of 17 is for the purpose of allocating staff to sites under the district staff student ratio, 27.5 to 1. Students who are ELs receiving and students receiving special education count as 1.2. And then for the purpose of balancing class sizes, same thing. I adjusted the ratio. I removed students receiving special education, and even then it was still like $500,000. Does anyone disagree with removing the option? Ariel, do you
Let's
disagree with
clarify
rem-
to tabling because it is a good idea, but not in the current moment.
I think it matches the SOFG model. And I feel like if the board is really serious. I don't want to table it or take it off the table, because it goes with the district SOFG model. And I feel like it's, if the district is serious about that goal, it's time to put your money where your mouth is.
All right, sounds good. Moving on.
What did you just say, Daniel?
Sounds good. Moving on.
Any other comments about that? Eve?
I agree that class size matters. I also think that when we're talking about really trying to focus on SOFG and making sure that we're prioritizing things that will have an impact right now, I think that not everybody feels the impact of the lower class sizes because it's still a site decision. So I'm just not sure that that should be a priority right now when we're working with such limited resources. I agree that it's important. I agree. I also think that there are other things that should take priority with limited resources that everybody will feel as opposed to just the sites that are able to match this.
So you would like to have that tabled, 17 and 18. Amy?
I also agree and understand like a lot of these options are done with the best interest of the students and the adults in the district. And I think that they should be tabled, not removed, but tabled. And for the purpose, I agree with what Daniel said. And the reason why is, yes, it does wholeheartedly agree with our SOFG goals. However, reducing class sizes or ratios for our SEI classrooms, isn't going to necessarily just change what's happening in the classroom. We really need to focus on the instruction that's happening in that classroom and provide the professional training and the SIOP. I know it's happening at a few sites, but it is not happening at all. And a lot of our SEI teachers or teachers that are teaching those students, whether it's a 1-hour model or 2-hour model, don't have that training. So I think for the interim, they should be tabled, as well as we also have like, I don't know how many options, 19 options, and that's a lot to bring. So I really think we just need to come with a solid amount that is going to give us the biggest bang for our buck, that's going to hit the most students and the most members in the district.
Just real quick, I think we said that we are just throwing, like, I wanted to remove those options. Ariel doesn't. I respect everyone's input and we can have that discussion when we go to actually vote on the option. But right now, at least one person does not want the option tabled. So I think we should just move on so that we can, because right now, all we're trying to do is remove options that nobody is fighting for, right? That's the objective right now. And it seems like even if one person is passionate about the option, it stays and we just move on to the next person, right? Like, does that? Yeah, we could still vote it down later and have that discussion later, but I think right now we're just looking for if there's even one person that wants the option there, we got to keep it there until later discussion.
So rather,
Okay,
I have a question.
what is your question?
Could we, not right this moment, but later on, we will have the option to amend some of the options, and then we can remove the special education students being counted 1.2. But then also, when we talk about smaller class sizes, my envision was to keep some of the SEI pull-out teachers. So it's not about making class sizes smaller, it's about providing additional instruction time. We know that we have kids who are coming to America in like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Who's teaching those kids how to read currently at the moment? We can also hire another reading intervention that can help those kids learn the alphabet, start reading, because they're coming in after the intervention model.
And we can have those conversations for sure when we get to that.
can I
Are there any?
can I propose an amendment instead of going person by person? Can we just go option 1? We all want we keep it or we get rid of it. And then option 2, keep it, get rid of it. If you don't want us to have conversations about it, I totally respect that.
Okay.
But I think it'll make that process go a lot faster.
Okay, let's do it. Option 1. Thumbs up, keep it.
Keep it, thumbs up, and thumbs down.
Yeah. Okay, we're keeping it on because there's a disagreement. 2. Okay, we're keeping it. 3. Yeah.
Can we say revise for the middle?
3. Okay, we're going to keep that one too. I have a feeling we're going to be keeping them all. Option 4.
No thumbs up?
Yes, everybody's thumbs down.
Oh, no, it's a thumbs up.
Okay, we're keeping it. This one's a thumbs up.
Who had a thumbs up? Oh, okay. Option 5.
Actually,
Wait, so do the team, you don't want ESP a part of it? That makes no sense. What? You want the team, but you don't want ESP a part of it?
Well, I mean, can we just table it? Is my biggest thing.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, yeah.
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 Thumbs down on the tabling for the other one? Yeah, okay, so we are good with tabling 4.
Okay, number 4 tabled. Okay,
Yeah, I would argue that 4 and 5 really live together, so those should both be tables. Does anyone agree
5.
with that?
Five.
I see, okay.
Okay, keep 6. The district will provide ongoing training to all staff in terms of trauma-informed practices.
I think you're already planning on doing that anyway. So
literally my job next year.
Table that. Yes. 6.
So far we've tabled 4 and 6. Okay.
7, keep same tiers and increase amount at each tier by 20%.
Longevity. Yeah, the revised one should be keep current tiers of longevity to increase the amount of each tier by 20%.
Okay, we're keeping that. 8, after first year of employment, level A staff who return and move to level B. Okay, we're keeping that. 9, offer option to receive longevity compensation over 2 payouts instead of.
So does that mean, I have a question for that one. I need a clarifying question. So does that mean like just one lump sum, like you're gonna get an extra check out once?
It's spread
It's
out
2.
over 2 paychecks.
Instead of getting 1, you get
Instead
2
of getting
checks.
1, you get it spread out over 2.
Was anyone a thumbs up on that?
No, okay, so we are tabling
Okay, tabling.
number 9.
Okay, 10, that was the one about the substitutes receive a 5% pay raise and retroactive. Okay, that one we're going to do. 11, if funding permits a pay raise at the ratio, and that was the list of what the pays would be.
I think there's an error on the annual one that says 1.5.
It is there, but I think we'll have to go
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. 12, contract subs will receive pay raises at the classified rate for further pay raises. Keep that. Okay, so we're gonna keep that. Next one, 13, district will create a parental leave package with. Yes, we are. 13, that's the parental leave package. One. Okay, we're keeping that. 14, school board will adjust policy of the medical leave assistance program to include parental leave. Are you three over here voting or? Okay, we're keeping it. 15, class sizes for general education shall correspond to the following, and then it lists the class sizes. Okay, we're keeping that. 16, funding allows the student to teacher allocation 27.5 to 1 will be reduced, and the resulting class size targets and maximums will be reduced. Ariel, you want to keep that? You're the only one.
Oh, that does say funding's allowed, so it's not like we're guaranteeing.
Yeah, so I
Remember, we're
We can
trying
table
to
it.
shrink the number of recommendations we make.
Okay, so we'll table that. 16 is tabled. 17, for the purpose of allocating staff to sites under the district staff ratio, 27.5 to 1, students who are English learners, ELs, and students receiving special ed education count as 1.2.
Sideways, can you live with it being tabled?
No, I mean, I want to keep it.
Okay, then it's done.
Okay, we're keeping that. 19 was the healthcare, so that's done. We've already.
You skipped 18.
Oh, 18? For the purpose of balancing class size students, I thought we just did that. There's two of them. Okay, maybe. Okay, for the purpose of balancing class sizes, students classified as English language learners and students receiving special education count as 1.2. Okay, we're keeping that. So how many did we eliminate? 2, 3? Okay, yeah, table. Good call there. Okay. Now we can revise. So, Kelly, your team, you remember who was all on your team? Was it, were you on Kelly's team?
Remember when I had the hat?
Well, actually, we have Jay here now, so should we take a little break?
Sure.
Jay, to have him speak? Yeah, we'll take a break now. Huh? Well, are you ready? Do you want another break? It's 10 o'clock, or do you want to just continue to roll on to lunch? Okay. Mr. Mann, did you want to speak with the team at all? Or are you just okay to sit here and whatever you would like, we're fine with? We love having you here.
Yeah, so I think the intent is if there were conversations around what was brought up earlier, that Katie brought up, that it's out of sync with what you had said as a facilitator, but that really would be where I think Jay's
So do you want, now I wasn't at the board meeting, but apparently there was a board meeting and there were conversations. And if this is what you're getting at, Katie, do we want to have that conversation now? Correct. Yes.
I feel like we could have that conversation now and then take our 10 afterwards and then go back to revising language. That sounds like an idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question. Good morning, Jay. Thanks for joining us.
Have a snack too, Jay.
The muffins are great. Uh, I have a question that's come up with a few different team members and then just some staff that I've spoken to too outside of this group. And that is related to the SOFG alignment with Meet and Confer's goals. So I'm going to kind of stumble through it and then let me know like kind of where my holes are. So our focus, as we know, is on primarily working conditions, salary, and benefits, whereas the SOFG goals primarily are on curriculum, if I could paint that broad stroke, and instruction, which is not our focus. Of course, as a district, our focus is improving student achievement, which is of course like the end of, you know, what we all want to be able to do and support our families in that way and our students. However, it seems to be that there's a bit of a disconnect between what we are recommending here and those goals because they are so curriculum and instruction focused. The history of this committee is not to focus on those things. So I think there's just a little bit of misalignment with where what we are bringing to the table has to be and we've talked about this many times, you and I specifically, and like the team at large, of like, we could draw that thread, right? Like anyone could say like giving people more money increases achievement because you have to like have staff to teach them and be able to make the goals happen, right? So we could draw that thread, I think, and we're willing to do that and are going to because we know that that is the will of the employees in the district. So I guess I'm muddling through this, but I help us
You're doing
understand-
great, by the way.
help us understand kind of how we can bridge these two, because I think there's just a little bit of confusion, especially as Katie brought up earlier, in light of the comments that were made from the leadership on the board. And it's just leaving us with a little bit of like, huh, you helped us to like be able to create this team and get to this point that we're at. And now you're like, don't put those recommendations for it. It's just a little bit of confusion on our part. So thank you for listening.
Oh, very cool. Okay. Yeah, I think a big piece of it, honestly, is growing pains. And I also understand, you know, it's one of the things I've been processing a lot lately, sort of the difference between the two different focuses, right? But they're all intertwined, and I'm going to kind of explain my perception of how that is. And I don't pretend to speak for, you know, the board is 5 individuals, right? And they each have their own perspectives, and they don't necessarily always see things exactly the same way either. So I'll give you my best interpretation and understanding, and hopefully it will be helpful. And I will do my very best, because sometimes I wax a little too philosophical, and I will try to keep it in the concrete, in the here and now, as best I can. So yes, there is a significant amount of truth to Meet and Confer as a very specific set of things that it's working on. And where I think that intersects, from my opinion, is in the student outcomes focused governance work. One of the things that gets talked about a lot is that there's 3 primary components. There's inputs, outputs, and outcomes. And so the inputs are the things that you put into your system in order to drive your outputs, because your outputs are supposed to be your mid-cycle indicators that you're on. They're things you've chosen that you think, if we can do this, then our outcomes should end up where we want them to be. So when we look at things like compensation, benefits, and working conditions, they really live in the input space. And so they're not necessarily on the outcome end of things. And I think what makes it hard is, like, we could say, well, of course, if you pay more, you attract and retain more high quality teachers, and more high quality teachers leads to the outcome of higher student performance, right? And that's a very sort of broad brushstroke, and it doesn't necessarily create a direct connection. But if we think of it as an input in the system, then it might be easier to, without having to put a ton of effort and like spend 6 days researching, you know, is this true or not? It might be easier to create threads from the work that Meet and Confer is doing to recommend those adjustments to salary, benefits, and working conditions, and how as inputs they will impact the outputs and the outcomes. And so the best example I can give you, and this, I want to give lots of thanks to to Daniel and Ariel and Anne, thank you. Well, I'm visual, so I'm looking for faces, but she was voice only yesterday. But we had a really good conversation yesterday afternoon about some of these concerns. And one of the things that there was a question that came up that was like, well, why is the district so set on, adding some coaches and adding some additional PD? Because if you watched the last board meeting and you looked at um, the progress monitoring report, one of the things that they were talking about is here's some things that appear to be working and having an impact, and here's some things that aren't. So we want to do less of what isn't working and more of what is working, right? So you have these related inputs. One of them is, well, we're seeing where, bless you, where coaching is effective, it's actually moving outputs, and there's an expectation it'll move outcomes. There are some places where it's not, and so what you want to do is move away from the where it's not stuff and do more of the where it is stuff, right? But that input doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's because who's receiving the professional development and the coaching. So in the example from the progress monitoring report, the teachers that were receiving the coaching and the professional development were a small cadre of 11 SEI teachers, right? And for those 11 teachers, the feedback from those teachers is, we were resistant at first, but like once we got into this is actually not only helping our academic work, it's actually helped behaviors in our classrooms too. And like, we want more of this. And our friends who we've been having conversations with want some of this too. So that's the reason you heard the team talk about, well, we may want to double the number of seats we have available next year for this, because it's something that has been identified both by the curriculum team as this seems to be working, and by the teachers themselves as this is actually working for us, right? And sometimes you have to get over a hump of resistance, disbelief, whatever, right? In order to like, let's try this and see if it works. But that, like I said, that input doesn't exist in a vacuum, because there's those 11 teachers, right? So now we have 11 teachers who are more effective in their instruction. And in being more effective in their instruction, they are going to be driving the outputs that we want to see as a district in order to get to the outcomes we want to achieve as a district. So what's the most important thing we need to do with those 11 individuals besides continue to provide those supports? Well, in my mind, it's keep them, right? So that's a way to draw a thread with compensation. Why would you invest this money in the additional coaching supports and the additional PD only to have these 11 people become highly skilled, therefore equals highly valuable, and then have those individuals leave the district? And if the goal is to adjust all of the inputs to be aligned to create the outputs and the outcomes that you want, theoretically, you're going to be bringing these types of resources to bear on everyone within the system. So everyone within the system becomes more valuable. Everyone within the system is someone that you want to hold on to, but you really can't do that when people have to make choices based on things like compensation, benefits, and working conditions, right? So to me, that's a little bit more of a direct connect than saying, well, come on, it's obvious. Like, if we don't pay people well, we're not going to have good people, right? Like, that's just very high level. But as we kind of got into the conversation yesterday afternoon, I was like, wow, this is a literal straight line throughput. If A plus B equals C, you don't want to lose A or B, because then you don't get C, right? Like, it's simple. Hopefully that's an algebraic equation. I haven't just embarrassed myself. So haven't really done much math instruction in a lot of years. So, but and I was an English teacher. But that's kind of, I don't know if that helps, but that's kind of part of where my thinking is, based on what I heard, other conversations I've had, what I know about student outcomes focused governance, and what I know about the function, purpose, the policy behind what we do with Meet and Confer. So it feels like an extra ask and an extra layer, but it's really just bringing context to the recommendations, right?
And I think that was always true, and we always were prepared to align them.
Yep.
I just appreciate that perspective because you do see kind of all sides of it, and that will help
Yeah.
us in our recommendations and being able to like, yeah, make that thread clearer.
Yeah, and I
Anybody else wants to speak to.
Yeah, and if I could just throw one more thing out there, I'm happy to field other questions, but I think part of what you're seeing too is as human beings, we have kind of two components. Dr. Pombo recommended this book called Switch to me, and it talks about the elephant and the rider. I'm going to go a little bit philosophical. I won't stay there long, I promise. Right, but the concept is that like our logic brain is the rider, and it's small and relatively weak, but it tries to guide the elephant. And the elephant's our emotional being, right? And that elephant is big and powerful. And if you know anything about willpower is like a muscle. The more you practice willpower, the stronger it gets. But the more you use it, the tireder it gets, right? And so that rider gets tired, and then emotion takes control over logic, right? And so one of the things I think that's really kind of smacking that elephant on the posterior right now are the things that are happening at the federal level. So there's a lot of stress and strain, I'm sure, on all of you. I know it wakes me up at night, and it's certainly affecting our board as well. So they have a lot of fear and concern around what our budget's going to look like for next year and all of those things. So that all kind of is in the pot, right? Like the cauldron of the stew of what's happening, along with they're wanting to keep on this SOFG pathway because they're starting to see some results from it, and they want to continue to see those results. So I think Daniel was first, and then come back to Dorothy. Or is Dorothy first? I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to ignore you,
Yeah, I
Dorothy.
think I inadvertently, through my public comment at the last board meeting, I don't know, poked the elephant with something and it started caving into itself or something. I don't know, because that's the sense that I got from the previous board
Yeah.
meeting when we were talking about the carry forward, and we already knew we were
Yeah.
were recommending a pretty conservative percentage.
Right.
And then there were clear, like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. We can't even, we need more savings. And I was trying to express that, but I made the mistake of using the word fear, and it like clearly triggered most of the members of the board. So I apologize if I did any harm by using the word fear, but that is what my sense was from the previous board meeting, was leading with fear. And they took offense at that. So I feel bad about that. But my real point is that we can't just stay in fear.
Right.
We have to get back in our logical brain and realize that if we don't have any employees because we aren't even showing a willingness to try to be equitable with our pay, then we're not going to have anybody to provide PD to and all these other things. I obviously did not convey that well this time.
I need you
but-
to do two things, Dorothy. One is I need you to know there was a lot more context than the comments, and while timing may not have been stellar, and sometimes word choice, trust me, as a guy who beats himself up every night about his word choices throughout the course of the day, but at the end of the day, I don't think you can own it. And the two things I would encourage you to do is, number one, for whatever guilt you have over it, please forgive yourself. As a person who struggles with their own personal guilt throughout the day for things that I should not feel guilty about, please forgive yourself. And I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing, right? Like if a conversation's going to get sparked and we're going to bring things to a head, sometimes it's better for that to take place in advance of when the recommendations are coming. Because when it comes in the midst of the recommendations, then the emotion gets attached to the recommendation itself, right? If it comes in advance of the recommendations, then it puts us in a position to have a conversation like we're having today and think about what are the things we can do to create the connections we need to create to make it easier for people to say yes. It's been so long since I've read it, and I couldn't even tell you most of the things that are in, but there's a book called Getting to Yes, right? And I'm sorry? Oh, there you go. Right. Yeah. And so, part of it is what you don't want to do is you don't want to attach all of sort of these negative components to what you're trying to get people to say yes to. And so I am a weird guy in that I don't think anything happens by accident, and I think most things happen for a reason. And I think if everybody can stay, pure of intention and focused on the end goal, you know, we can still get where we need to be and have a positive outcome and a positive result. So I've been trying, I just haven't been able to get to you. I've been trying to get to you to tell you to forgive yourself and not feel bad about it since like the meeting happened. And I have not successfully done that. Yeah. So, well, so that's what I've been having guilt over. Every morning I wake up and go, today I've got to make it to Dorothy. I haven't made it to her yet. I'm such a bad human being and a bad superintendent. So,
Yeah, I think I wanted to make some comments mostly to the team. And I mean, also some of these things I said yesterday, Jay, so sorry for repeating myself.
it's okay.
But like Meet and Confer is here to talk about working conditions, salary, benefits, and anything sort of related to that, not curriculum and instruction, like Kelly said. We dip our toes into some of those things. And like we've always talked about, the conditions that the teachers work in affects how well they're able to do their jobs and all the people that support them. But if you think about, the union for UPS and how they bargain with their employers, what they're bargaining over is the conditions of their work and whether or not there'll be any guys driving the trucks. It's not about how well the packages get delivered. It's not how fast they get delivered. It's not anything like that. It's just that if you can't keep employees, if you can't make them happy, if you can't make them feel fulfilled, no one's going to be driving trucks delivering packages. And it's the same thing in a school as it is at any other business in the United States. And I promise you, if every single employee in the school district had a six-figure salary, health benefits, there'd probably be no union or union members. Everyone would just be, in Tahiti on our summers, right? But unfortunately, this is not a good economy. We're looking at like anywhere between like 4 and 8% inflation for like a couple of years now. Um, we're not getting between 4 and 8% raises every year. People's cost of living is going up. We looking last year, certified staff, I know there was a couple external factors, but anywhere between 20 and 30% turnover every year with our certified staff. And when you look at the exit surveys, at least half of those people, it's salary, it's pay. And again, we're not really exactly losing a ton of people to private sector, right? People are jumping ship to other school districts. And so like Jay was saying, you can spend as much money on PD as you want. If you have no one there to receive the PD and like actually, like put in some effort, it's very hard to be like a school district that underpays compared to surrounding school districts. But it's also really hard to be a school district. It's like way harder to be a school district that underpays compared to surrounding school district and expects more of their staff and is giving you additional things to do and is longer school day, squeezing you over test scores, right? Oh, we need to make sure that these kids are passing these state tests. I think everyone in our school district does the best that they can. But when you're taking anyone who walks in the door, you're going to get some people who are like, hey, I'm going to put in the level of effort that I get paid for, right? And, if those people, if more effort is expected of them, as it should be, we're a school, it's our job to educate children, they need to be compensated fairly because not everyone is, in and out of the goodness of their heart. People have bills to pay. People have real financial considerations. It's like I brought up earlier. Are you going to spend the 2 or 3 hours a week to plan extra lessons for your kids, or are you going to go do DoorDash because you have bills to pay, right? Like, are you going to go and put in that extra effort to like, oh, look over your notes that you took from the PD, right? Or are you going to go and do something else that can make you some money? And like the last thing I want to talk about is on the board comments about having like a narrow focus. And like I see on our agenda that we have like an hour set aside for research. Listen, like I said, our job is to make sure that we have people in these buildings teaching these kids with good working conditions. That's a complicated task. I've agreed in the past, like our focus needs to be narrow on salaries, working conditions, benefits. Like we shouldn't dip too much into anything really instructional. Before I refer to them as like do your job recommendations. Like we shouldn't issue recommendations for things that already should be happening or already in policy. But it's a complicated task to actually ensure that everyone's working conditions, benefits, pay is like where they should be. We have to go in and look at individual jobs. We have to go in and look at circumstances where a few people might have something messed up, right? And we have to fix those things. Because if we don't do it, no one is doing that. Like no one is making those decisions from year to year. Of course, the school leadership of the school district, if there's a little tweak there, a little tweak there, but if it costs too much money, they kick it to us and expect us to make decisions about those things. And so like I'm very, very, very opposed to like, oh, 20 options is a lot of options. Let's get that down to like 7. It's 4 pages of double spaced font. I don't think this is like a super crazy idea. I understand when it comes to implementation, I think that was a very fair criticism of how many recommendations we had last year. people have to go and like implement all those ideas, and we need to be considerate of that. But in terms of just like the length of recommendations or like how much reading it is, and again, with research, everyone here should know from going to college, getting a degree, that you can go and find research to support almost anything in the entire world. You can go and Google, research that supports XYZ thing, and you'll get one paper by one person who got a grant to go and research something. I think we have our connection between the inputs and the outputs. I don't know that we need like a evidence-backed research paper for every single recommendation we issue. I think that would be a waste of our time.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think you need a research paper either. The one thing I would caution against is like the board concern, right, is money's tight, right? So coming forward and saying, well, we need to give a raise because people are struggling because money's tight. Well, everybody empathizes with that, but now you've got a money's tight versus money's tight argument. And so my personal belief is the argument of, do we really want to move the system forward? And the only way to move the system forward is to move the people forward and retain those people, is a more powerful argument that's based in logic instead of my emotional reaction to a tough situation for us as individual employees versus your emotional reaction to watching your neighbors go into receivership and being really worried about the budget, despite the fact that we're not in that position, because thankfully we have people like Vanessa and Dom, and we've been fortunate enough to be able to keep some real talent in our business office, and that's one of the things that's kept us from sort of falling into that same trap that others have. Because when you look at, I don't want to use names, but when you look at some of our neighbors that are just now discovering they're in trouble, that's, without blaming anybody, like that typically happens because one of three things occurs. Either the business office isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing, or they are and they're telling superintendent and they're ignoring it, or they are and they're telling the board and the board's ignoring it. So the board's taking it as a very personal sense of responsibility around that. We just happen to be in a district where I don't sugarcoat it. I play it straight, and our team plays it straight. And so we know exactly where we stand, and where we stand is actually in a really good position. And in part, it's been because of, this is the other thing that Meet and Confer should both take pride in and be able to leverage as context, is it's also because Meet and Confer has been part of those conversations over the years. And we haven't been in a position where what's been recommended was going to bankrupt the district, right? So that's why we're not in that same boat.
James?
Yeah, so I think so I think some of and I think we need to be cautious of this too. Is some of this is messaging, and I think that our as a team, we've changed some things over the last couple of years, and I don't think they were bad things. In the effort to be more transparent, we are now streaming. A lot more information is going to the governing board, and I think we're kind of seeing some of the unintended consequences of that. And what I mean by that is people are now more and more seeing how the sausage is being made, and it's not a pretty sight, right? But at the end of the process, we always whittle it down. We always have everything out. We always prioritize it, and it always ends up being a couple of things. And if there's other things, great. If not, that's okay too. So I was talking to Diane about this, about like changing some of the process and being a part of that, and it's fine. But I just think we need to be aware of that as we go along, and how that messaging goes out, and whether or not the message is being heard in the way that we intended it. And clearly that has not been taking place. And also keep in mind, this is a governing board advisory committee. We all directly or indirectly work for the governing board. And I'm not saying that it's a blank check and we have to go and and meet everything that they ask us to meet. But I think it is ill-advised to just go and say, well, we're not going to do this, or we're going to take it in a different direction when there's clear guidance that's given to us, because what can be given can be taken away. So I'll just leave that there, and let that go through. And the other piece is just more of an open-ended question to you, Mr. Mann, about, because we've struggled. I believe we've struggled with options and things that either address the whole or the part of the system. And sometimes I feel like we're trying to figure out, should we do this thing, or should we not, because it only affects a certain group. We had that conversation with the staffing for ELLs getting a higher percentage. That is going to have an effect, right? And it focuses on specific things. And I try to put that in the context of the SOFG, where one of the goals focuses on one particular race and no other. So clearly, the message that I'm interpreting, and if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. The message that I'm interpreting is the governing board is asking us to do exactly that, to focus on the part. And I'm not saying at the exclusion of the whole, but if you have some thoughts or some ideas on how we might approach that as a team as we navigate, because I feel like that's going to come up a little bit more in terms of like, where do we make that decision? Do we put the resources in the part, or do we put the resources in the whole?
Well, I think it's a difficult thing to give specific guidance on, because a lot of times the effectiveness is in the story, right? Like everything in life is really fundamentally captured in its story. So one of the things you said that triggered for me is you talked about, possible compensation for the teachers, that are our SEI teachers, right? They're our structured English immersion teachers. So that is the group I was talking about earlier that had some of that specific professional development, and they tied directly to the goal around language acquisition, right? So I think it's goal 3, but I might have it mixed up with goal 4, but I think I don't know. It's either goal 3 or goal 4. So I mean, I could see a very powerful argument being made for, well, here we're bringing you this recommendation to make an adjustment to compensation for this specific group, because this is the group that ties directly to achieving this goal, and you've been putting an investment in this group, and therefore, that gets us from A to B. So I mean, that's a pretty powerful story if you're trying to align things to student outcomes focused governance, right? But I don't think it's a necessarily so, because the other argument you could make is, well, we also have a math goal, we also have a literacy goal. We're targeting 3rd graders, we're targeting 8th graders. For some of our outputs, we're targeting 5th grade. For some of our outputs, we're looking at K through 2. So when you put all that into the mix, ultimately at the end of the day, it really, in order to achieve all those goals, it sort of blanket affects all the teachers. And there's various things as far as investments in professional development and resources that need to go into all. So you could say, look, here, this is an example, and this group needs this. But you could also make the argument, but by extension, if we're going to do all these other things, we don't want anybody falling out of the system after we've put this investment into them. That would be counterproductive, right? So I mean, you really could bring that argument for either of those two cases, either the specific or the general. The thing I've been learning over the last couple, and I've said this in the past, but I didn't really have as clear of a understanding around it, that I've been learning about schools as a system, is whenever you remove anything from the system, ultimately the impact ends up in the classroom. So if you don't have school nurses, right, or even if the day that the school nurse is out sick, like that actually impacts the classroom. If you didn't have assistant principals, I pretty confident, James, you don't sit in your office just eating bonbons all day, because if you did, you'd look like me instead of like you. But that's, you know, the best evidence I have for that. But I really honestly believe that without an assistant principal on campus, that puts pain and pressure on teachers, right? When we're short psychologists, right? There's things that, you know, teachers aren't getting the support they need with certain groups of students that they're trying to provide, you know, additional either educational supports, or it might be a kid who's being mainstreamed into their classroom or whatever, and making sure the IEPs are squared away and all those kinds of things. So, you know, if you don't have people trying to sort out all the mess with our grants, then we end up losing money and leaving money on the table like our neighbors are doing. And it's part of, like, if you think about the Isaac story, with no disrespect to our friends at Isaac, but they left $9 million sitting on the table as part of, I probably have that number wrong. I know it was multiple millions of dollars because the ESSER paperwork wasn't filled out correctly, right? And that was the money that the state superintendent's office sort of got the variance from the federal government to replace. But that was part of how they got into such hot water. If you tell me that that didn't affect those teachers in that school district, I'll have you have a conversation with Heather, and she'll tell you a different story, right? So I think the thing that's challenging is to figure, when you start to piece and part it, is to figure out how you do the least damage to the system by piecing and parting it. So that's, well, it's, I've watched it over the years, and I've rarely seen things come out with any group kind of walking away feeling comfortable or happy when it's been highly divisive. And that's just my personal lived experience. It doesn't mean that there aren't reasons and times I've supported at times doing that, because it seemed like the best solution we had available, but there's always a cost that gets paid with it. And even the creative things we've done over the years. I remember, like, one of my first years here in the district, you brought this concept of the $1 raise to us. And it didn't make sense at that time, but at some point it made sense because of the circumstances we were in. And I have yet to find anybody in the state that doesn't work in this district that really understands what we did and why we did it. But I do believe at that time that was the best solution. I've had people tell me that it created more compression, but I can go to a whiteboard with you and show you the math that it actually solved a bunch of compression problems. Bless you. Of course, we have a bunch of other compression problems that happened afterwards, but when you're looking at percentages versus flat dollars, there's a form of compression that the flat dollars do a better job with than the percentages do. So I mean, every solution is something worth consideration. You know me, you've heard it from me for a decade. It's always the unintended consequences that I'm worried about.
Okay, our last one, I think, is the
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate everybody's perspective, and I also appreciate the perspective from the board. I know that meeting Confer is all about wages, salaries, and working conditions, so we can create this conditions for success. And the success in our field is specifically not building a car, not selling food, not making a profit, but making sure that our kids have the best skills and knowledge so they can be successful in school and beyond high school and stuff. And so I appreciate that challenge of making sure that everything that we're recommending to establish those conditions are aligned to that one goal. For me, it wasn't a matter of saying they're parallel things. For me, it was just more of like, it's the same goal, make sure that both things are pointing to the same direction rather than to fighting off. And so challenge accepted, and I know that we can revise our options in here. I also want to make sure that I raises, I want for everybody. What I want for me, I want for everyone. But I also know that currently, with the current salaries that we have outstanding people doing outstanding things. And then we have other people that are not. And the solution is not to throw more money at those people. There are some people that in all of positions that regardless of how money we raises or things, stipends that we make, they're not the right person to be in this bus or in that position. And so I just want to shout out, even with the challenges, the inflation, everything else, for the ones that are doing an fantastic job. Thank you on behalf of our children and families. Continue to do that. You're appreciated and you are not invisible. And I just want to say that in a perfect world, will we have money to sustain and to fix everything? We don't. That's the reality. And so we have to do our best to align our goal of giving the best chance to our kids with what we have. And we have a lot of options. And some of those options are great ideas that we can table or that we can revisit with this guidance. And there's some others that it's a no at this time. And
Well, and I think in relation to the number of options, I think it's also important when we do this to consider who has that, who is in charge of that option and how much work are we giving them? So we need to look at that too. Are they able to actually do the work that the options require? So we kind of need to keep that in mind. If it's the curriculum department, well, we can't do curriculum, but whatever it is, we have to think about the people that are doing that task. How much are we putting on their plate that they can do? Okay, Rebecca and then Ariel, and then we're going to end this conversation.
I'd like to just say something added to Mr. Carvajal when he said, in no disrespect of what you said, that us teachers who are in the classroom for 8 to 10 hours a day, that we're doing the best we can. And I completely agree with that. But also when you're a mom with a family of 4, uh,
You want us to come back to you, Rebecca?
no.
Okay, Ariel.
I just think that we should be, especially if you're in a admin or manager, some leadership position in the district, I think that the rhetoric of some of the employees are doing really well, and then some of the employees, I'm just paraphrasing, is trash, and we should stop throwing money at them. And I'm paraphrasing, this is not your exact words. This is how I'm wording it. I think leadership should be very careful with that rhetoric, because I think some of the people that you're probably referring to, not saying you're referring to me or anyone in this room, I think some of the people you might be referring to as not so great employees that we should stop throwing money at. I think some of those employees probably feel the same way about leadership in the district, and it's very decisive.
I like to
Divisive,
respond
sorry, divisive.
to respond because that's not what my message. My message was that money doesn't resolve all of the issues. That's my message. Money doesn't resolve all the issues. I did say I want raises for everybody. What I want for me, I want for everyone. And intrinsic motivation to do more and beyond, which is proven by the people who at this time we're saying we can't afford things. We have inflation and there's still great employees doing great things, but that's not the rule for everyone. You work with all of them. I'm not calling names. I'm not saying I'm just saying the reality that sometimes money doesn't solve everything. And that's why in the past and like this year, we have options that are working conditions and not necessarily about races. Why? Because we need to support other people. That's all I said. Money is not the only solution. It is a great solution and it's needed for many employees.
Okay. Rebecca, did you want to finish? Or are you okay? And
No,
then
I'd like to finish.
we will move on.
Everything about what Ms. Carvajal said is completely, I agree with. But also, when you're a mom of 4, or I'm sorry, a family of 4, and I bring $800 to the table every 2 weeks, that's not a livable wage. And I know I'm not the only person in this room having those issues, but And I really took it to offense when, um, essentially in my own understanding was the board said, "Hey, we pay your benefits. You should be happy." They don't pay my benefits. And I dole out roughly $600 a month for my family of 4. Like, how is that even like, how can we live with that? So that's the only thing I'd like to bring.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and I appreciate your openness with that. I just have one last comment before I go, and I think it's an important perspective because it feels like these two things are at odds with each other, and and in my mind they're really not. I think they can be very complementary. So one of the things I get very nervous about is us getting into a headspace where we're like, well, the reason we're talking, maybe raises, maybe not raises, is because of student outcomes focused governance. I really don't think that's the case. I think we just happen to have this juxtaposition of harder financial times coinciding with we're hitting kind of our stride with the work that we're trying to do in relation to that. And I have a very firm belief, based on everything I know from my time in K-12, that the student outcomes focused governance and the potential for it to improve student outcomes ultimately will make the work of this body easier in the future. And that's because the way that the finance system is structured in Arizona is there is only one way to be in a position to be better than the inflation rate well, there's two ways, but one requires less conflict in here and more conflict down at the Capitol, right? Because the legislature could give us more money. They could stop giving all the money to the large corporations and the wealthiest individuals in the state, right? And invest it in public education. And if they did that, what would be amazing is we currently, as being 49th in the country for funding, we are 38th in the country for performance. So imagine if we just got to the national average for funding, we'd probably be in the top 10 states for student performance. We punch way above our weight class. But I learned many years ago that there is only one silver bullet for funding and finance in the state of Arizona, and that's student growth. And so if you look, you want to see the richest district in the state, it's, Tolleson Union High School District, right? They had an extra $24 million burning a hole in their pocket to help out Isaac. And why is that? Because they've been growing like gangbusters. And some of that's just geography, right? Everybody's moving out west because things are more affordable out there. Housing prices have been high. But the other thing that factors into that is parental choice in the state of Arizona. And there are more options now than there have ever been. Everything from, let the superintendent of public schools give you $10,000 to keep your kid home, to charters, to private schools. There's just all these different options, and going to your neighboring district. And the parents who shop, what they look at is how are the kids that are in that district performing, right? So that's why I don't think this is mutually exclusive. If we can find a way to sort of braid these elements together and do what best we can for our staff to make conditions and compensation, everything as best as we can in this district, and get everybody to hang with us a little while longer while we can see the impact of the hard work that we're doing. As we start to see those impacts, we will also see an increase in our enrollment, or at least a stabilization and a lack of decrease. And over time, as that shifts from decrease to stable to growth, the other thing that we'll see is it will make a very big difference in our budget picture and our ability to look at things like, solving some of the compensation problems that we have in our district. So I wanted to end on that because I think it's really important that we don't see things as mutually exclusive. And I think it's really important that we see where our vested interest lies and why the work's important. It's important to me because, like all of you, I care about the kids and the families in our district. But it's also important to me because, like all of you, I care about the staff and the teachers, in our district. And I would like us to be able to do more for them. And those two things, in my mind, for what it's worth, they're hand in glove. There's no separating the two. So anyway, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry to take so much. I always take too much time. I talk too much. I'd say I won't wax into philosophy, and I do. I did give some actual data and facts, so I'm going to call it good.
I think it was helpful. So good. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're just going to do a 10-minute quick break and then come back. And my watch's battery is almost about 5 till. Okay, next on our agenda. We could have everyone's sitting down. We're going to get started. Thank you. Okay, what we're going to do now, we're going to just reread. We had a group that pretty much was finished with their, well, they were finished with their revisions, but they didn't share out. Then we had another group that did not finish their revisions, so we might end up doing that as a group. So I know Kelly was in the group that was right over here. Who else was in that group? Dorothy? And go ahead. If you would come up front, all of you that were in that group. I have the poster over here. Dorothy, yes. I would, okay, so your group that we'll be sharing now, those are typed up on that paper. Hold on. Correct, this one. Okay, this is the one we're adding to. And by the way, Maria, at lunch, we're going to try to give you another copy. We're going to try to give you a copy that includes all of them after lunch. Okay, relating to the options page with the numbers. The group that is going to share with us now, their options are on here. If we decide we don't like what they decided, then we need to change it on this paper. Well, they're here. Yeah, okay. And I don't even need the charts because they're on the paper typed up.
Well, the changes are.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to give a little history? Do you just want to tell us what your issue was?
My
So many.
No, for this. Just don't read the option. Tell us what it is.
We were 7 through 12.
Okay,
Yes.
on this paper. Okay.
So we had numbers 7 through 12. So we'll just start and read the reword. So, okay.
Yes.
Your face says, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Option number 7 was changed to keep current tiers of longevity and increase the amount of each tier by 20%. And I think we had added beginning 25-26 school year, but then I remember that we actually added that at the top of all of the recommendations, unless otherwise stated, right?
Mhm.
We're going to say beginning 25-26 school year. Okay. And then we made a little chart, which has the tier increases. So, yeah. Yeah. Option number 7.
And these are not the right ones.
Well, because it's not reworded. I'm reading the reword based on this.
Oh, I see. So
Okay.
It changed numbers. It's not 7. It's
On the big pack, I thought that's the one we had been working on. It's 7.
We're using the little one now, she said.
Yeah, these are the revised.
Okay. Cute. Whatever it is.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter. It's all the
what we did is Maria took your charts
Uh-huh.
and she typed your words
Oh, she
on.
did type them.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Okay.
this was the only one that she did not type up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
So option 11 on the small pack.
Option 11 on small packet, 7 in the overall list.
Mhm.
So the only things we did is change the word same to current, added of longevity, and then we included the little chart. So after 3 years, the current amount is 1,000. The new proposal is 1,200. After 5 years, current is 2,000. New proposal is 2,400. 10 years, 4,000 to 4,800. 15, 6,000 to 7,200, which is all an increase of 20%.
Are we okay with that? They just made a couple wording changes. Let's come to consensus on that.
You're just agreeing to the language of the
Okay,
the
go ahead.
proposal. Okay. Option 8/12. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay. Is after first year of employment, staff who return are moved from level A to level B on the salary schedule. So this is a way to increase longevity for folks that stay after 1 year without adding it to this table by moving them up on the salary schedule.
So you just changed the word staff to certified teachers?
Basically, yeah. Yeah, essentially.
Okay, Katie?
Remind me of the process. So you're proposing this as being one of the options, but if we would like it, like have an idea for rewording, is this the time for that or no?
Yes, this is the time.
Okay. I have an idea.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Can we say, and I think that this is where like we connect SOFG with the work here, is because one of the things about us losing teachers is we train them up in our first year. We put all these resources into them. They don't make enough money, and then they leave us well trained to go to other districts. So I think that it should say after first year. I could live with first year or second year of employment and successful completion of new teacher induction program, because I think that's part of the training that goes along with being a first year teacher. And then the rest.
Are there staff that complete their first year but don't complete the first year of induction training?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Okay. Yeah, what are the requirements to attend that?
Once a month meetings.
Okay.
And they don't have to be a part of a committee. That's their committee. Yes.
But it's mandatory PD that some people aren't coming to.
Right.
So
If it's mandatory and they're not coming for it, shouldn't that be reflected in their evaluation by their evaluator?
Well, attending a PD would be in domain 4, so that's not on our evaluation from an evaluator. That would be through progressive discipline. However, there was a lot of discussion on the table this year that people shouldn't attend new teacher induction because they shouldn't have to go to a committee or what have you. And so now we're kind of dealing with the fallout of that. And a lot of new teachers are not attending that.
Go ahead.
I would just like to add that if we added that verbiage to the option, then it's not really penalizing anyone. Like if you attend new teacher cadre for the year, then the reward is that you're professionally developed and you get moved up a level. If you don't finish the cadre, then you don't move up a level. No harm, no foul.
If I remember correctly, the issue was about the timing of the PD. Is this right? And that it was.
It just sounds like two different options. Can we just, I think that sounds like two different options. One is saying people will get a raise if they return. One is saying people will, like, they're two different things, right? So I feel like we should just add another option for Katie's idea, and then we can talk about it later, because we're just revising language right now for clarity.
Addresses the interest.
Can I just add, what's more important, them finishing their new teacher cadre or them coming back? Oh, sorry. I think we have to look at what's more important, them finishing their teacher cadre or them coming back. And I only say this because it costs money to do new teacher introduction that a week before normal teachers come back. That's cost money. And so we're constantly having to rehire new people and do the same trainings over again. And we're never getting, our teachers to that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 year mark because they're quitting after the first and second year. It's actually costing us more money in the long run. So I think we have to, like, what's more important, getting teachers to stay in the district over time. And yeah, they might not finish new teacher cadre, but they're still coming back year after year, and we're providing professional development. We're providing quality training to the point where, yeah, you didn't finish this, but we're going to keep training you and working with you and getting you to a point where you're a veteran teacher and you're able to do more in the classroom. I'm sorry.
Maybe we should start a stack. Is this a PD or sorry?
It's up there. It's up there.
Oh, it's up there. Look at that.
In response, I would just like to say that coming from an instructional coach perspective, I think we want to keep people that we're training. The new teacher cadre is an extension of new teacher orientation. As somebody who facilitated new teacher orientation as well as the mentor program and the new teacher cadre, it's all stuff that's spiraled and cyclical, and it's all about behavior management cycle, building routines and procedures, accessing the curriculum, and engaging students. It's all based on new teacher need. It's 1 hour a month.
Real quick, I'm going to jump in before Rebecca's. Diane wants me to read the framing statement, which was the kind of heart of our longevity issue. And it says, how do we improve current longevity to improve staff retention to impact student achievement, which I think was Katie's point earlier, to kind of weave in the SOFG. And I will say the rub or the concern about PD was related to the late nights, I believe. I think that's kind of how they all got intertwined. And also new staff being exempt from committees. And is this a committee or is it not? I'll say this is PD that we're paying people for essentially because we're pushing them up on the salary schedule, which I don't know why we're against paying people for PD. That seems like a good idea. Rebecca?
I agree.
I agree with what Eve and Ariel said. Coming from a school where I was a new teacher for 5 years, I worked with a mentor teacher as well as a coach and a principal, either my AP or my principal. But there was no like new teacher. Like I had new teacher at the beginning of like my very first year, threw me in, and then after that, during a prep, so that was like my PD or our district PDs. I had 5 years of district PD of new teacher implementation, and then a weekly check-in with whoever I needed to check in. So, I mean, if we're talking about taking, I mean, to my knowledge, we're kind of talking about taking this like PD out, correct? No.
Talking about whether to pay them regardless
Oh,
of whether they
okay.
do it or pay them extra only if they do it.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with, I mean, personally, I think if you're going to put the time in to do it, I think you should get paid for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that in regards to the comments about the new teacher cadre, um, there, I guess my issue is that the curriculum that is taught in the new teacher cadre is curriculum that used to be taught in the new teacher affinity groups that teachers did for the first 2 years in the school district. It's not perfectly the same, but that is like sort of seemingly where a lot of that like comes from. And so earlier, I think Katie, you referred to the fact that there was issues with getting people to show up. I mean, this is a little overly transparent because I don't like talking about, private conversations or whatever, but among the site stewards, I think it's probably like less than 5 people who really reached out and had like a huge like issue with who had a contractual issue with going to new teacher cadre, who were aware of their rights and reached out to their site steward and said, hey, I think I'm not supposed to be doing this. And those 5 people were told like, hey, yeah, our contract says you shouldn't be doing a committee like your first year. Right. So that would imply that if this is a committee, like, because we also had new teacher committees, again, with our creative naming convention, like Dorothy mentioned earlier. I think those 5 people missed like one session, and then people pulled together and the lawyer was reached out to, and the lawyer said, actually, this is professional development. That is part of your job requirements. Everyone has to do it. and all 5 of those teachers go and do it now. And if people aren't showing up to new teacher cadre, it is because, at least from my opinion, the feedback that we've received about the new teacher cadre PD is that it is pretty universally negative. And like, if people aren't showing up, that's like an individual discipline issue. That's like a management issue. I think it feels very weird to tie, like, again, if you have a teacher who comes in like 2 months into the school year and they miss new teacher orientation and a couple new teacher cadre sessions, would you say, oh, well, you don't get your year of experience? Like, that's kind of a weird thing. Like, that's why I suggested just splitting it into 2 different options. I feel like that then we could debate them.
Oh yeah, my name's already up there. Not about the option. Maybe district, whoever's in charge of teacher professional development, since this current model of, you know, new teacher orientation or new teacher cadre, it's not working out. Like how we're making changes to the way we're doing coaching with the SEI, maybe we can, district, if they want to, can look at creating a new model of how they want to roll out this new teacher induction program. If the current model isn't working, I don't feel like it's the job.
I just want us to stay with what
Oh, yeah,
we're
I'm
to
saying,
stay
I'm
with.
adding to, I don't feel like it's the job of this cadre to punish people for not doing something that's obviously not working for them.
Okay, so the wording that they worded is okay for that option, but we're adding another option under that one. Okay, Maria?
So we're gonna keep it the same.
Yes.
Just adding complete. First, what is it called? First educator.
And successful completion of new teacher induction.
Okay, so after first year of employment, staff who return.
Now we have certified teachers.
Oh, and successful completion. What? Yeah, tell me the title.
So would that now include like teachers that have like multiple?
I know.
Would that now include like teachers that have like multiple years too coming into
No,
the
it's
district?
only first year of employment.
Okay.
First year of employment. For the.
I feel like this is going to get
Can you-
really muddied by adding another option. Is this something that you feel so strongly that we need to add at this time to move to even consider that option? Because so now we would be after the second year.
Well, it's also, I think, also part of the. Just for my clarification, I thought part of the intent of this particular option was also to address compression. When we have an individual who's starting as a brand new teacher, I'm here this year, and then next year I'm at A, and I have another teacher coming in behind me that's also at A. So I think that, to me, that seems like what that conversation was in the last meeting.
That's where, yeah, that's where it came from.
Well, Katie, can you tell us again the whole option so we can hear it? She's writing it. I just want to see how the 2 relate.
I mean, if nobody else agrees with adding it, I'm fine with not adding it. I think that okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, can you read us what you
Yeah,
wanted the wording to be?
wanted it worded
Hold on, I want to make
as-
sure everyone's listening.
After 1 year of employment and successful completion of the new teacher cadre, certified teachers who return are moved from level A to level B on the salary schedule.
But we just,
It is 2 years.
so then it would have to be two
After
years.
2 years.
So then we would.
So then it would move to, right.
Okay, that would work for compression.
Yeah. A to, it would be,
So it would be B.
right. A to B and then B to C.
And that would help with them attending professional development if they knew they were going to be moved, I guess.
is everyone at, how do people move along the salary schedule now?
You don't. It's not a set
Leave a
schedule.
district.
Oh, so you have to leave and come back. So,
No, it's not it. No.
Oh, sorry.
No, you move on the salary, not schedule, because we have a placement schedule. Your salary moves based on the recommendations for increases in salary from this group and approved by the board. That's how salaries increase. So you stay at A. If you come in at A, you're at A forever. Yep. If you shift to a different position, then yes, you could move. Like if you move into a resource position, you might be moving because you're going to a different salary schedule.
so all our teachers that been in the district,
Kelly.
like they came into the district 8 years ago and they only, they're still A?
Yeah, salary has increased.
The salary has increased.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know about 8 years ago. Maybe 5 years ago.
Okay, Kelly.
Oh, thanks.
What's the difference between
You're saying
If the teacher started at A, they wouldn't be moving from B to C. They would be moving from A to B. So it's just going to say move from current level to next level, right?
Would there ever be a new teacher?
Because there could be a first year teacher that starts at, let's say, D if they came in with a certain number of years.
Sure.
Right. And our first year in the district employees required to do this cadre?
They are. Oh,
I know, this is where I think it gets a little tricky. And then it's like, if they miss one meeting, now do they forego doing this step?
well, I think we would have to further define what does successful completion
Sure.
look like.
I think typically we're talking about two different things.
Okay.
The new teacher induction, like at the beginning of the year.
Ariel, would you mind sitting down while she's sharing?
I can sit up at the same time.
Okay,
as long
just
as you're not talking.
thank you.
So new teacher induction or Creighton educator induction, that's for everybody that's new to the district. But the new teacher cadre is typically really focused on first year teachers. Yes, because it's like you talk about the behavior management cycle, some of the Moodle things, but you also go through examples of parent teacher conferences because maybe you didn't get to experience that in your student teaching, things like that.
That's where the confusion is I heard you say typically, it doesn't sound like, and maybe I'm wrong on this, it doesn't sound like there's like, you are this employee, this is what's going to happen. It's kind of like based on what their experiences were, maybe, or their level of competence. It
When
can be
I-
recommended by their supervisor if they go to this cadre or not. And then are people going to be advocating like, well, I want to move up a step, even though I have 5 years under my belt, but you know what I mean? It just seems like a little topsy-turvy.
Well, I just want to say that the new teachers are not required to participate in committees to alleviate all of those things and to receive those supports. And so if they're not going to do the new teacher orientation and not going to be doing committees and they're going to go up in a salary level, what about the rest of the teachers? It's not equal.
I was told to sit down. We were,
No, you were told to stop talking while people were talking.
we were looking at the
Because that's what everyone does.
We were looking at the salary schedule and it's not much money. It's not much money. It's $1,000, but it reached a point where it's going to cause compression between potentially a first year teacher and then someone that came in with like 2 or 3 years. We was looking at it.
Years of experience, yeah.
The 2%.
$374 to go between A to B,
Mhm.
and then $367 to go from B to C.
Mhm.
Are you looking at the certified teacher?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Or 12-month coordinator.
It's not $1,000. It's a 2% bump.
But also think
It's actually a 1.9% bump.
I also think that we're going to sticky territory where we're going to pay some employees for professional development and not others. But also, I don't think we should be having a discussion on what's happening in new teacher orientation that is above all our pay grades. We're just here to talk about, compensation. I think the option we had originally, moving from A to B after your first year, hey, stay another year, you get this type situation. Like I said, and also you know how much minutes we spend in Wednesday meetings talking about parent teacher conferences. When we sit down and have our weekly meeting with the coach, we're talking about parent teacher conferences. I think whether they go to that hour of training, they're going to be talking about parent teacher conferences.
So we know we want to, thank you. So we definitely are going to keep the original option. So we're going to do a consensus vote to add the other option and see if we come to consensus. If not, then we'll just stick with this option. And Lourdes, read the next option.
After second year of employment and successful completion of district new teacher cadre, certified teachers are moved from current level to next level on salary schedule.
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down, sideways.
We're just thumbsing the wording, not the actual option.
Yeah, because we'll keep the option. And then when we go to do our prioritizing, that's when we decide. Okay, can you read the wording again? Okay. Yeah.
After second year of employment and successful completion of district new teacher cadre, certified teachers are moved from current level to next level on salary schedule.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna keep cruising.
Okay.
Moving on to option 10. Option 9 was tabled. I don't know what it is in the other one. I'm sorry, I'm going off the long one. I think we're on 13.
Oh, yes,
So the longevity compensation for 2 payouts was tabled, so I'm skipping that one. Now we're on to option 10. Okay, we're skipping the 25-26 school year. Okay, contract substitutes will receive. Oh, it was 5%. Okay, just making sure. Contract substitutes will receive a 5% pay raise retroactive to the 24-25 school year, resulting in a stipend of $17.35 paid at the end of the 24-25 school year to people employed as contract substitutes for the entirety of the 24-25 school year. Just a little context was this was like a error. Well, there are opinions on this, but basically these employees were classified and certified somehow in both ways, and they essentially got skipped on receiving a pay raise because of their classification. Is that right? Okay, Daniel has his hand up. Go ahead. Use the mic.
For just verbiage, could we cross out the just to make it clearer and more correct to like the language that our HR/payroll would use? Can we cross out the retroactive part? And then just instead of resulting in a stipend, it would just be as well as a stipend.
Percent equal to that amount?
Yes, but the raise would be to make up for the fact that they did not receive that raise the previous year. And so to catch them up to where they should be, they still need a raise on the salary schedule, right? Does that so like they're at like 36 whatever this year. We may or may not end up giving them a raise, but regardless of what happens, they don't just need a one-time stipend. They need to be made up for the raise that they did not receive last year. Does that make sense? So I just when I talked to Joel a little bit, or Vanessa, someone told me we don't do retroactive. That doesn't make sense. So I just want to cross that out. And instead of resulting in, the language just says as well as a.
Okay, so it would say contract substitutes will receive a 5% pay raise, resulting in a stipend of
No, just as well as a.
as well as instead of resulting in.
Yes.
Okay, so let me read it again. Contract substitutes will receive a 5% raise as well as a stipend of $17.35 paid at the end of the 24-25 school year to people employed as contract substitutes for the entirety of the 24-25 school year.
So just to clarify, Daniel, you're not saying electrical noise. Uh, off. So the intent is to make that group whole on the 5% for this year and not to continue a stipend for next year, but to have that 5% be
Yes.
ongoing, and then whatever other raises come up would be included for next year.
Yes.
Okay.
Because basically, to explain the context, because people I can tell are confused. Last year, contract substitutes received the certified pay raise, but they do not receive the certified performance pay. They receive the classified performance pay. And last year, the certified pay raise was 5%. The classified pay raise was 10%. And so right now, if you're a contract substitute, you got the lower raise and you also get the lower performance pay. It is really hard to do an evaluation of a contract substitute due to the nature of their job. So it does, when speaking to them, it makes sense that they're in the classified category, but then that means they need the classified raise from last year, which would be that additional 5%. If we give them a raise at the end of this year, that money just disappeared. So we would pay them the stipend for the raise that they missed. And then ongoing, they would just receive the classified pay raise.
So the 5% is making up for the 5 that they missed.
Yes.
Getting to
the stipend
10%,
making
which
up
is
for
what the
5, yeah.
classified staff received. And the reason that they're classified is because they're not certified teachers. They're just
Well,
sub-certified.
they have a certification. My understanding is that they just receive a classified performance pay because of the difficulty of evaluation, is what I was told.
For classified.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Did everyone get that?
So we okay with the wording?
Do we need to hear it again?
Okay, so let's come to a consensus for that one, the wording.
Contract substitutes will receive a 5% pay raise as well as a stipend of $1,735.12 paid at the end of the 24-25 school year to people employed as contract substitutes for the entirety of the 24-25 school year. So we're just voting on the wording, Katie?
I had a question. Are we like, so we're having contract subs definitely next year, right? Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so vote up just for the wording. Yes.
Well, the reason we skipped that is because that was going to be at the top of all of the recommendations. It's going to say something like to be implemented for 25-26 school year unless otherwise stated. So it's just sort of like implied for all of them. Yep. Okay. Consensus for the wording? Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Let's keep going. All right, next one, option 11 on the larger packet. If funding permits a pay raise at a ratio of 2 to 1 to 0.5, there is a typo in this one. It says 1.5 for administration, it should say 0.5. So it's 2 to 1 to 0.5 to certified, classified, and administrative employees respectively, with a minimum of 1% for certified to be implemented for the 25-26 school year, which I think we can also eliminate that part just because it's going to be at the top, but semantics. And then to clarify, that means 2% to certified, at least 1%. What does that mean?
Classified.
But why does it say 2, at least 1?
Because the original wording, there was not percentages by those ratios. So it was 2 to 1 to 0.5.
Oh, I see.
So
I
if
see. So
certified
it's not
got-
2%. It's just 2 for the ratio. I see.
Yeah, so
Got
the
it.
example is 2%.
I'm with you. Does
But-
everyone understand that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
if certified got a 10% raise, right, it's 2 to 1. So classified would receive a 5% raise, and then admin would receive the half
Oh,
of that,
okay.
so 2.5,
Yeah.
right?
You're right. Okay, so it should actually say 2%, not 2 to 1 to 0.5.
Certified.
A pay raise,
Auxiliary plus answer.
The ratio should still be on there? Okay. All right, then it
Yeah.
is 2% to certified, 1% to classified, 0.5% to administration. So we
Okay.
can eliminate the at least 1% because we're going to go with 2%. Correct? Dorothy?
Yeah, it's up to, but your hand was the only one up, so
Go ahead.
Not about this, yay, got it. Is this one we're also making new, recommending new options? Because that's what Katie
No,
just did.
I
But Katie
really
just did
don't
that.
want to do any more new options whenever, I mean. is
Well,
it
when
okay?
are we doing
I think
new
it's
options
related to
then?
this. No, I think we should because
Do
it's
you
related
wanna
to
change
this. She wants to add another one that's a different rate, a
right.
different percentage scale.
We will you want to change the percentage scales of
Yes.
this option.
I would-
So we're
I would like to
revising-
make a new option,
Yeah.
yes.
It's very similar to Katie's, just revising it. Go
Okay,
ahead.
let's hear it.
I would like to recommend a 2% raise across the board for all employees. Dorothy is making a new option related to this option.
We're on the tiered one, but Dorothy's proposing a flat raise.
So it'd be a new option.
New option.
New option, because I don't want to negate the work that people did on this option.
So similar to Katie's.
Right.
Yeah.
Just an additional option.
Okay, so it would read,
More options.
all district employees will receive a raise of 2%.
Okay, so we have to come to consensus on that, which, all district employees will receive a 2% increase.
All district employees will receive a 2% increase. We're just consenting the wording. Right.
Adding that option.
After completing the
Okay.
cadre. Just kidding. Okay, we're almost done. This is the last one. 12 or whatever number it is. Contract substitutes will receive pay raises at the classified rate for future pay raises. This basically fixes the issue of what was going on before. So the other one is we're gonna fix what happened this year, and then this one is moving forward. So instead of further, it should say future.
And we're okay with the wording of that one?
Come to consensus. Good. All right, I'm sitting down.
Okay. So Yvonne, this group is going to read the option. And we're going to see if we need to reword it. So go ahead, Yvonne, start with number 13 or Rebecca.
Okay, option 13 says the district will create a parental leave package with sufficient leave time and options to reserve days upon return to work.
Are we okay with the wording of that one? Okay.
Moving on. Option 14, the school board will adjust policies for medical leave assistant program to include the parental leave.
You have that, right? That sheet. Okay, perfect.
Option 15, class sizes will for general education shall correspond to the following. K 24 to 1, maximum 28 to 1, grades 1 through 3, 26 to 1 to 30 to 1, grades 4 through 6, 29 to 1, 34 to 1, and grades 7 through 8, 31 to 1, and 36 to 1. If the maxes are exceeded, the district will, within its budgetary capacity, implement acceptable alternatives that may include but not limited to the reassignment of students to a different grade level teacher by leveling classes within the same grade level, reassign students to create a multi-grade class within a grade level band. Assign a paraprofessional to support the large class sizes to in affected grade levels, or reassign a teacher once student environment exceeds the max enrollment level. District driven. The district will hire professional staff to support large class sizes in affected grade level, reassign teachers through district initiated transfers, or add a teacher. Site-driven steps will occur prior to the district-driven steps. Site admin will provide written communication to affected teachers of any probable or possible solution within 10 working days.
Okay, that's a long one.
That was very convoluted.
It's almost, well, I'm not going to give my opinion. So conversations? Okay, consensus vote? Okay, Yvonne, let's have conversation, and then Dorothy.
It's too convoluted. We're going from ratios. I think they're trying. Right now we're ratios, and I think these options trying to get caps, but it's just not easy to understand and to follow. And I think there's a lot of budget constraints in all of these directives or decisions.
Yeah, we're just voting on the verbiage.
The verbiage is very convoluted for me to understand and to follow.
What would you suggest to fix it?
And I don't know the group that as we work as a group here, that's what we didn't write because we were trying to truly understand the solution or the option. What was the intended? And I think the intention is to move from ratios to cap, but I think there will be a better way, and I'm lacking, so I need your support on how to reword this.
So for context, I just copied this word for word from yeah, Roosevelt's professional agreement. The intention is not actually to move from ratios to caps. The intention is basically to provide a guide for both teachers and administrators on what a reasonable number of students in a class is. So for example, let's say I'm a kindergarten teacher. It might really suck to have 28 kids, but in general language and plain English that you're expected to handle at least up to 28 kids in your classroom, right, as a kindergarten teacher. And then if you have more than 28 kids, here are 4 recommended steps, but it says included but not limited to, that your principal, the site administrator, can take, right? And we talked a little bit, I think Amy and Katie were both in that group. We talked about how that would be useful for new principals who, might not know what a reasonable number in a particular class is, might feel limited in their options. It gives them something to work with. And then on the district level, right, if they've tried everything at the site level, nothing's available, there are some options. But the only thing that actually per this recommendation has to happen is that within 10 working days, the teacher has to be given a notification, right, of that they're over the cap and what is being done to help with that. So there's this has no budgetary impact.
Yes, it does. When it says that the steps is hiring a classified or hiring another individual.
Yeah, it's a potential step. It says within the budgetary.
No, but between the possibilities, it is, and that's what makes me a little bit. I want more clarity on the wording. That's why.
Well, yeah, it says within its budgeted capacity. So if there's no budgeted funds in, so let's say next school year, there's an influx of kids in a particular grade level, but there's no funds to add another teacher, that wouldn't be one of the solutions.
Okay.
I think the spirit of it, from what I understand from hearing from Amy and Katie, maybe James too, was that these steps are more or less followed, or some sort of protocol is happening at some sites, but to create more universality across the district and make sure that the same process is followed no matter the school, because we know that class size is an issue. There's just very specific language. I agree, Yvonne, that it's wordy, but I think if you really look at each one, it's not convoluted. It's just really specific. in
It's a
what
large
saying.
recommendation.
Okay.
So then when we come to prioritizing, and then that's where you would want to, if you feel like it, speak up.
No, thank you. Thank you for everybody. Right.
James,
No.
is James now, who's James? And then Dorothy, you're next. Okay, James.
I just know somebody's going to say Mike, so I'd rather just go. So I think, and I don't want to speak for Yvonne, but I think what kind of like triggered me a little bit here was all the shalls and wills, because when I read will, and maybe this is my interpretation, because I see the clause there about within the budgeted capacity. But I also see in here shall correspond to the following. And so what worries me is that, not that these exist and they're a great template, it's the shalls and the wills, because someone could look at this and they could say, well, you have to do this. You don't really have a choice. And it would be difficult for me to go and say otherwise because of the will. I mean, I could use the argument of budgeted capacity, but it just it just makes me nervous. That's all I'm saying. So.
Who's Dorothy?
Oh, mine was very teeny tiny. Instead of a dash, that needs to be a colon for the 36:1 because it's a ratio. Little typo.
Okay, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, all this is saying, you can ignore everything, and just read the district will implement acceptable alternatives and then that site administration will provide written communication to effective teachers of any probable possible solutions within 10 working days. That is actually the only shall, is that you will do something if the numbers are above the max. You could write them a card that says, we really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I would hope that you wouldn't do that, but I mean, like that would actually be meeting the letter of the law. This is like a very, 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 very lenient and flexible.
The first part that says class sizes for general education shall correspond to the following.
Yeah. Which, by the way, also this ratio is tied to our 27.5 to 1 staffing ratio. This is divided out to meet our staffing allocation.
I would be curious to see what Dr. Burgess says about this, because I know she brought this up before about how some teams make accommodations based, and it's all team driven, where she said that, if I remember her story correctly, she said that she had a team where they made a decision where she went to the team and she said, I have a sub for you, I have a teacher for you. And they said, oh, sorry. We can go and do that and have that person on there because to keep in the ratio. And the team told her, don't do that. Put that person over here in this grade level because that grade level is in a higher need. It's a different situation and we got this. And I can tell you a similar situation happened at my site at the beginning of the year with a particular grade level where we went to a team and said, we have this position, it's available to lower your class sizes. And the answer was no, don't do that. Put that position in this grade level because there's a higher need for it. So
yeah. So
it's
in that,
just,
so in that case, James, I mean, let's assume worst possible intent. They hate you, James Diaz specifically. They tell you, go put that teacher somewhere else. You go put that teacher in a lower grade level to reduce class sizes. And those same teachers turn around and file a grievance and say, you're violating the professional agreement because my class is over the max. Your response to the grievance would be, I approached you on XYZ date with this proposed solution, right, for this problem. And you rejected that proposed solution and suggested we did this. And that would be within the. Yeah. Yes. You just need to propose the solution, right? Just like, for example, if you were like, hey, we can get to para in your classroom. And I'm like, I don't like that para. I don't want him in my classroom. Go put him somewhere else. I have forfeited my right as a teacher. Like, it's just like if someone asks me to work through my lunch, I can say no. But if I say yes, I can't then go back and be like, you made me work through my lunch, right? that would be that those teachers forfeiting their right to the protections in this, right?
That's okay. If it doesn't need any more, then we can just.
Did you want to say
No,
something?
something.
Okay.
No,
So
thank you all for you. Thank you all for your input. It did make me see a different perspective.
Consensus for the wording. Okay, the next one. Can you read it?
Okay, option 16. If funding allows all students. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't even know where I'm at. Okay, what about option 17? We're good? Okay. For the purpose of allocating staff to sites under district student ratio 25 to 1, 27.5 to 1, students who are structured ELs to students receiving special ed should count for 1.2. Yes.
So I have a suggested revision.
Okay.
Because this is my recommendation. I would suggest removing the and students receiving special education, and then changing the ratio to 1.1 instead of 1.2, because that brings. So remove the words and students receiving special education, and change 1.2 to 1.1. And the rationale for that is we didn't talk about it when I originally proposed the option, but we do employ SPED teachers that like contribute to those students. Like that's already teachers that are contributing to those students learning. And then at a ratio of 1.2, the cost would actually just be too high. We wouldn't be able to sustain that in our school district. So a 1.1 brings it within our budgetary capacity. We may not choose to go with it, but that would be feasible with our current budget.
Okay. Would you repeat the entire one revised now?
For the purpose of allocating staff to sites under the district staff student ratio, 27.5 to 1, students who are English learners, ELs, count as 1.1.
Okay, are we okay with that wording? Okay.
Okay, last one. The district will provide free health care option. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought it was tabled. No. Okay, for the purpose of balancing class sizes, students classified as English learners and students receiving special education will count as 1.2. That's what we just talked about.
I propose that
I thought it was.
Did we take it out?
I propose the same language change and remove and students receiving special education and change 1.2 to 1.1. No, it's not. Yeah. Yeah.
I would disagree with that because I want to be politically correct here, but special education students, many of them do demand a higher level of need in while they're in their general education classroom. This isn't about when they're receiving special ed. This is about when they're in their general education classroom. And there are many accommodations that need to be provided. Oftentimes the curriculum needs to be modified. So that's not something the special education teacher is supporting the gen ed teacher with that. But when you're balancing class size, this is why gen ed teachers sometimes balk at wanting to group SPED students together, which actually helps in scheduling for resource teachers. And one of the reasons they do that is because then the rest of the day, they have those needier students. So I actually think not for funding, but for balancing class size, they maybe should carry an extra weight.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so again, what changes are we making for that one?
Just change 1.2 to 1.1.
Maria, did you get that? Consensus vote, just changing the number from 1.2 to 1.
Changing that one from 1.2 to 1.1, because we're not talking about funding, we're talking about the actual class sizes. Because those ones will cost money, this one is just balancing the class size.
Right. Basically, it's saying if you took 5 special ed students, you could have a total class size that's 1 less than the other teachers. That's not a huge
Well, so
given thing.
the reason why I hesitate to keep it at 1.2 is because like if you have a class of like you can have a grade levels with a lot of ELs and a lot of sped kids, and it could make things. I mean, I guess 5 to 1 is not crazy, but
I'm fine with 1.2 staying for that class.
let's keep it for the sake of argument. Let's just keep it at 1.2 so that no one is we can fight over numbers later.
Leave it to 1.2 now.
Something happens when I touch this microphone, so my apologies. What I just want to remind, as we're moving forward and having a discussion about this option, is that there is a tab that talks about the ELD numbers in our district, and if you include FEP students, that's about a third of our students, our SEI students.
Okay, consensus, keeping it at 1.2. Okay. Last one, I believe, right?
Yep.
Is it the last one?
Last one. Option 19, the district will provide a free healthcare option. And
Well, we already know that one,
Yeah,
so that's
we're done.
finished. Yeah, we're finished then.
Why does everybody say we already know that?
Because we already
came to consensus.
that's already a recommendation. It's not an option, but that's why it was on there. Okay, so what time is it? I think what we're going to do is we're going to take lunch. Maria typed them all up, so they'll be on one document. We're hoping we can copy them and at lunchtime. And then when we come back from lunch, thank you. When we come back from lunch, we will prioritize the ones that require money. And we'll see if we can come up with some recommendations with the money ones and then the other options. I doubt it today, but we'll see. Before we make them a final recommendation, we have to align them to our standards to make sure they align to our standards. If they align to our standards, then we'll make them our final recommendations. Okay, any questions? We're going to align them first. And then, because why waste?
Is that going to be a small group thing or a whole group thing?
I think we need to do a whole group. It's going to take a long time, but I think we need to do a whole group. What? No, our standards are, which is a part of our process skills, which I'll go over in the PowerPoint. It's another process skills. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. It is, let's see, 5 to 12. Let's come back at 12:40. Hey, everyone, welcome back from lunch. Hope it was enjoyable. Joel, you had something you wanted to discuss? Wait until everyone's here? Okay. Okay, so Kelly just left. She's printing our options, so it won't be as confusing for you. It's going to all be on one handout with all the revisions that we made. And once we get that handout, what we will do is we're going to highlight the ones that require funds. That's the first thing. So we're just going to wait on Kelly a couple minutes.
I think everyone looked at it and no one had any thoughts. The lawyers sent the thing back about the reduction of force recommendations. So just don't, I'll try not to forget, but I would appreciate help with that
Okay.
when we're evaluating getting consensus.
What do you mean?
When I,
For our handouts, we're going to have Yvonne share his show and tell.
Yeah, right. It's my glasses. And
Yes.
so I just took some notes on my glasses. No, my glasses help me. They don't change reality. They just sharpen my view in the same way I approach negotiations with logics and facts, not emotions. And so it allows me to catch details that I might otherwise missed, just like I pick up unspoken cues or deeper motivations in a negotiation.
Wow. You put some thought into that.
I was just kidding.
It
'Cause I
is,
saw
it
them sitting
is.
there. I saw, well, it's
It's
not the
my-
Coke bottle.
my
It
glass.
must be the glasses.
I have noticed you put those glasses on during IBN.
Well, because I can't see close.
Yes.
My readers.
Well, we appreciate the fact that you're using those.
I think it's cheating to write it down. That's unfair.
Wait, didn't you read out the thing? No. Oh, no, you just stole the idea. You started with that. You led with that. You led with, this is not my idea.
Maria or Joel, can we post those options up on the screen? I know, but I'm wondering if we should post them too. Well, thanks so much, Kelly. Okay, when you get your option sheet, there's going to be an individual activity. I think we're going to be all on the same page. If you just go through and put a little mark near the ones that you believe require finance, and then we'll go over it all together. Ariel, here you go. Daniel. Mhm. Here you go. Rebecca. Thank you. Okay, the crossed out ones, I believe, are the tabled ones. So they're not really, we're just tabling them, but we won't be addressing them today. So put all the other option papers away so we don't get anything confused for the rest of the day today. Yes.
I don't want to touch that.
It's mine.
Try it again. It's me. I'm a magnetic personality. That's what it is. All right. Two quick announcements before we get too thick into the afternoon. One is that you recall a couple of years ago, those of you who were on Meet and Confer, we had requested that April, I think it said by April 1st, but early in April, there would be information regarding upcoming benefits. So hopefully you've been checking Creighton Connection. There's a benefits enrollment informational session that you have to register for that. Last year we had 23 people register, I think. Is that right? Last year around that. This year we have 46 so far. So I would encourage you to spread the word, get people to sign up. There's a lot of good information. There'll be more information about the new options that we have that we presented through Meet and Confer. So that's tomorrow, and it's at 4:30. So we're missing all of the dismissal time, right? So it is virtual, so they can sign up for that. There's also an in-person benefits working session that people can come in and do a drop-in. And do we know the date? Do you remember the date on that one? April, it was either the 13th or the 20-something. April 23rd. So that's at district office. If people have specific questions or they need help with the open enrollment process. And that's about it. I asked Adrian to do something just kind of out of interest, since we are new to doing our broadcasts and live streaming. So I'm going to share this with you, but these are the number of hits that we've had on the website, on the YouTube broadcast. And we started with 72 the first time, and then it looks like it's hovering around 200 between 207 and 240. So we appreciate that many people are visiting it. I know part of it could be multiple hits from one person going back, but I think that's some good metrics. So I'll share that with you all. You can't plan to go viral.
That's
if I
up
know
to you,
anything
Dorothy.
about going viral, and I don't. Yeah, I think that's just at some point. Yeah. We had about 25 people come, and we hired 3 from that event, which was great. So it's a building year. Some classified.
All 3 classified?
I believe so. Do you want me to give names or? We did have a lot of screening interviews for certified. Some were people that are on visas that have, there's some extra steps for those people that are currently on visas with the different districts. So we're working on that, but it was good. Yeah, I think it was good. Thanks.
Okay, so, do we need more time to go through the options? Okay, so you highlighted, let's go up here and look at the screen. Do you want to make sure that Joel is moving down? Yeah. So the first option, finance or no finance? No. Okay, second option, finance or no finance? No. Third option? Yes. Maybe. Designate one Friday per
No,
month
it's,
for
it
mandatory
would just,
staff.
yeah, it would be schools closed, right?
Right, so you'd have to add days, so we may not because if we're over instructional minutes. I know, but then that would be a whole different option, we'd be reduced, that would be.
There's a 203 day contract. That's adding dates, change contract.
Right.
Wouldn't we want to have that in the option wording though, so that you would know that it's based on if there was a 4-day work week? Because otherwise I'm thinking like, how are we gonna manage this?
It's the days.
And it's
They're saying that we're not adding a new person. We would just be selecting a full-time ESP to be a part of the crisis team. So it's not a new hire.
Mhm. We just want to make sure they're on the team.
the way that's worded, it seems like you're adding a person and it's the who is also on the crisis.
No, it just says will provide. It doesn't say it's a new person.
Hopefully he is on in crisis 8 hours a day. Okay.
Okay, where were we?
Okay, I'm just waiting for,
7 was.
okay, 7 is money
Yep, 8 is money.
and,
9 is money.
okay, let's do it slower because Joel's marking for us.
Oh, do you want me to do it?
Not Joel.
I can do it on the computer. I don't know if you have editing rights. Well, you can give me editing rights. I won't edit anything.
Do 8 and 9 together. 8 and 9 are both.
And they're together, yeah. Okay, 10 was tabled, 11, that's money.
What was money?
12 money, 13 money. 14
No, 14 is not money.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna receive pay raises, how is that not money?
Because it's only additional money if the pay raise, like if everyone gets a 2% raise, then whether or not 14 is passed or not has no financial effect. It's only additional funds if the
If the
classified
other
rate
one
is higher than
passes.
a different rate, like at the certified rate.
It's a classification, not a pay raise. It's just saying whatever happened. they're gonna
Contract
be-
substitute.
Oh, because then it will already be in the money.
Yeah,
It's their classification.
you count it during the raises.
Okay, 15, district will create a parental leave, yep.
Does that make sense? Yep.
Yeah.
16,
Wait, what was it? 15?
yes.
15's money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yes.
days.
Yeah.
Because I thought we already have a leave time. They were just going to word it in a way
create
that
a
let
parental
teachers
leave.
know how you can save some of your days, but it's not gonna cost money because it just typed into a document.
District will create a parental leave package.
That was 16. 16 is the one that's changing. Yeah. 16 is no money.
Number 15, the district will create a parental leave package with sufficient leave time and option to reserve days upon return to work.
That means the reserve days.
It's a reserve day.
That means they're getting,
Oh,
they're getting paid for their leave.
oh.
Well, that's what they want anyway. It's-
Just expanding the definition on
mhm. The school board will adjust the policy. of the-
Yeah, you're paying people. Well,
No,
Donating, that's what it is. Yeah.
Right.
So when
It's just increasing the options.
Yeah.
That would be a policy change. Is that-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why
It's not money.
17.
No money. No money.
Because we already have those, right?
Well, they're just options.
And yeah, it's just a list, it's a list of options. It's not, you don't have to use the money there. 18 is
Okay, 19.
19 is money.
20 is not.
20 is not.
It's already-
21 is.
It's just about balancing class size. It's not about increasing the.
But if you need another class, that costs
No,
money.
it's balancing three teachers, students. Sped kids and the EL kids count as more.
And what about the other classes?
Then that other list of options takes in.
So we don't think 20 doesn't include money?
No.
It's just about the
It's just a
allocation of
weight.
kids.
Oh, okay, because we already have them. I get it.
Two classes of 30 kids, right? Let's say one class has like 10 sped kids, and the class has 0.
Right.
You don't want to balance it.
Yes.
Oh, we need to put 5 kids.
Yes.
So it's
Okay.
not about adding an additional class, that's.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Do we want,
You're
we
looking
need,
at it, is that not?
No, I'm just thinking like, I think there's gonna be unintended consequences with that one.
Right, yeah, nobody's saying whether it's a good option.
No.
It's just-
Right.
yes.
So we'll have to, we don't even know if it's, we're gonna,
we need something on here to
Determine.
represent the compression recommendations. Even if it just is like a filler for right now.
Okay.
To talk about that.
Also in the presentation.
The longevity one?
No, the one we did for
No,
the
the one-
presentation.
Yeah, about
Today's
nurses
update.
and bus drivers, and psychologists.
We just
Was
say,
that-
you know, Approve the options presented by the compensation committee.
All right, compensation committee recommendation.
Is that number 22 then?
That was, right, it was 22.
okay, we have to add another one, Maria, for 22. It's gonna just say approve the, yes. So one of the options was, I don't know if we want to word it approve.
230.
How many were there?
So
Wouldn't be a-
27, and we just call it compensation and compression committee recommendations. And we can go through each of those options they presented and sum it up.
It would just say
1, 2, 3, 4.
Five.
compensation and
Yeah, so.
compression committee recommendation.
22 to 25.
What we made.
I don't know. That's just
Oh, one, the short one is $0.
Remember one of them
From
was.
that presentation.
Bus drivers, nurses, psychologists. and-
Oh, sorry.
And secretaries was $0.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to have a discussion about the options that require money and how we, okay.
Those don't cost money. That's,
Okay, Daniel, do you want to have that conversation
no, I just want it on the list.
as an option?
Yeah.
Okay,
22 through 26 for the compensation.
22 through 25.
25, okay.
And then 26 is the RIP stuff.
26 is the rest, okay.
What did I just miss? What are we talking about, 22 to 25?
It's those
recommendations from the
Compensation.
committee.
Oh, you're separating them
Instead of like
off.
just the whole package.
Okay,
because they
Maria,
are separate.
one would be the bus drivers.
Can we do them in the order that you presented them on?
Bus drivers, nurses, psychologists, facilities.
So bus drivers is 22,
Yep,
nurses is 23,
yep.
psychs 24, facilities 20.
What's 23?
Nurses. 24 psychs. And 25 is facilities.
And 26 fifth language.
And then 26 written. Word language is not many, right?
No, I was just thinking that myself. I'm like, it's just.
Thank you.
So what is it in relation to Rift? How do you want the option to read? There is not anything now in the district for reduction in force? Mm-mm.
We have all the language there. It's just like a page and a half of language.
So for the specific option though, wording.
It's all in there. I don't want to read 6 pages of written protections out loud.
It's basically
Oh,
like
we're not-
prioritizing employee groups. Some employee groups are not included. There's like some really specifics about how the process goes.
So there's, okay, so I guess we just label it RIF and everyone's going to know what we're talking about. Did everyone see that?
posted in the chat, we had all the stuff in there.
I put it in the chat.
We could. Maybe when Emily's doing the printout, we could link the language in the communication.
Okay, is it,
Sent it on February 12th. We're going to send back feedback on March 4th. Everyone said it's on time to read it.
so as the facilitator, we never addressed that through anything, our interest, our processes. And I'm just curious, maybe I missed something, how that came to be from our interests.
And then we posted, everyone was supposed to read it, and then the lawyer sent it back, and we posted again with the lawyer information.
Yeah.
For everyone to read it.
We talked about how if anyone had any issues with any particular language to read it and bring it up in the meeting.
Is-
It did.
Is everyone okay then with adding that as an option, the reduction in force? Apparently there is nothing in the district as policy. Okay,
Procedures.
okay. Let's just quickly, I want to do a consensus vote for that. Are we okay with that, adding that?
Yeah.
Amy, are you okay with that?
We didn't discuss it on a meeting. We just said, read it and provide feedback, but there was no discussion.
Because I talked with Diane earlier today about an option that I wanted to bring to the table. And she said that, it has to be in the process, it has to be discussed as part of the interest, just to go through the whole thing and to hold off until later, so.
What's your option?
It was nothing that that relates to what we were discussing ever
So
at any of our meetings.
memory was that we did, because I'm
Yeah,
a
so the-
visual learner. It was right there. He wrote it all. And so it needed to be taken back for the
Mhm.
feedback from the attorneys, but it was one of the groups, like we went over it.
Yeah, the reason why it didn't end up on a poster is because it's like 4 pages of guidelines and I'm not going to write that all out. And so we just talked about it in summary. We decided that it's within our scope. Everyone said, okay, we'll look at it as an option. It was sent to the lawyer. And again, the reason why it's not up here is because it's just very long.
Okay.
So
It felt like policy writing too, not just as a procedures. That was my reason. I remember you bringing it up and saying, please read it, because I don't want anybody to say, we didn't discuss it when it's time but I don't remember a full conversation about that. But it's there, provide feedback, and then we receive the feedback from the lawyer. But I don't remember having an entire discussion about it. And for
Mhm.
me, it feels like policy. I did set the policy, and he said, "Oh yeah, our policy doesn't have all of those steps or guidelines that Daniel proposed," which I think is good to have. I
Mhm.
just don't know. For me, it feels like more policy writing
Joel?
rather than procedures.
Okay.
Non-fuzzy mic. So remember, in the policy documents that we have, there's policy that's board approved, and then there are regulations and there are exhibits. So regulations aren't required to have board approval because they're the procedures, right? So in my mind, this would fit as a regulation, but we can get additional guidance, obviously, once the proposal is fleshed out, and then that would be what would guide our process, and that could be changed in the future.
Yeah, it also, I mean, all of this language has come from other school districts' professional agreements, and so it would, because it's all designed around, it's not guidelines for the district in regard to like everything, like this person does that, and this department does this, and the superintendent will XYZ. It's specifically related to staff's protections, notification deadlines, callback order. So it would be a benefit of working in the school district is RF protections. That's why it belongs in the professional
So you
agreement.
think it's under working conditions?
Yeah, or benefits.
Okay. Kelly? Oh,
There's also other recommendations that are about policy specifically, including the one about adjusting the the leave bank, sick bank to include parental leave. So there's other precedent for changing policy.
Yeah, we just recommend it to the board too, so they can change it. Yes, but this one is different, and I think knowing that it's not policy but a regulation or an exhibit, that gives me that peace of mind, because I did read the riff, and I like this because it's clear. It's clear. It's follow, and I do think that we need that in our district.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to make sure that when we're not overstepping in writing policy, but
Yeah.
now that it's explained that it will be a regulation, then
Yeah, and I just want to make sure everyone is in agreement with what he found from the other school districts, because we did not, as a team, develop that. I guess that's where I'm coming from. If everyone is okay with that, that's your decision. Did you want to say something?
Do we currently have is there currently a RIF policy if this is going to be a regulation exhibit? Okay, that's my only question. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's come to consensus with adding that one. Are we in agreement to add the information that Daniel sent to all of you in, what's it called, Daniel, the chat? Beyond me, Rebecca? Okay, okay, great. In the past, what we have done is we have taken the options that required money and we tallied them and weighed them. I think I want to have a little discussion first on each of those before we go ahead, because you might learn, and this is going to take some time, and it's okay. Just remember, I think our limit is what, 2 minutes of talking? So if you're one of the ones talking, remember our norms that we developed, it's a 2-minute limit. But I think it's good for us to hear what people have to say about the options that require finance. Now, we don't have to discuss all of them because some of those are kind of easy to understand. Others may not be. This is not really the time for long, elaborated stories, but if you want to say something that you think is important within that 2-minute time frame that you all voted on, feel free to do that. So any conversations about, I want to give you about maybe 3 minutes just to look over the ones we highlighted, think about and maybe any questions you have or something you want to say, and then we will share out. So take about 3 minutes to look over those.
In the past, didn't we also cost out each of the different options because we have a reality of how much money we have to spend,
Right.
our disposable income, if you will. And
Right.
so we need to know the costs. Like in the past, didn't we have a spreadsheet that was like, this option costs this much, this option costs this much. So
I have a spreadsheet and some napkins, Dorothy. I think we can get it done, although Vanessa's not here. So if I get the numbers wrong, there's a reason I'm a teacher, not the business services director. Yeah. Cool.
Check.
Dominic, do you bring your napkins?
Okay. Um,
Do you want to, that's a document we use.
Okay.
Jay? Is it in the folder? Do you want to put it in the folder so he can see the document too? I did.
So Daniel, you have a money amount for each of our options that require money.
Not every single one, but the ones that most of them, I would say, yeah.
And then Dom, you're going to double check that for us.
I have numbers for all the easy ones, I guess.
Okay, well, let's
I think
on
that
our
very first one is not an easy one.
No, I don't have
Yeah.
a number for that.
Because it's literally adding 8 to 9 days of work into the calendar. So
okay.
Do you
Go-
want me,
you
do
wanna
you want
read
me to
them?
tell you the ones
Yeah.
that I have numbers for?
Yes. Do
All
you-
right.
Here,
I'll start with option 7.
Yes.
Option 7 at 20% would cost $265,784.42. 265,784 42 cents.
Sorry, just to go back, can I be oh sorry. Can I be reminded of how much money we have to work with?
We have $200,000 allocated to compression, and we have hold on. We have $724,000 to in general that does not have to go towards compression, with about $80,000 of float is what I would call it, that we don't want to spend, but if it was absolutely necessary, we could dip into a little bit. 724,386.
Is that the number Vanessa gave us?
Yeah.
Okay, Dom. When you say that float money, were you looking at carryover?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember why. She said we don't want to touch it, but we could. I forgot.
Yeah.
So Vanessa said the number is actually 750,000 now. She rounded that up to 750. She felt comfortable with that number, so instead of the 724. And then, yeah, we've already discussed about 97,000 in compression, but the rest of that would either go back to compression or, gosh, what did she say? Yeah, those recommendations.
Longevity.
Longevity, thank you.
So out of the 200,000, 97 would.
That's
come out of
the,
that.
That would be the
that's the
recommendations, yeah.
recommendation so far. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, let me ask you this, just for our tallying and weighing, are we in agreement that the compression ones, we do? It came from the committee and they gave us that $200,000 back. Are we in agreement to accepting what that committee came up with?
Well, I think that's why we put it in the options, right? To be able to thumb and make sure that everyone's in agreement.
I was just wondering if we just wanted to automatically accept those 3
could, at
because the
least-
committee came up with it. I don't
And then we
know.
can change our longevity percentage to match the amount of funds we have left over.
For sure. I was going
Yes.
to say, because since those dollars are already allocated in the PowerPoint, Eve could add those to that list and then we know how much we have left.
Oh, well, you weren't there for that part of the discussion outside.
I was.
Like, were you there? Anyway, yeah. But we supposed to discuss the psychologist one,
Okay, who's we?
CEA.
Okay, go ahead and discuss.
Well, what are we going out of order? Can we stick with this one and then we don't just?
Okay, well, let me do a consensus vote on first my suggestion, and if there isn't a sideways, then we won't follow my suggestion. Okay, so my suggestion was, let's come to consensus with approving the compensation and compression committee's recommendations to pay the nurses, bus drivers, and psychologists facilities additional money. That comes out of that $200,000, which the total was $97,000. That would be minused from that 200,000.
And that proposal is to accept it as is, the way that.
Yes, that's what they presented to us. They're giving us the $200,000.
Wait, are we voting on to accept it or are we voting on to consider accepting it?
I'm saying if we can accept it, then I am saying if we accept those 3 as recommendations, when we do our tally, they won't be tallied. They won't be part of our tally because we are accepting their recommendations.
And just to review, the total is 97,460, which is that additional sort of chunk from the compression allocation. of the
Right.
200K. So it still leaves us with another 100,000 to work with.
Right. Okay, so consensus, if not, then that'll be part of our tally.
And are we bundling them all? We're not splintering them?
No,
'Cause it
we're
sounds like-
not going to separate them.
Okay. Well, sounds like a
Okay, so agree with that or no? Okay. Okay, that's going to be part of our, then we will tally that. So I think we have a total of,
I am wondering, can we separate them and see if we can approve them that way? Yeah, because I don't know, it's daunting to me to be like, oh my gosh, now we have to go through all of those and the other ones too. When it sounds like, and I could be wrong, it sounds like the only one that people don't want to automatically approve is number 24, which is the psychologist one. So I'm wondering if we could just decide like option 21, consensus? Yes, no.
And we can just read it directly from the slides.
Yeah.
so I'm not aware of your private conversations, so that's good for me to know. So yes, right now, would you like for us to do it separately? And would that change it?
Sure. I can read the recommendation.
Okay. You wanted, okay, Kelly, you're going to do the recommendation?
Sure. Okay, so 22 is for bus drivers. It says $1 increase for bus drivers, including transportation staff who also drive. The cost is approximately $46,000. The staff who also drive, yeah. So if you don't agree, you're going to say no. If you do agree, this is to actually approve this recommendation, which came from compensation committee. You would give a thumbs up. If you can live with it, it's sideways.
So it would be the dollar plus any additional pay raises, right?
Well, we haven't improved the pay raises, so correct. This is outside of another pay raise, yes. This is to address specific populations that
Did you get
have.
it? Or you want it?
Yeah.
Can you say it one more
Okay,
time?
one more
And
time.
say it
One-
slow because Maria's typing,
Oh, okay.
or hopefully, or who, Joel, who's typing? Oh, Eve? Okay.
I'm the problem, it's me. Okay, $1 increase, $1 an hour increase, excuse me. You could copy this from the slide, Eve.
Yeah, it's on the slide. Can you just share this?
Yep.
with me so I don't have to
Yep,
dig?
yep. Eve.
Thank you. Maybe I already know that. Look at all these tabs.
Thank you, Eve.
You got it, Eve, or no? Here we go. I just sent it to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Kelly.
Okay,
Go
it is
ahead.
$1 an hour increase for bus drivers, including transportation staff who also drive. Do you want me to say the cost as well, or just the recommendation?
So what slide you're on,
Slide 5.
and then I can just copy it.
Perfect. And it's just the first bullet. I don't think we need to include the money in the recommendation. We don't typically do that.
What is the cost then?
46,000.
It's on that spreadsheet for that.
And that's out of the 200,000.
I'm sorry.
Daniel?
I'm so sorry. I have a cost question. So for the psychologist recommendation, they allocated how much it would cost to give all of our currently employed psychologists that raise, not including vacancies. Normally in this committee, when we calculate cost, we assume that all of the vacancies have been filled
Mhm.
so that we don't run out our budget. In the past, we've had a few instances where it's like, oh, it's not a lot of money. God forbid we fill all those positions. We dip a couple grand into carry forward. It's not a big deal. But were all of these compression costs done based on current employees and not vacancies?
That's a good question.
Well, I think if,
That
never
could
mind. I think
change.
if Vanessa sent us the numbers, it should be fine.
Well, on the psychologist one, it says that 15,000 is not enough. It's actually a bulletin point on this one.
So if we were fully staffed, there are 9 allocated psychologists. So if it was 5, if it was 5,000 per psychologist, that would be 45.
So they're basically counting on the cost savings of not having a fully staffed
yeah, I think it's just
in
for
whatever population.
Yeah, if we replace contractors, I
That's
guess it would be
different.
cost
That's
neutral.
totally
Totally.
different.
If we replace the contractors, then we're saving that money. So it evens out. To vote on the bus driver,
Okay, read it one more time so everyone can hear it.
$1
Yes.
an hour increase for bus drivers, including transportation staff who also drive.
Okay, are we in agreement with that? Okay, so we are formally at, but we're going to line it.
Here.
I know,
hooray.
darn it. Okay.
Okay, are we ready for the next one, which would be number 23? This is related to nurses. there's a little bit of more information on this one, so I'm just going to say, yeah. Any increase to LPN's potential. Well, this one is a weird one because it says potential cost, and there's a cost there, but it says when we factor in longevity surrounding districts, we are in alignment actually. So there's not really a recommendation for this one. Yeah. It just says the committee will need to manually collect data for LPNs. These staff are included on the ESP salary schedule and will need to be put onto their own category to address compression. So maybe that's the recommendation, is that we move LPNs onto the ESP salary schedule. I don't know. It says potential cost approximately. Maybe to do that move, it would increase some of their rates, I guess. Is that what that means, Dorothy?
That sounds right.
Lisa, does that sound right to you?
Yeah, remember the grouping? That's why that, Tom didn't really have the background for that, the grouping that they showed the salary schedule. There's lots of, you can't just fix LPN, you can't just fix bus drivers.
Uh-huh.
because There's all these different people in that category.
Right.
So that's where Vanessa was asking that we need more time to go through there and see how we would adjust, like if we.
Each one.
Each one,
Mhm.
yeah. I got the impression that, sorry.
I got the impression that Vanessa wasn't necessarily asking for a meet and confer recommendation for this, that it was internal work that she could do. And since we're trying to, narrow to some extent the number of recommendations, I don't want to waste one. That's not a good word. I don't want to utilize one on something that could be done as internal work.
Right. Well, it sounds like there's more
Does
work
that
to be
sound
done.
like what you recall as well? Yeah.
Okay. Eve, so you don't think there's even a recommendation here to include LPNs in the ESP salary schedule? Okay. Okay, so I move that we table this one and put it on that other list, and then we'll be able to talk to Vanessa about the potential costs or where that comes from.
So there was a money figure next to that.
It says potential cost, but as
Oh.
Lisa said, we'd have to go individual by individual. So I'm guessing she just kind of
Okay.
guesstimated what that might be.
Okay, so again, do we agree, take a consensus to table the nurses because I guess we need more
There's not enough
information?
information. Are you okay with that?
Okay,
Okay. Strike through.
yes, uh-huh. I'll still type it out though.
And clarification, when we table that, is that to the next meeting or for
Next year.
Okay, for the next one, we're on slide 9 now, Eve, on the compensation presentation. It says recommend fixing the current salary schedule, adding $5,000 to each level to attract applicants. We're talking about psychologists specifically. So she has an example here. Somebody would move from 65,000 to 70,000, again, adding $5,000.
Can you scroll? I'm not presenting. Oh,
So the recommendation is to add $5,000 to each level to attract applicants of psychologists.
How is it only 24,000?
I think they're accounting for who's actually here and then thinking about the cost savings from contracted psychs.
It
We
also
hope
could be
so.
people who are prorated for full time. So like if you have a psych working 1.2 or something,
Uh-huh.
or if you have people working a 0.8.
Which
Do you
some
have
are at multiple
something to
sites.
say? Because you're our expert, right? Yeah.
So I know it was about what I had shared earlier is that for me, what I would like to see, because I know we do have an issue with psychs, but we've also had a major issue with other positions in SPED in terms of like CC teachers and also self-contained. And so I would like to maybe change that option and have it go towards those positions because we just got the 15 stipend, which I know we're still below and stuff, but also we've had a few like Strive classrooms that have not had teachers this year. And if we're really looking at like student, yes, psychs do a lot of things. And I know psychs are probably going to be super upset at me, but the fact that we have students that haven't had a teacher for a good part of the year is not okay. And so that's where I was pitching. Like, I think we need to look at really what is happening, and we can see when we have a self-contained that's not covered, what it does to campus and the psych. And it's our most.
It's our most vulnerable kids.
Mm-hmm.
Lourdes, are you saying that instead of allocating this additional 5,000 to psychologists for it to go to crosscut teachers?
I'd like us to have that discussion. I mean, I don't want to just.
How many CC teaching positions are there?
I don't have that information.
Are we adding options?
So are we?
I'm kind of confused. You said.
I would-
option, But he wasn't allowed to add it.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but two things that are going through my mind. I don't know how the committee that spent time doing all this work would feel about us making a change to their suggestions. And then secondly, again, that never came up while we were in our teams. So that's what I'm saying. But I mean, I appreciate your thinking for that. I don't think I feel comfortable with that. Just the wording of them.
We're changing the wording from psychologist to strike.
Yeah, but we don't even have the money for that. So getting back to what the committee recommended,
So the recommendation was to add $5,000 to each level to attract applicants for psychologists.
okay, let's take a vote for that. We're not changing the wording on that?
Well, this is to pass. This is,
Mhm.
we're voting on it.
Yes.
Okay, we have a thumbs down.
Okay, so did you want to add anything else? And will this?
For psychologists, there was an option on this one because I know I worked on writing it, but I don't see it on here, and so I guess I'm a little bit confused. And it wasn't one we crossed off, and so it says psychologists will receive a base salary increase of 15,000 in lieu of a 15,000 market demand stipend, and psychologists will not be grouped with other certified staff for the purpose of negotiated raises. I don't see that on this option though, which is why I'm confused. Because honestly, this is going to make a bigger impact when we start talking about raises. Should we ever get funds to be able to give raises or significant raises, moving that's going to make a bigger change for our psychologists because we're going to be able to add raises to their base salary, which would be ideally higher. So I just don't see that on these options.
Yeah, I have them on my notes that I sent to Maria at some point.
Yeah, so I guess I'm confused on that.
It literally just didn't get printed on this handout.
I mean, I know I helped write that one. That's why I was like, where is that?
The work from home option is also not on here.
And the SPED case manager option.
And the SPED case manager option.
Those three, yeah, there's three on there that we have to add. Yeah. Oh my gosh, now we're up to who knows how many options.
So we're up to 29?
They're going to be at the end, so we will add them as number 25, 26. 26.
Hey, 26 is the riff one.
Mm-hmm.
So which one was 27? The one that Amy just read?
Yeah.
Can you read it again?
SPED case that one, Amy, right?
No, the case manager one is on there. This is the
Psychologist.
Yeah, totally.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
those, yeah. How did they get off? There's three. Under option 7, there's 3 that aren't on there. We'll have to add them. Maria. Okay. Hopefully that's it. Do you think in that committee, I'm just wondering if there was a discussion, I wonder if they are aware about the psychologists receiving a base salary increase. That's one of our options. It's not a recommendation yet, but
So let's remove what their task was.
Mhm.
Or list the groups that were sent to them to specifically talk about compression.
Mhm.
And that's the recommendation they brought forward.
Mhm.
It wasn't about ongoing salary or change.
Mhm.
It was about compression.
Wait, how does that address compression?
Because it adds $5,000 to the salary schedule and it changes. I don't have it in front of me to look, but I wasn't there for that part of the conversation, but that was the goal.
Wait, what is the compression that psychologists are experiencing?
I thought it wasn't about conversion, but retention. That
Yeah,
was
it says retention on there.
Oh, the longevity, speaking of compression, longevity is also missing from this list. So I think we should take a minute and figure out what's missing.
One of the longevity recommendations
I
is
can do another reprint if we need to,
okay.
but it seems like we're missing a few.
I think the 15, moving their 15,000 to their base, and then also when we talk about raises this year, it's a bigger bang for your buck than that 5,000. That's.
Yeah, that was my whole point. Like, let's do that.
But before we do anything else now, we need to get all the options on there, because there
Mhm.
are
I'm
options.
trying
listed.
to
Oh, no,
add-
I'm not criticizing you. I know,
Yeah.
but I'm worried that we're just kind of trying to remember off the top of our head, ones that were brought
Yeah.
forth, and we're gonna miss some. Like you just brought up two that oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. Where'd they go?
Let's go
Yeah.
through these ones and make sure that they're on.
But they're not even on this. Some of the options that Lourdes just brought in aren't even on the bigger one.
Yeah, I don't know what
so there's
happened with that.
4 from my groups that are missing the last 4.
I believe all the rest of them are on there. Just which ones aren't?
She just mentioned several that are not on here.
So the longevity one, there's one longevity one on there, but not the other one, which is to address compression. Longevity stipends will increase by 10%. I would go through and look, but there's like 6 handouts with all the options on it. So
So
I'm
that was
kinda-
just option 7.
No, it's a different one. Oh yeah. On this silly typed one, everything from option 7 down is not on the new printout.
Right. And that's what's missing.
No, not the whole page.
Just
the
option
last.
7.
No, option 7 and 8, 9, 10 that aren't labeled for some reason.
Yeah.
No, but like we had an option, Lourdes, the two that
Yeah,
you
it was
just
just
mentioned.
up here.
Yeah.
So here, there was one for licensing. Yeah. But I don't remember.
I worry.
Are we back to adding the, yeah, just, yes. And just real quick for like the public that is watching, we just needed to get all of our options from all of our notes and posters onto one complete document, which we have now done. So with the finances as well. So we are in alignment.
Before we move forward though, can we make sure nobody else can remember any other option that we have not now captured? Like I had forgotten about a bunch of those. Okay, everybody, nobody else is like, wait a minute, what about, right? Everybody else is good? Okay.
We have to do something about self-contained. They haven't had a teacher in what, 3 years?
Not today.
Give it a, keep the same tiers and increase the amount at each tier by 20%, and then you need a dollar amount. Is that's for the 20%?
Yeah.
Okay. Then there's one right below it now that wasn't there before.
So the self-contained kids get a bus
Hold on,
driver,
Ariel.
or they don't get teacher?
What?
I'm mindful.
It's 10%. So did I just?
Wait, hold on. The 10% one is not for 3-year teachers, unless I'm, what, sorry, what document, what is that document titled? Is that on our folder? Because I'm looking at,
It's called options 4.2.25, just so that we could tell that it was.
yeah, is it in the folder? That would be nice. Yeah, put that in the chat so I can just look directly. So I can, all right, I got you.
Okay. Eve has put the latest document with all of our options in the chat. So please go there so that everybody can be on the same page.
Okay, so if we can have everyone's attention, we are ready to go.
I am
It's
locked in on getting you math, numbers, the cost of option.
wait a minute, Daniel, please.
Okay.
So if you want to go ahead and Kelly, we'll be able to, can you print this again for us? Okay, so you'll get a hard copy here, but just for,
And if you'd like a hard copy, just for paper. 1, 2,
I would
3,
definitely.
4, 5. That's it. Anybody else for a hard copy going once, going twice? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and try to add money to these options and see what we have. Okay, Eve, I'll let you direct that since you have the computer.
Eve, option 7, I'm going to call it 7B to address compression. The number is 127,932.90. Looking down, I'm going to find, I don't have numbers for option 8. I don't have numbers for option 9. Option 11, let me look at my spreadsheet. Option 11, the cost is 35456.31. 3545. Yep. Option 12. Let me get you that number. Wait, so that doesn't actually have a hard number. It says I'll do 2 1.5 then. 2 1.5. Option 11, that is 497,102. Or sorry, option 12. Yes, 497,102. Yep, that is 656,489.
656,489.
Yep. 15, I do not have numbers for. 19 would cost.
Can you go back to option 12?
Yeah. 656,489.
The one above it.
Oh, wait. Sorry, what? Wait, 12? sorry, 497, 21, 5. Yeah, 497, 102.
Okay.
That doesn't matter.
So 13 is good. I'm moving down to 19. Option 19, the cost is 454,378. I don't, we did 21 already. And then you guys have the costs in the spreadsheet or in the presentation for those. RIF is none. All right, that's all I got.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
For the money that is set for compression, that has to be spent on compression? It doesn't have to be. So if we don't go, we could do less.
So yes, last year we approved a recommendation allocating, basically the first recommendation we approved was that the school district should allocate money every year toward compression for the purpose of resolving the compression until, the compression issues in the district have been resolved. Last year we earmarked $200,000 for that compression. We did recommend, this committee recommended it for compression. If this committee decide, like, that money has not been spent already, so if this committee decides to repurpose it, we could do that. However, like, we already in the past recommended it be used for compression. So our options can be longevity, our options can be the recommendations that were given to us. The psych one, that's actually not directed at compression, that's compensation. We are not obligated to use any of the $200,000 on that if, because it's not related to compression. Same with, I think the bus drivers one was also not a compression issue. Facilities was a compression issue, but they said they just needed 20 grand for next year. Longevity would be the primary thing we spend most of our compression. I don't know, you should listen during the presentation.
No, but we didn't even thumbs that up.
Well, right, I'm just saying, but that's what
No,
they
because
recommended.
Okay, so what do you think about this idea? Because we don't have the funds for everything. What I'd like to do is, again, change up. Can we look at the options that require no funding and determine if we want to make recommendations for those non-funded options?
I apologize, but I'm going to disagree here because contracts are due for teachers in a few days. And I think people would like to know whether or not they're getting a raise next year before they sign their contract, or at least whether or not this committee is recommending a raise. Looking at all of our financial options, at least the ones with costs right now, there are only 2 that are in conflict. Like we could do a 2% raise and everything else that has been costed out, with the exception of the EL student ratio change. That is the only thing in conflict. Like, you can either have a raise or you can have that basically with the numbers.
Even the ones today that we added?
Yeah. I'm not including anything that doesn't have a number next to it right now. So there are some things that would cost money, but I don't know how much money those would cost, and no one is here to tell us how much money they would cost. So I have no idea how we would make a decision about that.
Right.
So for example, like the sped case manager stuff, the internal advancement stuff. Okay, then that would not cost money, right?
I'd like one, thank you.
Yeah, so we could do a 2% raise for 600, and we could do the sub thing, right, for 30. And that would, oh, well, thank you.
Wait a minute, Daniel, wait a minute. I just want to have everyone's
And
attention.
then, Yvonne, we have $200,000 for compression. So then that would be the longevity stuff, and then also the recommendations. The longevity, we'd just have to change the percentage.
I just don't want to lose goal of the money that we have, and I just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page when they hear numbers.
So I mean, if I think like what would get us the most done the quickest, I think we should talk about the EL ratio change. If people like that and we go for it, that takes a huge chunk of money off our plate. And then if people don't like that, then the next thing we talk about is raises, right? And then we just pick a number for raises. And then whatever we decide takes money off our plate. And then we have less and less to talk about, right, with every decision we make. So we can just go down the list in terms of spending. Start with the biggest ticket items that'll have the most impact.
Okay. Go ahead, Eve. You're here. Use mine.
Do we need to vote on that or are we going to, okay.
We're having a conversation.
We're ready to have a conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Um, so I want everybody to hear this loud and clear. I do think that class size matters. I do think that our EL students need to take priority. However, I did my own little study on class size with math achievement and in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And there's not a statistically relevant correlation right now. So without having that information and data about our EL students, I'm not sure that investing in that is the way to go this year. I think it's something that we should continue to collect data on and see if it's as effective as we want it to be. So I would recommend tabling that, not taking it away, just tabling it until we have more specific data to support that, especially because it is a cost at a time that we have very limited resources.
Um, oh, go ahead.
So, and I totally get that. And I've done and read a ton of research as well. And I think it could be twofold. And I respectfully disagree because I think it also speaks to just class size in general because of our demographics. And it's kind of a workaround to try and reduce some of the class sizes because we also are including SPED in there as well. And or that one isn't SPED. I can't remember. Okay. But just in general, looking at our, when we look at research studies, unfortunately, many are not targeted with our demographic often. And so just in testing, what I'm seeing is the lack of language development in all of our kiddos. And I feel if we had smaller classes, and anyone who knows when I came here, ELL was like 100%. I felt that Creighton was not doing what it needed to do. I still stand by that with our ELL students. And so I think I would like to still keep this as an option for this year.
Yeah, I'm on the stack. I was gonna say that I think I agree with tabling it, but for different reasons. I disagree entirely that class size is not a contributing factor. And I mean, you said it yourself. You looked at research for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. The recommendation is not for that. The recommendation is basically if you have like looking at our schools and the proportion of students they have, our schools with the most ELs are going to be the schools that are most strained for resources because when a student comes in and doesn't have like English proficiency, not only do they have higher needs via like the actual EL support, right? But you're also going to see an increase in behavior. You're going to see an increase in need for like social emotional stuff that goes in with like EL students, right? If you have kids who feel alienated or isolated because they're not speaking the same language as their teachers, it's harder for them to form connections with their teachers. Those schools need more resources and support. And so like those schools, like this cost out would get our district 5 extra teachers. And presumably those teachers would go to the 5 schools that have the most EL students, right? And then it would be up to those sites to determine how to use those teachers. And so, for example, it might be that, like Lourdes was saying, like a school gets an extra kindergarten teacher. It's not necessarily that they're going to do smaller class sizes or like in the upper grades, or they would necessarily need to do ELD pullout. It's just that school is going to have more resources to because they have more EL students who are going to have like higher needs. In regards to like why I think of tabling it is because, I think I spoke earlier that like I think at a $500,000 ticket, I think it's just too expensive this year to pursue, because it would basically mean that we can't afford a raise. And I think that we would have 5 new positions and then we wouldn't have anyone to fill them because we're not competing with school districts near us, right? And so it won't actually be successful in getting staff for our schools, in my opinion. If we had more money to spend, I would be in full support of keeping this and implementing it.
I honestly don't feel like I think that we should move forward with it, but also don't think that money should come out of the available dollars for raises. The district made a commitment to the SOFG ABCD goals. I honestly feel like that we need these 5 additional teachers in the district because we're getting kids who are coming over, past the 3rd grade, and they're coming after reading intervention is available for them. So what happens to the 6th graders who come in who don't speak English, who's not reading in English, who's teaching them those things? We need pull-out teachers for the older kids for SEI, but with a reading group focus. And I don't feel like it should come out of our available funds for raises. I think if the district's making a commitment to the ABCs, then it should be something that the district find additional funds.
So I just wanted to add something to that as well. This current year, we had applied for an SEI grant, and we were able to use that grant to provide additional SEI teachers at some of the sites. We are intending on applying for that grant again. I'm confident in our grants department that we would be able to get it. We never know, but that would be one way to offset tabling this option for this year.
That's what I was gonna mention too, was at the last board meeting, in addition to reacting to the word fear, there was also a lot of information provided by CINA about a new coaching model that's going to actually provide additional coaches also in the area. So they're like doubling the number of coaches so that there'll be coaches for literacy and coaches for language instruction. And there's more professional development being planned. Like, I think that the board and the district CINA department have a pulse on this and have plans moving forward to support this population. I agree that this population needs more support, but I think there's already some funds set aside to specifically support SOFG goals. And this is one of them that's getting extra money, extra coaching. So, I don't think it's a this or nothing for those students. So.
So I do understand some of the approaches and things that district is coming up to address this in terms of professional development. I have my own reservations about that, mostly because the people that apply for those positions are good teachers, and it takes good teachers out of the classroom. So it solves one problem, but it creates another. And I feel like the spirit of this is anytime, and this is a personal thing, anytime you have a decision about having the most effect on a child's academic success, it's you want to get as close to that kid as possible, which means teachers in the classroom. And the further away you get, the less effective, in my opinion, you can be. There's that piece. And then the other piece, I know that she mentioned the grant, and I don't know what's going on, but I did not hear that message that there was confidence in that being, in that grant happening. We are actually making plans right now with the assumption that those positions are not going to exist next year. So, but you may have more information than I do.
Well, it seems like we're divided on that, so.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, it seems like we should just vote, right?
I just want to say 2 comments. The district, whether it's a department or a school, we're all the district. So don't detach yourself in your comments saying somebody else is it's us, all of us. So I just want that cohesiveness to live in this group, because that's the reality in the district. We're all the district. And number 2, I really want to caution for many reasons, political reasons, for facts, the unknown, fear, for all of those, for the sales of the bonds that we're gonna do, all of those things. Let's stick to the money that we have, which is the 750 plus the 200 of compression. That's just not even going to carry forward.
The money is for the kids, not meant to send the bank account for the adults. And if we're committed to seeing, you know, our students improving. Oh. I was saying that the money was never meant to just sit in the account. The money was given to us to educate kids. And so if we are really serious about helping our ELDs, which is our largest demographic, I think the money should come out of carry for it. I don't think it should be one or the other when it comes to raises or supporting students. If we're committed, and SOFGH DC, I don't remember the acronym. SOFG. Oh yeah. I think it should come out of carry for it. I don't think it should be either or.
Can I just say, just a moment, Eve, and you'll be next. We have 18 items that require money. Last year, what we did is, we didn't have 18, but we tallied, and I kind of think that's where I'd like to go, just to see where we're at and take a break.
What do you mean by
Do
tally?
it, we tallied, so we'll list like,
Right, you mean? Or
yeah.
I know what you
and
mean by tally.
Tally and then wait. And I just want to see what we would come up with by doing that. So, an example.
You mean like prioritize?
We did ranked choice voting.
Yeah, just to see where we're at, because some of these we might not even talk about. Okay, so we would do like. Okay, so number 3 requires money. Okay, so someone would come up here and you would rank on 1 to 4, like, is number 3 your highest? And you can only select 4. Okay, we're only gonna select 4. I just wanna see where we're at. And then, if you look at your paper, number 7 is also one that requires money. And that's what I'd like to do, just to see.
But the thing is, we don't know how much money for about half of them. We don't know how much money. And I feel like we're disregarding all the ones that we don't have the amount for in lieu of just looking at the ones that we do have the amount. Is that really what we want to do? Like, I'm uncomfortable with the process we're following right now.
Get where you're coming from, but then I'm thinking what Daniel just said, this is our last meeting. If we don't have, is it, I mean.
We have-
Contracts.
Well, yeah, this is our last meeting before contracts are due. Yeah.
So, and that's the problem we're running into, is we don't have the funds for all of these. So.
Just help us. It could be.
I mean, I was ready to do a non-money ones, but now that contracts are due. And we
Yeah.
wanna know what their
So
raises are.
I was gonna say the only like, okay, I'm gonna say, let's say, imagine we thumb a 2% raise. The only thing that takes off the table, like, really, is the EL stuff, right? So if we're ready to move on from the EL ratio change, that means we can then thumb a raise, and then we can do all the non-financial options, and we can move into our next meeting with reviewing the finances for all the remaining options.
Yeah, I was just going to remind us that the board direction was very clear about staying to the recommended budget. So that's something else that you want to keep in mind as we're having the conversation. So if you start to use the idea of carry forward as a possible solution, I just wanted to remind you that that's not the direction of the board. So.
Yeah, I think what Ariel was saying is that we, as this committee, should prioritize what we have with our money, and that this is a good idea that the board could take up and spend money on of their own volition.
Sure. Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so going back, we'll do a consensus vote to Daniel's suggestion about agreeing on the 2% raise, right? And not doing the ELL money. Where are we okay with that?
Are we thumbing a raise right now? Or are we thumbing the idea of talking about a raise?
Well, it would help if we had money for each of these items, but we don't. So,
All right, here's what I motion. We open discussion for option 13. Can I get a second, Kelly? Wow, all those in favor? Okay.
option 13 is all district employees receive a 2% increase.
Does anyone have any discussion they'd like to add on this topic? Option 13. All district employees receive a 2% increase. This is our biggest budget item. $656,489. That would leave us with about 100,000 minus 4 to do any remaining financial options not related to compression. And again, we have a lot of options that don't have a financial cost. We have some that do. The only one that this would completely take off the table that we are aware of right now is the EL support. Less. I don't know. It's on the thing.
497.
102.
There's in the folder M&C 1%. That's all of that information.
So I'm just asking, if you had a 1% raise, would that fund the ELL
No.
1.5?
Nope.
No. Okay. Go ahead.
You do a 0.5.
So it feels like the discussion is in between, like we're voting on either thumbing up 12, option 12 or option 13, right? So Dorothy, since you put option 13 on the table, do you want to tell a story about it? And then,
Rationale is probably a better word than
Ariel,
story.
yes. It's not a story, but go ahead. Just what your reasons would be.
Oh, so my reasons for preferring 13 over 12 have to do with some of what Yvonne's talked about in terms of not having a divisive recommendation going forward to the board and feeling like the percentage is very low right now. And to me, it is divisive to try and wrestle between you're worthy of a 2%, but you're only worthy of a 1%, and you're worthy of a 0.5. And I know that's not what we mean when we tier the raises, because it's really about knowing that a 2% raise for someone who makes $150,000 is a lot more money than a 2% raise for someone who makes $60,000. I know that's our intent. I don't know that that's how it's received by most people who aren't in the room and don't understand that we're looking at, well, there's a shortage in this position. There's not a shortage in this position. I understand all those nuances, but I worry about the messaging that goes out to the rest of the people that are watching and that are paying attention and how they feel, as well as the message to the board. Because to me, like, I could care less if we get this 2% raise or not. I'll just drive a few more hours at night in order to make up the difference for my second job. But I want us to be able to recruit new employees in every area. And if all of the surrounding districts, and yes, I know that they're different from us and we are unique. I 100% agree on that. But if every other district is offering 1% to 3% to 5%, and we come out with a statement, Creighton is offering no raises across the board, that is going to impact our ability to recruit anybody, whether that's classified, certified, or admin. And if we want to recruit quality employees for our students, and that's the bottom line, to me, that goes to the SOFG goals, because we cannot have good PD, but empty vacant positions so that they're not getting the PD. So no, but I'm saying, I think a 2% across the board is easier to sell to the board, because the reality is we have to come to consensus and the board has to agree as well. And I just think it's easier to sell a 2% raise to the board for a variety of different reasons, the amount of support across the board, all of those, lots of reasons, than it is a tiered raise, which feels divisive or is interpreted as being divisive by some people.
book needs one. Because like you're saying, like it's divisive if we do tier raises. How is tier raises? And I'm not against just 2% across the board. I'm just asking, how is a tiered raise different from doing targeted raises or targeted stipends or targeted market demand for certain positions? Because we're saying, okay, we're going to increase bus drivers $1 an hour. That's only affecting one group of people. How is that not divisive? But a tiered raise is divisive, which I'm not advocating for either one. So are we saying then that no $1 an hour increase for bus drivers? We voted for it. So I'm just saying.
No, I think that's a really good point. I mean, you might have food service workers who are, wait a minute, why do bus drivers get $1 more? Or facilities people, why do, bus drivers get $1 more? We're short in our area as well. Yeah, any of these targeted kinds of raises are going to potentially, a potential harmful effect is that they divide employees. It's true.
The 2% is just for existing employees, correct? It doesn't go to our salary, like our table.
It goes to the table, yeah.
It does go to this. Okay. Okay. I'm just clarifying. Yep.
Just to kind of address a little bit of what Ariel's getting at, I would argue two things. One is the background of why those additional targeted stipends were delivered. They were targeted for specific reasons, right? The psychologist is a hard to fill position, and the overall. So there was a whole background, there was a whole process, there was a whole committee that went through those things. Whereas with this is just regardless of what your position is, whether it's high needs or not. This is for everybody. So it's just a general overall type of approach. And then to Dorothy's point about these tiered things, I would ask the question, what are you trying to accomplish with that? Because if you're saying that administrators are at the top, so that is going to be a higher amount, well, the bottom is actually classified. So I would argue that you should reverse certified and classified and put classified at 2%, certified at 1, and administration at 0.5. If that's the intention of what you're talking about, to balance out those that type of thing. That's my opinion.
Okay. Kelly?
I was just going to add that I feel, of course, the board is the ultimate say, and we are our own independent body. And I just worry about us bending to the will of another group instead of working within who we represent and putting all of our heads together. I agree that it's a weird year. Everything is up in the air, federally, and there's a lot of other unknowns. And I appreciate a lot of what Jay had to say just about like the climate and what's going on. And I think that's a lot of what people are bringing to the table. To that end, I would support an across the board raise sideways because I have hesitations about it for a number of reasons, but I could live with it. I just don't want this body to turn into, what does the board want to do? Like, what are we even meeting for then? Like, there's no purpose. We should just get a number from Vanessa and then say like, well, everybody gets the same amount and that's it. And that just, to me, really takes the teeth out of everything that we do and everything that we work to establish in this board moving forward, or in this body moving forward. So I am very hesitant to make that a practice that we continue to do. Of course, we need to listen to the will of the board because they have the final say, but there's no point if we're not our own free thinking body.
And I think what would help that approach, I agree with you completely. I think what would help that approach is having the information, like Daniel requesting the salaries. Because if we can make data informed decisions about stuff like that, then if it comes back that, this group of employees is here, here, and here, then by all means, go for the tiered, make the tiered whatever you think it is. But it would be an approach that is based on the data and the information that we have rather than guesses.
Well, we have two things running pretty much against us, for decision making, in that contracts are due and we don't know the money.
Uh-huh.
So it's
Can I ask a
like
question?
we have to decide what's important here.
Can I ask a question? And
Yes.
nobody has to answer this, and I'm not putting anybody on the spot with this. I'm not sure when he requested that information, but it sounds like it was requested a long time ago. Why is that information not available?
I'm not I don't know.
There was some back and forth about
Well,
whether next gen was.
I have an answer, but I mean,
appropriate
it
or
seemed Dominic
no,
would
but-
be the first.
I was working on getting you that information, but my link to the next gen website or whatever it is broken. I can't get in. So
You were going to answer that question. Oh, you were
yeah, I was going to try
sign
the
in.
teacher, vice principal. Yeah,
Got it.
but I couldn't
The
get
link
into
is
it.
broke.
Last thing I wanted to say is to Ariel's point about why we're prioritizing certain positions.
Well, I'm not against prioritizing certain position. I was just saying, don't say the tier raises is divisive, but then targeted, raises isn't divisive. I was just saying.
True, but its intention was to address compression directly in those employee groups that were targeted. Okay.
Okay. I
was
think
just-
Ariel's next.
Oh, I was just responding to James's question because and then to answer your question, James, last year we were provided a lot of next gen data. I think for about 30 positions, and I felt some hesitancy from some people that maybe felt like the data was actually not very favorable to look at, because it showed that our teachers are underpaid 10% compared to surrounding school districts. And that's like a really hard number. And in my personal opinion, it felt like a lot of cushioning was created over the past 6 months so that when we did eventually look at the numbers, they wouldn't necessarily feel as bad. But I'm going to be honest, at any point in the last 6 months, all that had to happen was that someone from the finance department had to log into NextGen and run a report. And like Dominic is unable to do that right now, but I can't identify. But the stated reason that Vanessa gave to us was that, well, the compensation committee was going to meet and then be trained on NextGen so that they could run those reports. But I mean, I asked for these same reports like on our first meeting of the year, like in September. So, I can really only cast aspersions, but it feels to me like we don't have, teacher numbers, because the teacher numbers aren't very good, and it's kind of embarrassing to look at.
Ariel.
Oh, no, she skipped over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we went off stack because James asked a question, and then we responded to James' question.
So should we either?
I disrupted the process.
Yeah, move me
Oh.
move me and Ariel under you.
I'm sorry.
There's a couple of things that are I feel like hindering my ability to be able to have a productive conversation. One, I'm asking that we all call the SOFG goals SOFG. I feel like when we add other things to be funny or whatever, it's disrespectful. And I don't think that there is an issue with us having high expectations for our employees in the benefit of our students. So that's number one. Number two, I also have a problem with insinuating that people are trying to cushion numbers or not uphold their integrity by being forthcoming with information. If that is a concern, I think that we go directly to that person and ask them about that. But I think publicly saying that somebody has poor integrity or is intentionally not sharing things because they don't like the way that it looks, I think is damaging to somebody's reputation. And it's also not assuming positive intent. And it's not appropriate to do that in a public forum. And it makes me really uncomfortable.
Okay. Thank you. Ariel.
So like I said, I am not against the 2% across the board. I just, from my perspective over education, teachers are always supposed to be the sacrificial,
Central.
sacrificial lamb that sacrificed their needs and the needs of everybody else. And that's just my perspective, especially if you listen to like at the legislature when they're talking about Prop 123, the Republicans are like, just give the money to the teachers. But then you have the Democrats and the Education Association like, no, give it to the district, and the district decide how they want to give the money because they want everyone to get a raise. And I totally support that. When we did Doug Ducey did, the 20% raises for teachers, CEA came out, AEA came out, we were all like, no, everyone deserves to get money. So the teachers didn't actually get a 20% raise. What I'm saying, so my whole big thing is, just because we decide to give teachers a higher percentage raise than everyone else doesn't mean that we're devaluing other positions. It doesn't mean that it is divisive to give teachers a higher percent raise to another demographic. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm fine with 2% across the board. I just don't want it to be seen as, oh, if we give teachers a higher percent raise, that's divisive. I don't think that's the case at all. If you look at teacher salary has not kept up with the private sector at all. Our level of education compared to people in the private sector has not kept up at all. We could all go work at Fry's, probably make $200 less every 2 weeks and not have to deal with everything else. That's all I'm saying. But I'm fine with 2% across the board.
Thank you. Daniel?
I support a 2% raise across the board. My issue with I think like I don't like calling targeted raises divisive. I mean, I guess like by definition it is, right? You're dividing people into employee categories. But like my ideal for this committee and my ideal for, like doing this work is that we are actually looking position by position. We're looking at data from surrounding school districts. We're identifying areas of need and targeting those areas of need. And over the last 2 or 3 years, I felt a lot of resistance from people because it's more work, it's more meetings, it's more time. We're very lucky that we get to do this during the school day, but other districts do bargaining outside of the school day. And to me, my issue with a blanket raise across the board is it just feels kind of lazy. You have 3 giant groups of employees, admin, certified, classified, that span multiple positions with multiple different pay raises. I mean, we talked about separating out psychologists, and that's just one group where like they're lumped in with certified, but they're getting paid significantly more than a certified teacher who is, well, not significant. Sorry, they're getting paid more than a certified teacher who is, what people think of when they think of like that label certified, right? And so that's my issue. And, I apologize for making insinuations. But we've had like, how many meetings have we had? Is this 5?
This
Yeah.
is 5.
We're on 5 meetings, no next gen data. Vanessa's not here for me to ask. I have asked for the data every single meeting. I have explicitly asked for it in our thing. It says, oh, the committee is going to meet. All next gen requests are passed to the compensation compression committee who meets on 2/19. Next gen staff will be training the committee on the product. I don't have it. I don't have the reports. And so I don't, all I can do is insinuate because I have nothing I can do to get an answer to that question. Like James said, I can ask the question, but an answer won't come to me, unfortunately.
So really, it's our really biggest funding item is 12 or 13. And so let's just go ahead, and if someone would like to make a recommendation, it's either going to be 12 or 13.
I would like to get consensus on 13.
And would you read it so we can be official here?
All district employees will receive a 2% increase, the cost being $656,489.
Okay, so let's do a consensus vote. Up, down, or I can't live with that at all. Ariel, we need your vote.
Can we have what do you call it, a caucus really quickly?
Yeah.
Caucus, 3 minutes, set a timer.
Yeah.
3-minute caucus.
Okay. And where are you going to go out?
caucus have a quick, like, 1-minute wrap up? No?
Um,
I thought it was.
okay. Who's the leaders over who's each? Does someone want to have a leader from their caucus
I can
team?
share, unless you want to. Ariel feels very passionately. Go ahead.
It's already 2:51.
I know, but let's just do, well, let's do a quick share real quick,
I'll say it.
very quickly.
I called the caucus because I wanted to make sure that teachers are okay with sacrificing their own financial well-being once again, and we all came to a conclusion we are.
Okay,
So
thank
I'm
you.
ready to vote.
What other team? Would someone like to share what you discussed?
We just discussed the value that everybody brings. 2% is something that it was originally stated on the budget that Vanessa presented, class size or 2% across the board. So it was already there since the beginning. And then we just talk about how some statements show the lack of commitment to the SOFG goals or the vision for individuals in this room. And
Okay.
that we would like to see a cohesive, united front in that vision.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, would you read which one we were on, number 13? And that was the one that was presented. So would you want to read it again, all district?
All district employees will receive a 2% increase.
Okay, so the thumbs across, can you live with that? Okay, so then that's what we will have, and we will, which means number 12 is a no, okay? So now, just so you know this, we also have to align them to our standards, okay? So this is not a formal recommendation until we align it to our standards, which will be at our next meeting because we won't have time this meeting. Well, we're gonna need to have another meeting.
So can we have a running tally then? So this is voted on, so it's a subtraction from our amount, so we have an idea of what it is? Can we have
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can do a running tally.
Can you give us?
Eve, maybe it could be color coded when it was thumbed. Maybe the healthcare one too. Thank you.
Well, it's all on that spreadsheet. So.
We have $93,511 of non-compression related funds to spend. 93,000. Yeah. It's from the compression amount.
This is linked in your resources, so you do have access to this. So this is the spreadsheet that we developed last year. So as we're building consensus, we're making sure we mark that. We're putting the language in there, and at the very end column, I'm including the amount that we allocated. So that was your total, and I can add a summation.
Can we add, did you add where it comes from? Like the compression one for the bus drivers doesn't come out of, that comes out of. Oh, okay. Okay.
Overall, what that.
Okay.
We can certainly add a column if you like. Source of funding.
I wonder if we should, because this is the first year we have that.
No, we should not. There's no reason.
I think we should. So I'd like, for me, I would like to add that. Just for my knowledge, I want to add a column that says compression for that 200,000 money from that committee.
Oh, they usually tell us not to say where the money is coming from. They do all that on the back end.
Didn't we note it for ESSER and all those other funds when we did it? Oh, because you don't want to publicize it because it's from a committee? Is that?
That's not
Okay.
what I'm saying is that what Meet and Confer has done in the past is make recommendations for the expense, and then the district determines where that money is coming from.
Yeah.
That's kind of what.
Oh, okay. I just don't, when people look at it and like the question was asked, how much money do we have? Well, we're not including the compression money in that. Right.
And we no longer receive ESSER funds.
Correct. I mean, the committee funds, the extra 200,000, which is a significant amount of money. If that's not showing up, or if someone were to look at that and they knew what we had and not counting that compression committee money, they would deduct that from that amount and think we only have that amount. It might be confusing the way I'm saying that, but anyway, that's okay. Okay, we're going to take a little break, and we are going to 4 today. So let's come back at 5:03. give our attention, we have Dom that was able to get some more figures together for us that we can add to our sheet. And we will have him share what he has a couple more options he was able to add some funding to.
I'm working on getting it up. And I'm working on getting it into our file also, so bear with me for that.
Okay, and I apologize, I couldn't get everything done. Need some more time to cost out all of those options, but we just wanted to share with you what we have so far. Okay, so the first one we costed out was option 3, which is
Designate one Friday per month for mandatory staff PD without students.
Okay, so this is an expensive one. So basically, the way I saw it was adding 9 additional days to the calendar for teachers. And I used all certified staff, so about 366 certified employees, 9 days for each of those employees. So that's a total of 3,294 days. The average teacher rate for certified employees. Go ahead. Yeah.
Why is there a cost associated with this at all? Because it feels like it would just be subtract, like we're already over the amount of minutes that we need. So I guess I don't understand why, unless the cost is associated to bringing classified staff, but certified already would have to be there anyway.
Go ahead.
But you don't, because we have enough instructional minutes to cover.
Okay.
Got it. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not how many minutes.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So a teacher contract on a regular year is 203 days. 180 of those are instructional days. The rest is PD and vacation days or other days, right? So if we add additional days within the calendar, that's going to extend the teacher contract by 9 days. Because we can't just take up 9 of the 180 days because those are non-instructional days.
Did you have something to say?
Yes,
Yeah,
I was just gonna say that the reason that the days will be added is because the other option will be to reduce the school day, which is one of our options over there or recommendations. And so that will be the only difference, Katie.
Got it. Mr. Breezy.
This is not connected to that. Just say it is. How's Cartwright doing 4 days?
There are rules around that I don't know. But there's,
I could speak on that.
of course. Okay.
So the way they run that is
And I'm getting all of my notifications because I have 2 friends that work in Cartwright. The way that works is they have 2 PDs twice a week before school for 45 minutes. And then they have 1 PD after school. Oh, the 4 days. Oh, but they also, no, they don't start, they don't change, they haven't changed their school hours, but this has also been in play since COVID. So when they went back, yeah, that's how this started. My girlfriend started when they went back after COVID and they gave them their Friday off for professional development. And then their bargaining agreement started working that within their schedule.
So can you share the price?
Okay,
first?
yeah, so
Yeah.
you guys can tell that it's sometimes difficult to do the math on these things, right? So that's why we just wanted a little more time to get all these options. But anyway,
Wait a minute. Wait till you have everyone's attention. Okay.
all right. So, all right, 366 employees, 9 days per employee. That's a total of 3,294 days. I use the average teacher salary daily rate, which is $285. So the total cost would be $938,790. 938, 790. Yep.
Do you want to say that we limited it to certified because it's maybe I'll say it. We just costed out certified because that was the quickest and easiest way to get a snapshot, because classified we'd have to go by employee group. So that wouldn't include, we'd have to figure out all classified who the SSAs are, who the instructional resource coach or the instructional support specialists. So it just wasn't in the scope to do it in this moment.
All right, so that was option 3.
Okay, option 7, keep same tiers and increase amount at each tier by 20. Oh, we have that, but you have it too.
Yeah, Daniel costed that out, and I came up with a slightly different number of 228,132. But I think just to be conservative and safe, we'll go with the Daniel's estimate, 265,784. So if you guys are comfortable with that, we can move on to number 8.
Sorry, Eve, can you just add keep same tiers of longevity? It just doesn't make sense without that word longevity. And then on the top of the next page, is that a separate option? Should that actually be E? The one that says to address compression, longevity stipends will increase? Okay, so that's like 7A, I guess, or 7B?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do 7.
Okay, thank you.
The formatting of this document is not really numbered.
Uh-huh, thank you.
Katie?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there that I did look up the ARS, and it does say Arizona Public Schools annual instructional calendars should be at least 180 days, but the school district, and I'm not in favor of this or deny, but the school district governing board or charter district governing board may approve an equivalent instructional time based on a different number of days in the school year. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and you have numbers for option 8. After first year of employment, level A staff who return are moved to level B.
Okay, yep. So there's 53 certified employees that are currently on the A level schedule. So that A schedule amount is 48,870. After that first year, if they move to the B schedule amount, they would be moving to a salary of 49,838. So that's an increase of $968. And if you multiply the 968 by the number of employees, you get 51,304. Any questions on that one? All right, number 11.
Okay, that option is contract substitutes will receive a 5% pay raise as well as a stipend of $1,735.12 paid at the end of the 24-25 school year to people employed as contract substitutes for the entirety of the 24-25 school year.
Yeah, I'm just saying because the salary increase plus stipend, it makes it seem like it's ongoing, but it's not ongoing, it's a one-time thing.
Okay, I thought I just added that total, just what it would cost to do the salary increase plus the stipends. So they're also called out separately there too. So current contracts that are filled, we have 9. The stipend amount would be $1,735.12. So the total cost of those stipends would be $15,616.08. The salary total for all those contracted subs is $327,937.68. The raise amount proposed is 5%. So the total increase in salary would be $16,396. So the $32,012 is a combination of what it would cost to do the stipends and the 5%. And then the bottom row is just if all available contracts were filled. If all available contracts were filled, the stipend amount would be $20,821. Yep, 821. And then the salary increase would be 21,862. And the total for both of those would be 42,683. So yeah, that's as far as I got today, but yeah, I'm assuming, next meeting we can bring some solid numbers to you guys, and that might make your thumbs up and thumbs down process a little easier. So
Thank you. Okay, so, well, we did the big one, which was the 2% raise. And I think what we'll do is at the next meeting, we'll do the rest of our ones that require money. We only have a few more to get money for, which hopefully we'll have for the next meeting, whenever that is. We will have to decide, I guess, before everyone leaves. So if we talk about the options that do not require funding, I believe there are 9 of them. One, and I'd like to have, what time is it? I think I would like us to try to get through those options, if we don't mind. Today, those are the ones without the funding. So there are options, as you can see, read them over. 1, 2, 5, 14, 16, 17. 20, 26, and 28. So as I'm thinking about that, I'm also thinking about the school board goals. And even though these do not cost money, I want you to think about that too when we discuss them. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to read the option to you, and we'll just do a consensus vote if we want to have this recommendation. If we want to make this a recommendation, it won't be a formal until the next meeting because we'll align it to our standards or not. Okay, so the very first option, a committee will be formed by CSD to conduct a thorough investigation and formulate a plan for a 4-day school week. Findings will be presented during the meet and confer sessions for the 25-26 academic year with a recommendation for implementation targeted for the 26-27 school year. So consensus vote. Do we want to keep this? No, this is the wording. Ariel, you want to put your phone down? And we're doing a consensus vote.
Oh, what? The first one? This just to have a committee, right? It's not even.
It's the committee.
I'm curious what the thumbs downs are.
Okay.
I feel like I want to explain because I think I was the one who brought this up in the first place. And after listening, and I do think that I brought it up I did do a lot of research around a 4-day school week. And I do think that in the end, it could either have an increased effect on our student outcomes or a neutral effect on our student outcomes. However, after listening to the board meeting and knowing how the board is feeling, I think that if we put that on there at all, it is automatically going to set them up to not approve a lot of the things. And I'd like to bring them something that, like a package that they're willing to approve. That's why I said thumbs down.
Amy?
I wholeheartedly agree with what Katie said, which is why I put my thumbs down on it. I think a 4-day work week could potentially be an option. I also really listened very closely to what the governing board said that night. I was there and listening to them. And sorry, I'm making it staticky. I think if we they very clearly explicitly stated that anything we put forward needs to be able to align with our SOFG, and we need to be able to provide how it aligns and how it can support achieving those goals. We're currently not there. And that is not to say that our teachers or staff or admin or anyone is not working hard. Please know that's not. But I'm afraid if we say we want to give them everyone a 2% raise, and we want to explore shortening the workday, and we want to explore a 4-day work week, I feel like it is going to get completely shot down because we are not at that level yet. We're not meeting. And so I think anything that we have to put forward, we need to be able to link how we can align it to our SOFG, which is why at this point, like Katie said, I feel like we need to come forward with a set of things and say how it's going to impact our SOFG. I'm not saying that I don't agree with the 4-day school week. I don't know enough about it, and I don't know how it's going to align to our SOFG. And I think if we bring it to the board, it will be an automatic no on everything.
Eve, did you have something?
Oh,
Kelly?
I was just gonna propose that just like the other items that were tabled, that the ones that are thumbs down live in that same document that Joel already created so that we cannot lose them, since there was obviously feelings and ideas around them at one point, people that brought them up. So perhaps it's something that we can table to next year.
But I'm just confused, because we're not recommending a 4-day school week. We're just asking a committee being formed, just like this district has multiple committees. So we're not saying, okay, next school year, we're on the 4-day school week. This is just saying, make a committee, investigate it, gather data.
That's why they asked if the verbiage could be changed, because that's not what it says.
Committee would form to conduct a thorough investigation and formulate a plan. The plan could be, finding will be presented during meeting confer session with a recommendation for implementation targeting for the 26-27 school year.
Yes, so it
But
makes
that's
it,
no guarantee that we have to do it, right?
well, it's saying implementation.
It's offering to be presented during meeting confer to determine a recommendation.
We don't have that on there.
Well, yeah, it also, when I sent them the language, it also
Table
didn't say CSD, but like there's a bunch of typos.
I think that's why.
I think since, well, we're not going to wordsmith now. So we will table it since is there a way that
Can
you
we-
will change your mind?
Can we come to consensus on that? Is everyone
Yes.
okay with it living still in the table document? Okay. Joel, are you okay with that? Anything, and not just this, anything that gets thumbs down, just adding it to the same. Okay,
Tabled.
Thank you. No,
Okay,
no worries.
so, well, let's make a recommendation to table this, option number 1.
Well, I don't think we need to recommend that we table every single one. I think everyone that gets thumbs down can then live on in the tabled document. Is everyone okay with that?
Okay, do we not
Yes.
want to have I would like to at least hear why this thumbs down are given their reason. Yes, they did, but in the future, and then maybe some people would change their mind, maybe not. Because I know last year a couple people changed their minds. So we will table number 1. Option 2, the school day will be reduced from 7 hours and 10 minutes to 6 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, thumbs down. Do you want to speak? Take a couple minutes to speak.
It's quite frankly the same thing that I said earlier. I don't think it'll be approved by the board.
So is that what we're basing on?
No, doesn't have to. I mean, it's just what people are sharing. Anyone else want to share?
Yes, I put my thumbs down because I don't think giving less support to students is what they need. I think they need more support. And on the last presentation from about goal 3 on SEI, based on everything that has been implemented, the professional development and support for the teachers, even though it was a small group of 11, the SEI family nights to support families in the connection at home, the curriculum that was adopted, all of those things are really showing that the teachers who participated, the students are growing faster than other groups that are not receiving that type of support. And so for me, reducing the day is taking away instructional or support from the students. And that's not the goal of the district, I think.
Okay, anyone else want to speak?
Yeah, just like to that comment, I guess there's plenty of research that shows that there's a diminishing return on the amount of instructional minutes beyond 5.5 hours. And so, which like naturally everyone understands that if you keep kids in school for 16 hours a day, they wouldn't learn way faster than someone in school 8 hours a day, right? There's an upper limit to that. The other thing is though, is like we go over the process at the beginning of the year every year. And I think statements like the board won't approve this is like literally a non-example used when discussing the difference between interest-based negotiations and positions-based bargaining. And the school district has chosen to go the route of interest-based negotiations. If we want to do positions-based bargaining, we can do that. We can cut out all the extra fluff, and the union could come in with a contract, and the district can, Vanessa can give us a budget, and we can wrap it up in a couple hours. But then there's no reason that like it's all time, a wasted time and energy here, right? So I understand the rationale, but I feel pretty negatively about like if that's the end all be all of all of our recommendations, why am I not just bargaining with the school board?
Well, I think it needs to be considered for sure. I mean, we know that from their presentation. I think it needs to be weighed. Do I think it needs to be the only reason? Absolutely not. But I do think, well, I don't,
Excuse
that's
me,
true.
I'm on the stack.
Yes.
I'm on the stack. I don't even know if that's the right way to say that.
Yeah,
but
that's okay.
Thank you. I don't think that anybody is, I don't want to speak for Katie and Amy, but I know for me, I voted no on both of those. And one contributing factor is that if we are going into this with the anticipation or the hope that we get anything approved, I think we do need to keep contributing factors in mind. And Sophia came and spoke to us from day one when we started. Diane said, we need to limit our options. We need to really consider SOFG. Like that has been explicitly stated over and over and over. Every time Mr. Mann has come and talked to us, he said that. And then after the board meeting, it was like very clear that if we come with things that could distract them from doing what we want to move forward with, then we're only going to not help anyone. So we do need to keep those perspectives in place. Nobody is saying that we're only going to recommend things that the board is going to approve. That is not the message. The message is we need to be thoughtful about what we're presenting so that we have the best bet to do what we need to do for our kids, and that is give them the opportunity to achieve at a higher level. And the way that we think we can do that is by giving a 2% increase. Right now is not the time to talk about reducing instructional minutes. That's not the time. I would love a 4-day work week. That would be amazing. This is not the time.
Hey, Amy?
So yeah, I can go back and add to my statement. It's the end of the day and my brain gets tired at this point in time, but I can definitely add to those comments. And so I'm just going to kind of reiterate a little bit of what Eve said and Yvonne said, is that I want whatever recommendations we set forth as a team to be approved. I think that is the ultimate end goal. I think teachers deserve to be paid more. I think staff deserves to be paid more. I think we all work incredibly hard but our budget is what our budget is. And we want to retain our teachers, we want to retain our staff, we want to retain our admin. And in order to do that, we're offering up a 2% raise. And then to go back to it, we need to be able to align how that's going to affect our SOFG goals. That has been very clearly articulated by Sophia, that's been very clearly articulated by Jay, that's been very clearly articulated in the board meeting from multiple board members, that anything we approve has to be aligned to our SOFG. And we are currently, as a district, not meeting those goals yet. And I will say yet, because we will. We all have been working incredibly hard in order to meet those goals, but we are not yet achieving at this point in time. So I think if we're talking about decreasing a 4-day work week, which I would love, by the way, or decreasing instructional minutes. That's taking away from our students right now who are not yet achieving those goals that we have set forth. So therefore, that is why I'm voting down.
Okay, we'll take two more and then we're gonna have a vote. Ariel?
I agree that we should be focusing on options that's going to benefit our students, options that will increase our ability to recruit quality teachers to our districts, not just taking whatever teacher walked through the door, because we know that this is the only person that has applied for this position in 3 months, so we're just going to snatch this person up. I agree that we should focus on
I'm not
options.
sure that's appropriate to say,
Oh.
because you don't hire.
I'm just saying.
I'm just,
Well, we know that there's positions that have been posted all year. No one's applied to them. So I'm saying I agree that we should focus our options on finding and retaining quality teachers. And since we're bringing up the 2% raise again, I think we should have did tiered raises. I think we should increase the base salary of teachers to try to recruit new teachers, because you can leave Creighton District and as a teacher and go make more money in Chandler, more money in Gilbert, more money in Madison, more money in Phoenix Ale, more money in Bolts. You can literally leave this district and go make more money anywhere, but that's not the point of the discussion. I just want to say it's 3:33. Can we shut this all down? Have
I'd
Emily
like,
do her
as
thing?
soon as we finish this one, we will.
Yeah, can we just pick another day? I don't want to.
Yeah, after
I don't
we
wanna
finish
do
this
this anymore.
option, we definitely will. Amy,
Katie. I just wanted to explain on option 2 specifically. I actually, not only do I totally agree with what you were saying, Daniel, as far as the more time does not equal better time. I even wrote to the board 15 years ago when they were voting to extend the school day based on like, how do we maximize the time that we're given? So it's not that I disagree with this. I think that for me, it was never an option of choosing both option 1 or 2. It felt like you're either going to choose option 1 to explore or option 2 to explore. And personally, I voted down option 2 because it's extremely late in the school year to implement something that huge. They're already working on master course schedules for next year. And I still agree that this year doesn't feel like the right time to do that. But again, I do agree. I agree with either or, lessen the school day or lessen the amount of days. And I do think there are benefits for that. But that's why I voted no.
yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do another vote. So consensus vote for option 2, the school day will be reduced from 7 hours and 10 minutes to 6 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, we're going to table that one then. And now we're going to end. And Emily, welcome. Great to see you again. So what we did today was, let me get my agenda so I make sure I don't miss. Just like in the past, we had a presentation from Joel and also Dom. Well, we started with sharing our agenda and our objectives and our, after we did all of that, we did our guiding principles. Yeah, you just want the big things. Okay. We had a show and tell they had to bring in an artifact that represented negotiations. And then we had our updates that we normally have. The only difference is Dawn presented instead of Vanessa. And then just other finance. And then Jay Mr. Mann came in and presented a little bit of information about SOFG. We worked on revising the wording for the remaining of our options that we didn't finish last time.
Did you also eliminate, did you start by eliminating options or did you
No.
move away from that?
No, we just,
Review the options.
we revised the wording of the options. We had our options written, but we revised the wording of them. And then we highlighted the options that required funding. And we came to consensus on, it's not a final recommendation because we haven't aligned it to our standards, but we did come to consensus on 2% raise. We tabled several items, which I will list in my communication. I don't think you want to write all those down. And I believe that's it. Is there, Dorothy, anything? Because mine will be very detailed.
Advertise the fact that we had some, I'm just gonna be honest, Keystone Cop moments about, did we have all the options? And but something about we ensure that all options have been captured, as it is, it has been, it's online. Anybody can watch that.
Right.
And I don't want it to look like we were hiding the fact that there were clearly some processing difficulties that we experienced. So I
Right.
think something about we ensured that all options were represented on our options
Okay.
page.
Yep.
Would be there. And then the other thing I'm just questioning is, they really need to know about our artifact. I don't know, that's like an us thing. I don't know that I want people reading that, that's what they're spending their time on.
Yeah.
I didn't have an admin all day and
Yeah.
they're sharing,
Well, they
you know,
read it.
I don't know.
I
I'm just
agree,
saying,
Dorothy.
I don't know that that's part of the
I don't
work.
typically communicate on that.
Yeah.
You can see the value.
You can just put team building.
Team building, great, yeah, but I don't think they need the details. They want to know about the work we did, not what we had for lunch.
But your other thing is great.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and.
Yeah, I like to say something more about Jay's comment. I disagree that it was about SOFG. It was in a way, but it was more about addressing the comments that were made at the board meeting. And if people are tuned into this, they might also be tuned into the board meeting, which means they might be wondering how to address. So, I guess how we want to do that, but a little bit.
He spent some time talking about the board meeting and I wasn't there, so I don't know, but apparently there was a discussion at the board meeting and he wanted to make sure we understood what our place was in relation to the board discussion.
Yeah, because I don't think he would have come if that hadn't happened. Right. But he had already come to talk about SOFG previously.
Mhm.
So, yeah, to be fair to White was good.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The alignment between Confer and SOFG and the boards.
Yeah, yeah. I think you can state that in a positive way.
Guidance on the direction.
And alignment.
Okay, so that's it. That's what we did. So needless to say, next time we have to determine a date when we can all meet, hopefully soon, and hope. Yes.
Or do we want to meet before the next board meeting on the 15th?
15th of what?
During the middle of testing, I would,
Yeah,
it would be really hard to pull people on campus.
Yeah.
Maybe even the later study session.
I don't think they can. do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, we can delay the study session. Yeah.
So we thinking.
So
Thinking in April or May?
I think we're in makeups for ASA the week of the 14th,
Mhm.
and then we're in Bridge scheduling the next week.
When we are process.
And then
Mhm.
post-test is first. week of May.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Do we want to look at the week of the 16th,
May 16th,
April?
April 16th.
Wait,
Well, it's a
April
week of-
13th.
April 13th is a Sunday.
Whatever that Monday is.
Oh, the 14th? Okay. L-
The Friday of that week
Yeah,
is,
it's a short week.
is board declared holiday. I can't be there that day. We're looking at the week of April 14th.
When is the board, the 18th is a board declared holiday, yeah?
That's what I just said. You're talking about the 16th?
So if there was a consideration of a not Wednesday, what if we looked at Monday, the 21st?
It's the gate, oh,
There's
learn,
learning walks.
there's learning walks for Gateway that day. Can we just do a Wednesday?
What about the 25th?
Maybe next year we consider.
What about the
not
Friday?
doing
Yeah, the Friday the 25th. Well, that's Creighton Kids Conference.
Yeah, can we just do the 16th, do the Wednesday, and then another year?
The 23rd, you mean?
Yeah, 16th, 23rd.
This is a mess.
I do the 30th.
I can do the 21st, I just have to make sure.
I can do the 21st.
I can do the 21st, I can't do the 21st, I can do the 30th. I can do the 16th. Ooh. I can do the 16th.
I can do the 30th.
I can do the 16th.
I can
A Wednesday.
Okay, how about the 16th? Will that work?
I'm not.
Oh,
I've been available for.
That's still.
What about a Thursday? I mean, we're just.
Thursday the 17th.
Thursday the 17th?
I won't be here.
I feel like we're more
I
like
can
it
do the
first thing in the morning.
17th.
I can do the 17th.
It's okay.
I can do the 17th.
okay, how many cannot do the 17th?
I heard Dom.
Oh,
I have
well, our
the-
streaming person cannot, so,
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And I have
that's
the
out.
YouTube
Also,
that
it's
day.
Thursday.
okay, another date,
The 23rd?
Well,
Okay,
some people test
23rd.
Friday, April 11th.
Next week.
Yeah, Friday, April 11th.
No, I can't do it.
That's part two. Part two,
Yeah.
but
I'll be at
that's my
training.
site and Josh is running it. I think he could run it
Dr. Burgess, you're going to be at training, aren't you,
on May 2nd.
for Title IX?
April 11th.
Or
April 11th.
No, it's Wednesday the 9th and Thursday the 10th.
April 11th?
Oh, we're going April 11th? Yeah.
What time are we gonna be done with this on April 11th?
What time are we starting? We haven't decided. Is it a full day or half day?
I could do a half
It's up to
day.
y'all.
Well, I'm doing the girls camp, so I have to be back at Gateway by 3 to get on the bus for the girls camp.
Okay, April 11th.
I have a conflict. Yeah, if we did till 2, I could handle the 11th.
8 to 2?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, April
Or somebody
11th.
Send a calendar.
Is that-
April 11th.
April 11th is testing day.
What day, what test are we giving
Okay.
April 11th?
Probably not you.
Math 2.
It's a testing day for you too then.
I thought what test is it?
And him.
That's the same.
I think our best bet is a Wednesday, because no one usually, Wednesdays are usually makeup testing day,
Yeah.
because it's a short day. I think our best bet is a Wednesday.
Or what about
April
this
30th?
Friday?
April 30th.
I can do this Friday.
Let's,
No, this Friday's.
April, how about April 30th?
Well, let's think of cascading effect for timing. The next board meeting after that would be May.
Yeah, because we have to do a presentation.
May 6th, so that would be the study session. And then the approval of the agreement would be on the 20th. I guess that's probably fine. That gives time.
And as we closer to our budget day, so that.
Yeah, maybe numbers would be
I
more.
think it'll make a final.
So-
So April 30th?
And what time frame, Joel? What are you saying?
What do you all think?
All day?
Schedule 8 to 4, and then if we're out, we're out.
Okay.
April 30th.
And somebody will send us a calendar.
Yes, Maria. Maria's on it. April 30th.
Okay, so the majority of this agenda will be on the next agenda. We'll finish our recommendations. I do believe we'll be able to get through them. I don't know if we want to use that meeting to prepare for the board meeting sometime in the afternoon. Yeah.
Feel like
And we'll see if there's any, we can do we'll add calendar dates for anything that needs to be accomplished. Joel, I'm not really familiar with mindset training. But that came up as maybe
that would be
something
for next year.
for next year.
Yeah.
For IBM.
Right.
Is that something that you would be interested in? I'm not familiar with what it is, but is there someone that would like, would you explain it? What's the question?
Yeah.
Mindset
Are we
training.
streaming? Should I go on the microphone?
It was brought to my attention that some of you might like to have mindset training.
Well, it like to or would benefit from, because mindset training is part of the student outcomes focused governance framework that really sets the criteria and kind of builds understanding about what SOFG is all about and sort of the philosophy behind it and what the direction and the mindset needs to be accomplished in this work. So that, yeah, some of that work is mindset work, but the study session, I don't think they broadcast the mindset work. Yeah, but that was the whole day. We said, yeah. If it was right at 9 o'clock, then yes. Yeah. So that's, there questions posed, there's conversation, it's really looking kind of internally about our commitment and our process and, who we are in relation to what the work is of student outcomes focused governance.
Is that something that you would find helpful for this team? For next year? Yeah. Do you want to wait till next year? So we need to make a recommendation from this team? Okay, I'm totally confused. Okay. The board will make a recommendation for us. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll.
It would be part of our pre-work for training, right? So,
No, next year. Okay, and the remainder of the items, which really isn't a lot, we'll do at the next meeting as well. So April 30, we'll have all the budget, I'm assuming, for every option. And we can then prioritize the remaining options that we have with the budget next to it. And that'll be easy to do, I believe. Yes, Lourdes. Is that, Dom, you want to?
I'll get access to next gen. I hadn't had it before. Something was wrong.
Okay. That evaluation don't fill out only because I wrote it because it's supposed to be our last one. Okay, because you're going to fill it out again next time because it's written as this is our last meeting. So if you didn't fill it out, don't bother because you'll fill it out next time. If you did, just keep it and give it to me next time and add to it. Unless you really want. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I think we should all turn it in. I agree.
If you feel comfortable, if you want to, I think there was a question on there about, do you want to be a part of IBN?
Yeah, first and third, I get, we can't.
Okay.
Second question, I think we should. have
Okay.
The answers to.
I think that's it for today. Most of the things that we did not get accomplished, we'll do next time, and the next meeting will be our last meeting.